is episode 153, September 15th, 2023, of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is.
I think that's what you call it, whatever the hell it is. Show.
Mm-hmm. It is. It is. And coming soon, there will be additional taglines to come. Hashtag foreshadowing. I'll allude to it more as we go along. But first, let me say hello. First of all, to Burrell. Good evening. How are you?
Very good. Very good.
Excellent. Joining us from the Garage of Knowledge. Joining us from not the Garage of Knowledge is Eric.
Yeah, that's about right.
It's not even how are you. It's like, it's Eric.
Yeah, whatever.
Yep. First comment of the night. Timeless Cardboard. Are you ready to put Jordan Love in the Hall of Fame yet? Are we ready to call Justin Fields a bust? The second one we're a lot closer to. The first one, the jury's out. It was a bit of a mixed bag. We definitely, that's why I wanted to make sure we talked about it. If any of you following the channel, you got a chance to see that on Monday we recorded it. On Tuesday was the first episode of the podcast. I want to reiterate, it isn't just an extension of the live stream. I said it there, but I want to reemphasize it. I know you're going to see a lot of the same people and hear some of the same voices. Not all the time, but there will be a mix and match. But it gives us a chance to do something a little different. Sometimes it'll just be expanding upon maybe something we talked about that I thought there was maybe a little bit more that could have been said. But then obviously with the chat, you guys are directing traffic. So if we go in a bunch of different directions.
A little more freedom.
Yeah, but it gives us a little bit of direction as well. And sometimes there's something else maybe that wasn't even discussed at all that maybe I'd like to touch on that's completely different. But since we're talking at each other directly, it allows us to actually have the full discussion. That's basically what happened in the first episode. We got a chance to talk about some random stuff, have a little bit of fun, chit-chatting. But then the entire latter portion of it, if you checked it out, was a full discussion where we actually touched on some of the card porn, chasing cardboard thing. But we didn't talk about the specific things. We talked about which one do you think is more important? Why do you think it's more important? So it was a different discussion that never made it to the live stream. So so there's an opportunity sometimes there to mix and match. Also, there'll be an opportunity for people to ask questions. Maybe there's an interesting topic you want us to touch on. If there is, you can leave it in the comment section here or in the comment section of that video, and I'll check it out. Every week we'll get a chance to, we'll actually review some topics as we come through them. So there'll be a handful of topics per episode. I will bring other people on. I'll invite them so that they can join in on that conversation. But it is going to be a little bit different. It's not just replicating the live stream. Otherwise, I'd just do another live stream.
Yeah, on Mondays, I'm going to be a less grumpy and a little smarter.
And 5% less mayo jokes. 5%. Yeah. My commitment was 5% less.
So tune in for the podcast if you want to see me a little less grumpy and a little smarter.
There you go.
Amazing. So to answer so we did discuss it a little bit with the Packers game. My thought is that Justin Fields is really, really bad. I was happy with what I saw with the Packers, but it's one of those things where he had protection. He was able to make some plays that I thought were really good. Some that I maybe held on to the ball a little bit too long, but it was a good start. It was about as good a start as you could have hoped for. Plus, it gave a little bit of a psychological blow to the Bears, who was like, wait a minute, this is literally the worst quarterback we've faced in 30 years, and we still lost. We still got our ass handed to us. What the hell, man? So, if Jordan Love ends up being a Hall of Fame quarterback, that'd be amazing. I'm not holding my breath. I would be happy with competent. You give me competent, we're already off to a good start. I can accept that. It'll be fine. Second one, James here. Good evening. Justin Bodie is here. Best show in sports cards. Man, high bars. Thank you, Justin. Pittsburgh, what's up? What's up for you? Good evening. Orlando, good evening. Philly Joe, good evening. And Global from Aussie Land, Australia. Good day there, champions. And Eric.
I'm getting a little sick of these people, all right? Not only do I get insulted here in North America, but now it's gone global. No. Would
you like them to show their support with the like button?
No. There's nothing to like. The show is stupid.
So it'll be 5% less stupid on the other show.
That's right. 5%.
5% less stupid on Mondays. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Mr. Dwayne 79, good evening. Good stuff. But yeah, it'll be a little open-ended. We can chat about whatever you guys want to. One other place I'll direct you to, just off the top, and if he comes by, I did invite Brad to join us if he's able to. So I'll shoot him a message just to see. I did do a video with him on the PSA Canada YouTube channel. So I know some of you who are here do follow that channel. If you're already subscribed to it, you probably had a chance to see it. Check it out. It's about 20 minutes. We go over the announcement. PSA Canada made an announcement. Long story short, we talked about this in the past. PSA Canada was a bulk submitter that operated as a separate company. Collectors was PSA. PSA Canada was a different company that operated going back years, back with Len Potty, who was doing it many years ago. And then Brad took it over, and it continued to be an independent entity until officially announced this week that now it is under collectors. So now PSA Canada is collectors, collectors is PSA Canada, and Brad has a fancy new title. I know.
He does.
He does. But one of the other things that I mentioned on there, because I've talked about here and I've been very transparent about what I was doing for PSA Canada. I was hosting stuff on the channel. I was helping them out with the website, with the YouTube channel and everything, and hosting a show with Brad and also Kevin and Luke and a couple of folks that were operating PSA Canada. So if memory serves me, I think they're going to be now continuing on as authorized dealers with PSA Canada and what they're doing there. We gave a little bit of an explanation in that one. So I'm no longer going to be doing anything on the PSA Canada channel. PSA owns all the social medias. So anything PSA Canada, PSA and Collectors owns. So anything they do, I was never under contract with Collectors at any point. It was myself and Brad. We basically had a handshake deal, and that's done. So now I moved on. But at the same time, now I'm going to be doing some stuff with AMG Collectibles, which I mentioned on that video. And there is a YouTube channel that I am including in the description of that. And we're going to be doing some fun stuff with that. AMG Collectibles is the card shop out in Nova Scotia. So it is separate. And that is also a separate company. So PSA Canada is now under Collectors. AMG Collectibles is still the same shop it was before. So we're making that distinction. So I still wanted to do some stuff. We still wanted to do some stuff together, but Brad is going to be focusing on his PSA Canada duties. And the AMG Collectibles, if you do go to that channel, you're going to get to meet a different cast of characters. Very similar to the way you got to meet Kevin and you got to meet Luke when we were doing that show. You're going to get a chance to meet some of the folks out at AMG Collectibles who may not have had the chance to see before. So it's going to be fun. We're going to be able to have some different voices in the room, so to speak. So I'm looking forward to that.
You said Brad got a new title. I'm just curious, is the new title he has received from PSA similar to any of the titles I have given him over the years?
I don't think any of the titles you give him are quite that sophisticated, and I think it's less profane.
Yes.
A little bit less, you know?
Okay.
5% less.
I actually have it here. Director of Market Development for Canada.
It's pretty straightforward.
It is. So that's so again in the video he does kind of explain what that role is going to be this time going forward with that. It is business development, but what it comes down to is business development is building a network of authorized dealers from coast to coast, and also which was announced on the Instagram. Now it is an official submission center, like it's an actual submission center, PSA under Collectors, the whole 9 yards. So they've got that going on, and you know, anybody who submits that, now you are submitting it directly to PSA. So now it's end to end. You're still getting the same things you were getting before. And there might be some opportunities to get some more advantageous stuff. Oh, and the other piece is that in this Fall Expo, we're going to get on-site grading from PSA for the first time. So it is going to be you're going to be straight delivered.
So I have a serious question, and I wish Brad was here so I could ask
that's why I say I don't want to answer too much for it for two reasons. Right. I don't work for PSA, but I obviously I chatted with Brad about it, so I do know some of the particulars.
PSA Collectibles,
Collectors.
Are they running the PSA Canada table this year and with their own staff and doing their own thing?
No.
Or is Brad still going to be getting bombarded like, last year?
I think it's a combination, is it not?
I think it's going to be, so I won't answer for that because I don't know definitively. I'm very confident that given the nature of this relationship and the way it's going to go, is it, title notwithstanding, Brad's effectively in charge of what goes on here. He is basically now we still need graders, PSA graders. Those are coming from stateside. So there's going to be some mix and match. I can almost guarantee you there's going to be some mix and match there. And in turn, one of the things that he was talking about is they are also onboarding staff. So it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be a bit of column A and a little bit of column B. Yeah. The specifics, we have to leave that for Brad. He can be more specific.
Well, I think you should, I think one of us should text the new director of Jackassery and tell him to get on the show.
Well, while you're doing something with your hands, now's your opportunity. Do it with the reverence and love and respect that he's accustomed to from you.
Well, at least he didn't get the title of visionary officer of principal.
Yeah. I still thought VP of business development was the play, Bobby. VP of business development is the play. That's as far as I'm concerned with. That's what I'm seeing.
It works.
So, as Justin says, interesting week. Card porn news overload. Yeah, there's quite a bit of it. Let's not forget we got Fanatics and Panini in the background. Who cares about card porn anyways? But screw that guy. There you go. Fair enough. Watching The Rock on WWE. I had heard a little bit of rumors about that. I guess if he made it on the SmackDown, that'd be interesting. I have to check it out. Spurs card 21. Hello. Yes, hello. Good evening. But yeah, so that's a long story short. Any more details and things, we'll definitely direct them over to Brad. And if he's able to join us, then we can definitely do a little question and answer with folks. But that video at least covers the high level, and he was able to give a little bit of an explanation. Obviously, more will be known. But the big ones that we know, there is an official submission center that is now built out over there. It's going to be over in Nova Scotia. The website is still the same. A lot of the people you're going to be dealing with are still going to be the same. But now it is under collectors. It is officially under collectors. Kind of a poorly kept secret. The relationship had always been strong, but obviously it needed to be official before anybody could really say anything. But now the Instagram post has been put there. We got a chance to talk about it on the video. So it's out there now. And it's just a matter of figuring out all the details for them. But, that's under Brad's. I'll be focusing my attention, as I said, on the AMG Collectibles thing. You'll hear more about that in the coming weeks, maybe even as soon as next week.
All right. I sent him a text, and it's 5% more profanity.
Excellent.
Oh,
good to know. Superb. So with that said, anything you guys want to, so folks in the chat, if there's anything you guys in particular want to chat about or talk about, let us know. And yeah, like this week news wise, I don't think there was too much. I started with that because obviously that got announced this week for Canada. For us, that's going to be a thing. And again, on-site grading is going to be great for Expo. I think it'll be interesting to see how that's received. That's going to be a big
thing. With being serious, I want to stand aside and just watch whatever the hell's going to take place, because I can't even imagine what it's going to be like.
New app, PSA grading on site. Whoa.
All right, enough with the app thing, because we all know that there is no such thing.
We'll have to figure out which line is going to be longer. It's going to be a lot of craziness.
Yeah.
And again, it's not on me to share. I think, folks, if it turns out from what a little birdie tells me, I think Canadian folks will be very happy with the on-site grading price. It will be it'll be a very strong offering considering what people are used to compared to like the national and other things like that.
Yeah.
Again, we got to put this on a curve. You're not going to give away on-site grading and then have lines because otherwise, then on Thursday, one dealer will come by. 500 cards.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't want to be too nice. You don't want to be too nice. But I think from what I hear, it's going to be very.
Well, they could limit too. They could do
I think it wouldn't surprise me if there's some kind of a mechanism. Yeah. You just don't want to give dealers on Thursday the opportunity to waltz right in with a gigantic stack of cards and eat the entire allocation and give nobody a chance.
Hey, there's no line at PSA. Why?
Exactly. Yep. Well, truthfully though, otherwise you could still submit. Well, the truth is though, you can still submit. Like obviously, we didn't have on-site grading. There were still lines of people submitting cards, so you can still do that either way. But the on-site grading is a nice feature, especially let's say you're at the expo and you pull something cool. You pull something out of a box that's worthy or worthwhile.
Yeah.
That's a great opportunity. Or you come, it's like, you know what? I don't want to mail this. This is a really important card for me. I don't even want to leave I don't want to leave the show without this card in my possession. So before the show ends,
why I don't grade. That's the number one reason. I've been over them 1,000 times, and I'm not a fan of grading. But the number one is I'm not putting a Gretzky rookie in the mail and sending it to California.
You don't have one.
I do too.
Is it like the Bobby Orr one?
No, I have a real one. It's top.
Oh, so you admit the Bobby Orr isn't real?
Got you. Fell into our
The
trap.
truth comes out.
I don't know what you're talking about.
540 flips. Good evening. You just want to stand, period, Eric. We all know that the hip makes it difficult, buddy. Hang in there. 540 flips looking out for you, man.
I am getting closer and closer to finding out who you are, and God help you when I do. All right. And Carlos, please, I'm begging you, block him from this account. I don't want this guy in here. All he does is troll me and make fun of me, and he hurts my feeling every week. And I don't want this guy in the chat anymore.
God bless the content. God.
I'll get my mod on it. I'll have to see though. Like we're not sponsored, so I don't know if I have the budget to have the moderator take care of it. I love it when Eric says being serious, very seriously serious.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that's I think gonna be interesting. So quick side point. So I was talking with Eric obviously before we got started, and he was talking about his big bike ride. Just for the record, I just came off 4 hours of grocery shopping. It was literally 4 hours, and by the way, it wasn't for me. It was madness. I was just sitting there because I got a phone call this afternoon, and my dad is like my dad has had a thing with a hernia, so he hasn't been feeling well. So any groceries, anything, we'll take care of it. We'll help him out with that. But if they want to have a lot of groceries, then we need the car, obviously. Which is fine. The car's there, but it's one of those things where but he let me know. I expected we were going to do groceries tomorrow, so he goes, actually my back's feeling okay, so I want to just take care of it today. And I go, okay. So he gave me a little heads up, and then I go, so we go, and my mom's the one who has the list for them. So I'm sitting there like I'm pushing the cart. My job's to push the cart. so I'm doing
It's
my
like
thing.
Costco run.
Costco, No Frills, Walmart, and another one.
Oh,
And I was sitting there. That's why it took so long.
4 hours.
So I'm sitting there like, for all the love for the love of all that is holy. By the time I was done, I was like, so I'm gonna have to make some real quick dinner. So basically, I got back and had just barely enough time to make my dinner, take a quick walk around just to get some air, and then fire this up for you guys. But I've been outside groceries the whole time. What's that?
Didn't have a hot dog at Costco?
When it comes to Costco, I stay inside. They go, Costco's your deal. You go. Because even if it's not like she was grabbing. Costco was one of the lesser ones in terms of grabbing stuff. There's only very specific things they want at Costco. So I was sitting there like, Costco's the worst. On the weekend, it's the worst.
It is. They have 40-pound bags of potato chips.
That's why I say when it comes to the Costco run, when it comes to the Costco portion, because there's always a Costco portion. For the Costco portion, listen, I'm just going to sit in the car with the old man. Carlos Senior's back won't really let him get up and down out of the car. And so, you know what? I'll keep the old man company. We'll go get a coffee. I'll keep him some company. You do the Costco run. For the rest of it, I will push the cart for you. Yep. A lot of mayonnaise jars. No idea. 540 flips. No idea. No, let me tell you.
I'm telling you, Carlos, you got to block this guy. I
know. It's craziness, right? Good evening, Michael Ham. Costco is life per Justin. Fair. But yeah, 4 hours, man. 4 hours.
Yeah, I don't have a Costco account. I don't believe in paying for something, paying to shop somewhere where I buy stuff and it usually goes bad before you finish using it because you bought.
Well, I think it worked. I think it worked better. Like for the family, my younger brother still lives with them. So when they're buying certain things in bulk, it makes sense. Like for certain, because they do buy enough, and they also have the card that you get cash back. So at the end of the year, they'll get some cash back for it. But yeah, like very little that I need.
They have to pay for the membership, so cash back is like irrelevant.
For the amount of cash back they get, it more than pays for the membership. It more than covers it.
So they must shop a lot.
That's the thing. Like generally speaking, they buy enough that it more than pays for the membership, pays back for itself, and a little money left over. So it's like, all right, you do, fair enough. But as long as I don't have to be there, I'm not going in. He's like, I'll keep an eye out on things outside. But yeah, I was just sitting there like, okay. And by the time I was done, I had like one grocery bag. I was like, I didn't need that much. I just needed to top up a couple of things. That's it. I didn't even have time to take my customary picture of a mayonnaise jar for Eric. That's how busy I was.
They have big ones at Costco.
Thank you.
They have the vats at Costco.
It's true. Good evening, Kathy. See how lucky you are, Eric? I only go to one.
There you go.
She's good to me. We only go to one store at a time usually. You know,
well, considering your issues with certain chicken legs, chicken breasts, like a lot of confusion going on there. Is more store really the answer? Is adding complexity to this really the solution?
And don't think she's let me forget it. Right? The other day, we're shopping.
We
won't
let you forget.
Darn it. I forgot, and I don't even remember what the hell it was. Right? So I forgot what I go. Well, what do you want me to get? No, I'll have to walk back and get it. And I'm like, Mom, come on. Just tell me what it is. I'll walk back the 10 aisles. I'll go get it for you. What is it? No. She didn't trust me to go get it. I'm like, Mom, give me a break. Right? And she goes, fine. It's whatever the hell it was. I had never heard of whatever the hell this
chicken
was.
Leg, chicken breast.
It's turkey, actually, but anyway.
So probably, yeah. So she's like, see? And I'm just like, fine.
She should have just wrote you a note.
And then she made some kind of comment about Alfredo sauce. I don't know what the hell that even is. I don't know what it looks like.
It's sauce of Alfredo.
It looks like mayo.
Well, it was ridiculous.
It's in a jar, generally.
Anyways, then she made some kind of comment about the chicken situation or whatever the hell it was.
See, Eric, the problem is you screwed up because from this grocery trip, like I said, as long as the grocery trip was, I have to find ways to amuse myself. I'm sitting there, but when we went to one of the grocery stores, I remember what the last one was. It was Starskis. So I don't know if you know that one, Bobby. The
No.
Starskis. So they've got a chain. They're like European supermarkets. They've got a lot of
I know
stuff
the
like
ones.
that.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
one.
They've got a really good deli though. So that's one of the few spots where I actually had something because I usually get deli cuts done over there. It's actually good. So I was like, all right, cool. Since we're here, like, yeah, all right, we'll go
What
over
kind of cuts do you get, really? That's
just a couple different salamis and a couple of different things to put in sandwiches.
gotcha.
So that's usually what I want. And she'll grab the number, grab her stuff, and then grab a couple then for me, and boom, and we go grab it. And she can shop around for the other stuff. She'll get produce and different things in there while she's there anyway. But while we were at Starsky's, and one of the other things, they got the bakery there, so I'll go grab some bread for the sandwiches and everything. So I said, all right, let me go get bread. I'll come back right back. She was grabbing her stuff, putting it in little bags and whatever. I go, I'll come back. I walk away for 2 minutes. I come back, and by the time she comes back, she's grabbing tomatoes. And when she's grabbing the tomatoes, I was like about to put something in the cart, and I go, "Where's your cart?" Because she had already started grabbing some stuff, and I go, "So where's the cart? I'm going to put it down." She looks around and go, "I don't know where the cart is." I go, "What did your cart? Did your cart
Someone
get
took
jacked?
the cart.
Did your cart get jacked?" There was already produce in it. So somebody jacked it with. They needed strawberries and raspberries and stuff. Like it was already in the cart. So they jacked it with the produce. I was like, I leave you for 2 minutes and you get the cart jacked.
Is that like a car where someone car jacks it and there's a baby in the back seat?
I guess so,
like that,
but it's like,
not
Eric,
so
look,
far.
all I gotta say, it's rough out in those streets of the European supermarket. You can't turn your back on a shopping cart, and they
Yeah.
take it.
Where's
So
touches
as
when
soon
you need 'em,
so,
right?
so she ended up having to go get a second shopping cart. We start filling it up again, and then when we go over to the deli, while she's grabbing the little order thing, she looks over to me, and I'm like clutching the shopping cart, operating as security. Just like I'm so good. I gotta guard the cart.
And they're not even big carts.
No.
They're the little
Bobby,
small
I'm just
dollhouse
sitting.
kind
I'm
of
just,
carts.
I'm just sitting there. It's like, don't worry, I will guard the cart with my life. It's like obviously, I left you alone with the cart, and you got to take it. My dad, of course, was
Dollhouse
very
size,
helpful.
right?
Yeah, my dad, of course, was very helpful when we gave him the story after he was done laughing. He was like, well, next time, hit the alarm. It's like next time, remember to hit the alarm. That way it goes off.
That's
Cart
right.
theft.
Again, we're terrible people, Eric. The important thing is Carlos and Carlos Sr. are both bad people.
Well, I know one is at least.
I didn't just learn it on my own.
Yeah.
So hello, gents. Keeping on topic, has everyone met with Stan Mikita? It depends. How much mayonnaise did he get?
No, I wish I had. No, it's one of my regrets. I never had a chance to meet him. I have autographed stuff. I'm actually looking at 2 autos right now of his, to my left. But I know I never had a chance to meet him. Bobby, how about you? You've met just about everybody.
Well, I was going to ask that of Carlos. Has he come to the Sports Card Expo in the past?
I feel like
remember.
he has, but I feel like Bobby Hall is the one who does the majority of them. I'm trying to think.
but
Stan
I
Mikita.
don't remember Stan Mikita.
You know what? Honestly, maybe not.
Huh.
Because the only ones, obviously I've been to a ton of expos, but the only
That's
one I'm
what I meant,
wondering, would he have been maybe one of the people at the 2000 All-Star game?
Probably, yeah. That would.
So maybe that would be maybe the only chance. I can't think of one for the expo. The All-Star game, maybe the All-Star game in 2000. Like a lot of the Hall of Famers and legends that were around were converged because obviously it's an All-Star game in Toronto. Like they got a lot of, and they had just built the Air Canada Center at the time, so it was still Air Canada Center was still new. So it was a big show, and again, you had a whole card show and like festival and all. So anybody who was around who had time on their hands who was a Hall of Famer, they pretty much invited them all to come to town.
Yeah, to answer your question, Eric, no, I never got to meet Stan Mikita. I've met a lot of people. This last weekend, who did I meet? On Monday, I was the NHL alumni's luncheon, and it was the first time back, for being off all the summer. Wasn't very many people there, but at least who was there? Jim Taddy, if you remember him. No,
that one's not
Carlos?
ringing up. No.
Not ringing a bell for me.
Sports announcer through the 80s and 90s.
Oh, maybe. Hold on. Maybe. So, okay. So if you say sports announcer, that's starting to sound a little more familiar. Did he ever make it on radio spots, though? Or just TV?
Yeah, he does everything. Yeah. He's done
He's
everything.
related to Tony Taddy?
No, that was Panty. But anyways, it's Taddy. And was hanging out with Barry Quinn, which is Pat Quinn's brother. He was telling some amazing stories of his brothers when he was younger and stuff like that. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's fair. I think he canceled. He was supposed to be at the expo, I thought. Could be, James. Could be. I know that. I know that now. I think to their credit, by the way, to Menzies' credit, Steve Menzies, for the expo, he is making a concerted effort to invite a lot more variety of people, but also trying to, because that was the discussion we had when he came on here. He's trying to elevate like the average. It's not that there were bad quality guests before, but the intention is to try to have more premium quality guests, not just the same people that you've seen already 150 times. Of course, you are still going to have folks that you expect. You're going to have I think I saw announcement maybe today, Adam Oates and Ray Bork will be amongst the others that are coming in. So
Oh,
great.
Ray's going?
I think I saw that Ray was added. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we keep getting like an email every other day. I have,
I've been getting a lot of them.
Spam.
I've been getting a lot of them adding. That's the reason why I mentioned it, because I saw more. Yeah, here we go. Ray Bork on the Sunday.
All right.
Yeah, so you got the Ray Bork VIP package. Ooh,
I gotta see if he can get me, hook me up with some stuff.
Forsberg's VIP package. Holy crap! Forsberg's VIP package, $624. You don't even get to play catch with him.
Peter Forsberg was a great player, though.
He was, but like,
he ain't worth $625.
No. All right, real quick, since we've done this from time to time, but since we got a minute. By the way, Chad, if you want us to chat about something else, you can propose a topic. We're just chatting about supermarkets and whatever we can.
What's Ray charging?
I'm gonna read it to you. So the Rainbow VIP package here is $454.99. So $455 for the VIP package for the VIP. All right, so front of the line priority access, normal, one regular autograph ticket, one premium autograph ticket, one unsigned Boston Bruins Fanatics vintage stitch Bork jersey, one unsigned NHL license 8x10 photo, one inscription up to 3 words, and a table photo with own on camera. I'm sorry, that's
one inscription with 3 words. We're down to that. It's like, oh, shut up. I'm only giving 3, no 4.
Well, I know what inscription I would get. I look, if some of the other sponsorships come in, if Fanatics Overload is by me, my plan is to buy this for Eric, and the 3 words that I'm gonna have Ray Bork inscribe for him is Mayo for life.
Yes.
Or I can call Ray tomorrow and have him come in and just give him the standard flat rate, and he'll sign as much as I want.
And you can have him sign Mayo for life.
I will not.
You could. So anyway, so Forsberg here is $624. $624. And I'm just looking to see if there's a big difference here. Front of the line access, one regular, one premium, same as Bork. One of the following jerseys, so I guess you get to pick between 2. One unsigned Colorado Avalanche, or one unsigned Quebec Nordiques. One unsigned NHL license 8x10 photo. One inscription up to 3 words. Take photo with own camera. Oh, thanks! I get to take a photo with my own camera. How awesome!
Oh, shit.
I'm sorry, guys. Like, that's insanity.
We're gonna have to write a contract for this thing. Next.
Like,
please sign here.
That's ridiculous. So anyway, the regular fees are $74 for regular, $97 for premium, $23 for inscription. Forsberg is $99 regular, $145 premium, $135.
Forsberg is more than Bork.
Yep.
When Bork came to Toronto last time, he was like $175.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. He was like right up with Lemieux there, and I went, "What?"
Yep. Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying, $565 for Reggie, and you get to play catch. It's starting to like a better deal all the time.
Actually, that is the deal. That's the deal of the lifetime, right there.
It sounded like a much better deal as time is going on. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, it does. It didn't sound like that the first time when we did it, right? So now
it's like all you got to do is keep raising the price.
That's it. Makes things more affordable. What was Reggie again?
Reggie for the VIP was $565.
So yeah, we're at a discount bargain, compared to Forsberg and Bork. So
hashtag bargain.
And you get to play ball with Reggie, Mr. October. Wow.
The other one is like, look, you get a Fanatic. Look, with due respect to the Fanatics Overlords, who we all love and appreciate, the new jerseys are not very good. So like the jersey as a feature in it is like, yeah, okay, it's not worth $500 or $600 at all.
They're probably not even the real ones. No, just kidding, Steve. Steve, call me. Anyways.
So real quick here, I want to see here. I want to go to the expo. My work is so busy, they probably aren't going to let me off work. Happens, man.
Who says that?
That's Justin.
They won't let you off work. You work on the weekend?
Right.
Facts. Name here, Eric's favorite person. Good evening name.
No, he isn't.
He is.
Ray's favorite inscription shall read, "Shut up, Eric." Ooh,
no, it won't. No, it won't.
Falsey says, did Ray Bork have the first 3-pointer in NBA history? Yes. Facts. You
had
could
what?
have him inscribed first NBA 3-pointer. Is that Paul's asking? Didn't Ray Bork have the first NBA 3-pointer?
There you go.
That is not how you spell Bork, by the way.
That happens. Name here
It's a
says I
very
love Mayo
French way of
also
spelling
works.
it.
Oh. No, it won't. Name. That's not what it's going to say.
Good
Maybe.
evening, Tom. 4 minutes? Question mark. That's like one throw when Reggie drops the ball, has to go retrieve it. But at least we get to watch him drop the ball and retrieve it. The other one, I get nothing.
Next
You
time,
You keep giving him ground balls, and it's just like he's gonna bend over and get. It's like
next time
my
I see
back is
Ray,
out.
I'm going to ask him to play catch with a puck, and I'm going to videotape it.
What?
Bork.
Yeah. Next time Ray comes in, I'm going to be like, Ray, I know this sounds stupid, but let's throw this puck back and forth 3 times, and we're going to videotape it.
So Ray Bork. Bork.
Yeah. So I mean, if you know the people paying all this money to play catch with Mr. October, I'm going to play catch with Ray Bork.
So what is the plan for after he gives you the $1,500 invoice?
Yeah.
It's like USD, I'm afraid. Forsberg
Buy a
did have
bunch of
more cups
mail.
than Borg. True. Defects of life. Why don't TPGs like PSA offer, third-party graders like PSA offer digital scanning imaging for slabs at card shows? So many of their slabs don't have images in online databases. Seems like easy revenue, less hassle for them. Well, if you're talking about PSA and you're talking about card shows, they're already so swamped. Do you really want to create another line for a glorified scanning service?
Yes.
So, like I'm not discounting ideas. I think ideas are great, but I'm just pointing out like it's not like PSA doesn't have other stuff going on during those shows. They're usually reasonably busy. So it's one of those things where like I guess some of the other ones could try, I guess, but I guess if it was just a scanning thing though, couldn't somebody else have a booth where they offered that separately from everybody else? Like it would be its own thing. And I think I don't know. This is a good question. Maybe I can ask Brad, and maybe we'll get more details as we come in. But if we're doing on-site grading, my understanding would be that I would assume the scan would be done anyway, because you're scanning all the new cards now. So as part of doing on-site grading, you grade it, you assign the grade, you do all the stuff, you got to punch in the number to put it in the pop report. Well, then you'd also theoretically scan it so that when you put it in the app and everything, once everything gets updated, the database, then you would have a brand new scan. So in theory, you are getting the scanning service as part of your grading process.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my understanding, but actually, it's a good question, and maybe one worth asking. Sketch with the puck, that's right. He'd probably be thankful that it wasn't piggyback rides again. True.
I hate this guy. I hate this guy so much.
It's like 540 flips can see into your soul, though. He seems to have a lot of insight.
No, he can't, and I don't like him, and I'm gonna find him.
Tom here says, sadly, it's not Eric's artist requested, Mr. Bork. True.
That is true.
We cannot speak on those things.
I've asked him to do a couple of things where he's raised an eyebrow. I got to be honest.
Oh,
things that would get us demonetized, Bobby. Demonetized.
No, like when I asked him to sign his very first number of like 29, and he couldn't figure out how to write his autograph, because he's been his autograph has a 77 in it, right? I mean, he just writes. It's like muscle memory, right? So I'm like, I need you to not put the 77 in the auto. I want you to write 29. And he got halfway through it and stopped and went, I don't know how to do this. And he kind of
doesn't sign checks. He doesn't sign contracts without putting 77.
No. I asked him.
That would actually make me really happy, Bobby.
No,
that would actually make me legitimately happy.
No, in all seriousness, he has 2 different signatures, right?
Well, probably 3, because he's probably got the normal one he uses for his life.
Well, the problem is one time, Eric, you're going to ask him to do that, and you're going to be like, trying to speed things along. You'll be like, just sign the one that you write the checks with. And all of a sudden, he writes Elon Musk. And it's like, wait a minute, Ray? Ray? What's going on, Ray? Yeah. Do we need to have a conversation?
But that
we need to have a talk, sir.
I've had him do a couple of things that are a little different than he's used to. And one of them
the thing with the jar of mayonnaise is not to be spoken of to this very day, Bobby. Not to be spoken of to this very day.
He did not know how to sign his name when I asked him to write 29. That messed him up.
And what happened? Did you get another auto?
He burst into flames, I think.
No, I'll show it to you if you guys want to see it. But it's the one and only one he's ever done.
Does it say Elon Musk on it?
No, but it's a one of one. I'll show. Now I have to show it to you.
Now you
Oh,
gotta
that's a
show.
one-on-one.
Okay,
That's
go
right.
find it.
All right, Dufix of Life says, my question was for existing older slabs. I struggle with finding good high-quality photo myself via phone or home scanner. No, that's fair. I get what you're saying. I don't know, maybe. I just think, I guess some of the companies may be offering something like that. May make sense for them. But I can just say, like, at a card show, like, PSA a lot of times is swamped. Especially for a lot of folks are waiting in line for stuff. And it's like, it'd be tough just to have that for scanning. But you never know, I guess. Maybe it's possible.
Eric's ready.
He's ready?
Yeah, you
All
want
right.
to blow it up?
Yep, we got you.
Oh, I see where he stopped.
And he burst into flames for that. Terrible.
Mhm.
This is the very first Bruins publication with Ray Bork on it, and it was done in 1979 training camp, and it was in a French Canadian magazine, and you can see the 29 that's on his jersey, and he wore that all through training camp, and then as the season started, he went to his locker, and there was Esposito's number 7 hanging in his locker, and he was just a rookie and happy to be on the team. And he's like, okay, I guess I'll wear that. He never wanted to wear 7 because everyone knew that was Espo's number. And of course, many years later in like 1987, I think the 87-88 season, they retired Espo's number. They told Phil that, listen, we'll retire yours now. And when Ray ends his career, we'll put another 7 up there and have his name on it. That's all. And Phil was like, oh, okay. Well, the only 3 people knew of what was going on that night. Obviously Ray knew, the people who do the uniforms for the club knew, and like the owner, the general manager knew, Harry Sinden. So the only 3 people knew. So when Ray went over and took his 7 off, and there was a 77 on his back, everybody went nuts because they kept that as secret as secrets could be. Only 3 people knew. So, but that's how he ended up with 7. It was just thrown in his locker, and he was like, okay. And he never felt comfortable wearing it. So he was more than happy to get 77.
I still think 3 people only know about it anyways.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much it.
That's a complicated story.
It is. So here, testing your hockey knowledge. How many Art Ross trophies does Stan
Got
Mikita
4
win?
hours to kill, Bobby. 4 hours.
I guess you did.
We could be talking about Costco in the supermarket. That's all I'm
True.
saying.
4 hours.
True.
4 hours to kill. I'm telling you a story about actual, hockey, sports memorabilia.
Boston.
I'm doing what I can.
So how many Art Ross trophies does Stan Mikita won? Answer would be in 5 minutes. So I'll open that up for chat as well. I don't know. I'll just guess 3.
Quite
I know
a
he
few.
won a couple, but I genuinely don't know. I'm just guessing 3.
I don't know.
Evening, guys. Serious question. Bobby, how close is your app is to launch? Eric will cover his ears, Bobby. You want to give him a little update on where the app sits now?
Yeah, it's scheduled for the expo. Which expo?
Sounds
I'm
good.
not telling you.
Yeah.
I think that right play. I like it.
It'll be this one coming up in the fall.
There you go. And if you get on-site grading at this thing, you'll get a code for the app. Maybe we got to do an integration, on-site grading with it. So there you go. 357. Okay, Carlos and everyone. Hey, good evening. 357. Great picture from Justin. Good stuff. Did Eric hack you? Facts. Sorry for advertising somebody else's YouTube channel. Feel bad for the guy because you can tell he puts a lot of time and effort into edit vids to end up with sub 100 views. Sure.
What's
I don't
happening?
know. I'm not sure which channel you're talking about. Maybe I didn't see the comment, so my bad.
All right.
Yeah, I don't see it here in StreamYard, so maybe it's Let me actually look on the other screen for a second because I have the chat open in a different window. Let's see.
Well, I can fill in 3 minutes with a story.
Sure.
So I've been writing for Hobby News Daily for the last 3 months. It's an article every month,
Sure.
and I posted one last when was it? No, last Thursday.
I read it.
Thank you. And it was about the champs, 1924 champs, and a lot of new information and what have you. So, it's unfortunate a lot of people don't really read much. They'd rather watch a video about it opposed to reading it. And it's kind of funny. I get a text after I posted it for a few hours. It's ripping up the site. We got 64 hits on it already. And I went, Okay. It's now currently at 325 or something. But, and it's probably one of the highest ones. But it just, you know, I look at the vintage aspect of things, and I don't see too many people talking about the vintage part. And fortunately, it worked out well that, vintage is still strong in a lot of senses. Whereas a lot of the other stories, it doesn't matter where on the internet, they're just rehashing the same stuff. So it was just kind of funny. He goes, "It's tearing it up at 65." Yeah. Then it went to 325. So it's kind of cool.
You put a lot of work into that. That was a long article.
Oh, there they are. Okay. Thanks, Carlos.
Yeah.
I'm just putting it up here. I will include a link in the description to Bobby's profile on the Hobby News Daily site. There's articles. Victor Rookie Card Specialist is on there. A bunch of other folks. Mike Baseball Collector, who you've seen out here in the past. So he's one of the contributors on there. There's different folks who contribute, but I'll put the link in there after the fact if you're checking out a replay, so you can check out some of Bobby's other articles. And it is Hobby News Daily.
It was a great article. I enjoyed reading it. It is long, but I like that because of the information and the effort that was put in.
How long did it take you to read it, to be honest? Well, he puts an estimate on there. He says about 5 minutes. So
I had to stop.
If a 5-minute article is long,
I would say
nobody's reading a book out there.
So Bobby, real quick side tangent. One of my favorite things, being an old history major, is that in that major, what do? You write papers. Like you're basically writing long-form papers. That's the name of the game. Every single course. So you take 4 or 5 courses a semester. Every single one of them. This paper, that paper. So you're writing 5, 6, 8 papers each, for the different courses over the course of a semester. And I laugh because you could tell the folks that were not comfortable with it and getting used to it. It's like, all right, so how long is it going to be? 12, 15 pages. Some of them 20 pages, 25 pages. And then as you get later on in your thing, you're into the 30s and whatever. But the thing is, you're not just writing. You have to cite. It's got to be cited information. Like you're pulling from all these resources and then cite it appropriately. Yep. But now we're in the era of social media where it's like, oh man, you didn't write me a novel. And it's like barely half a paragraph. And I'm like, dude, I used to do like 3-page preambles.
There you go.
Like, right. It's a 3-page to set the stage for the main paper. And you're talking to me about like half a paragraph.
If something is really interesting, I don't know how many paragraphs was it, Eric? Like 8 small ones, that took about how long to it. It was a 5-minute read. But, when you're reading something like that, you're hoping that it's intriguing enough that the time passes so fast that you wish there was more to the article. You wish it was longer. Because I do that too. When I'm reading something for the first time and it's cool, I'm just like, oh, is that it? But, I summed it up pretty good. But it was very interesting how I was talking about the Stanley Cup card. And that no other sport, which is really interesting, has done any other trophies, prior to 1990, I would say. There's no cards. Whereas,
I was going to say there is a Lombardi Trophy one somewhere in the early 90s.
Yeah, prior to the 90s. So
no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know there's the Stanley Cup card. There's the the Pro Set, and then you have the Lombardi Pro Set, that flashy one. Those are all there, but there's nothing emblematically done for the other sports. I was sitting there, football, I was in baseball, basketball, no, nothing. And the Stanley Cup card comes out in 1924. It also, it's in the Beehives also, all the trophies, and it's also in another issue in 1963. It was in chocolate bars. And then there's obviously some through the 70s there. Some beautiful ones, 69, 77, 71 too.
I collect it. Yeah.
And no other sport has that. And I think that's what makes ours, the Stanley Cup, so distinct in a personal way. So.
That's fair. The 70-71 I'm very familiar with because I remember seeing that card a number of times. That was definitely
72, 3. They did a run of 4 or 5 years, just the Stanley Cup, not with the Stanley Cup, anybody with it. That's always kind of.
And I think in 70-71, I think they did a couple of the trophies, if memory serves me.
Yeah.
I think they had a couple of cards for the trophy, including
69, 70, and 70, 71, 71, 2, 72, 3, and it ended there. And then it was Stanley Cup champions, and they would just put a group of people holding the trophy. But other than that, no. Yeah.
Right on.
Well, I collect any card that has the Stanley Cup on it, I grab. Now, there are some that are more valuable with, and I have another part of my collection, but, these are kind of the cheaper ones, but anything with the cup on it, I tend to pick up and
Oh, there's your 73. See, that's the one. Yeah, there we go. 73 OPG or tops.
Here's one with Larry Robinson with the cup.
Yeah, that's nice. 77, I think.
Here's a bunch with Lemieux, Tom Barrasso.
Yeah, we're in the 90s there.
His like Messier. But yeah, anytime I see a card with the Stanley Cup on it, I grab it.
Yeah, it's kind of neat.
There you go.
But they don't have that in baseball.
No,
they don't carry it around. They don't get to bring it home. They
I think I will say
out of
I believe Stadium Club has had a few photos. Like it's been very select few because Stadium Club is known for its photography, so they do pick and choose some pictures. And I feel like in the past I might have seen a handful with the World Series trophy, but it's very rare. It's very very specific. Dufix of Life here, just posing a question here. Any thoughts of the Aaron Rodgers discount double check to the injury report? I prefer to think about it as he embraced the darkness. He just said himself, "Hello, darkness, my old friend." So, it is what it is. My thoughts? I cackled really hard. I cackled, and then I went to Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it now, and I saw people making darkness jokes. And, and it warmed my heart. It filled my heart with gladness. Took away all my sadness. It eased my troubles. That's what it did.
That's what we do. That was really good. You didn't just laugh. You cackled.
Oh, absolutely. Straight cackling. Straight cackling. Now, in fairness, as a Packer fan, it is unfortunate. Look, there's two things. Number one, and then I did talk about this with somebody. I don't remember if I did it on the podcast or not. Well, actually, I might have done it on the podcast as well. So I wanted to have a couple of weeks of making darkness jokes. Like I actually wanted a little longer runtime on this gag. Like you took it away so quickly. Like it's like, yeah, look, I'm still going to cackle. Let's not get this wrong. I'm still going to cackle. But we could have doled this out a little bit at a time. There could have been some jokes. Had a little fun with it. It's kind of anticlimactic. Mm-hmm. At the end of the day, it is what it is, but it's anticlimactic. Now, I will say from the Packers' perspective, because he won't make 65 or 70% of the snaps, I forget what the condition was. There was a condition. There would have been an additional first-round draft pick for the Packers had he actually played, most of the season. So obviously they lost out on that. So unfortunately, it's a bit of a lose-lose. I don't have any problem with the Jets. It's funny to me. It amuses me. And in the end, the Jets still won that game because they actually have a half-decent team. Like, they're not terrible. But obviously now they're going to struggle. Like, Zach Wilson's not a good quarterback. So it's a situation where, like, I guess.
1-0.
Yeah, well, there you go. But I think though, and we did talk about this a little bit. Again, while amusing in a karmic way with Aaron Rodgers, doing the things that he does, I think it being on 9/11 when they're having a game in New York and he literally runs out with the flag and does the whole thing. It's like it's a bit of a kick in the junk for the Jets fans. And being an NFC guy, I don't have a personal problem with the Jets fans. If anything, if I was going to dislike a New York team, I'd probably dislike the Giants more because they actually beat my team in the playoffs. So I have more objection to them. I don't really have a beef with the Jets. So they're just randomly getting kicked in the junk. Look, again, I laughed. But it's not
cackled.
From a perspective. Yeah, cackled, absolutely. But it's not from a perspective of like, oh, I hate the Jets and I'm happy that they. It's like I don't really have a problem with the Jets. But it sucks for them. It's unfortunate. So I don't know. So here's the one: Professor Sports Cards. Okay, fair enough. So that's the YouTube channel he was referring to. Fair enough. So the answer was 4 for the Stan Mikita question.
Okay.
Haven't had the chance to read the latest one yet, but did a great job on those, Bobby. Thank you, name. You wish it was long, Eric? ...
Now, again, I'm going to find this guy. All right? I'm going to find this dirty troll who has nothing better to do than to come here every Friday night and for some reason attack me. All right? I don't know if I know this person, if I've insulted them in some way.
Are you trying to claim, Eric, am I understanding you correctly? Are you attempting to claim to us that you are a man of peace?
I try to be.
Tread carefully, sir. Tread very carefully.
But I don't understand why I'm being singled out by this person, why I'm being verbally abused and attacked every single week. And I'm getting a little tired of it. And he is going to get his comeuppance. I assure you of that. Come
after you escape in prison?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that will have to happen first, yes.
that would be I think a precursor to anything else that you want to attempt to do. Yes. Tom here says, if only you collected Modern Eric, you could collect the new Stanley Cup cards yearly with the SP surprise hit Stay with the Cup. That is true.
Yeah,
Justin says,
if they come into the shop and I see one, and they're not,
So here's the question: past 2000, was there any cups singled out? Or
well, so you mean the cup without anybody in it, without anybody else in the photo?
Yeah, dedicated to it itself.
Fair question. I think that's a fair question.
Anything past 2000, maybe even 2010, I guess. It's like it goes through stages, and then they realize.
It would surprise me if maybe one of the. I feel like Collector's Choice would have been a good candidate for that. I just don't know if they did, but I feel like it would be a good candidate for it. It'd be like an obvious card for them to do. I just don't know if they did.
Yeah. Interesting.
So Justin says here, I love how Bobby goes off the mainstream path in the history of hockey. The value of everything comes to the surface. There you go, Justin. If only you collected. Oh, we read that one already. This should be a regular segment. Binder pages with Eric. There you go, Paul. Jeff here. Good evening. Hello, everyone. Good evening, Jeff. Zach here. As someone who doesn't love or hate Aaron Rodgers, it just sucks. Always hate the Stars getting injured, which is fair. That's what I mean. Like, I think it's a fair. Again, for personal reasons and being a horrible person, my cackling is on brand. Right. But from a football watching perspective, it does rob us of some potential entertainment. That's a missed opportunity for all of us collectively. And I think somebody made an excellent point in one of the podcasts I was listening to. Like, even if you don't like the Jets, even if you don't like Aaron Rodgers, watching him play and them lose like a critical game would be far more entertaining than him just losing his, losing. Just getting injured in the first series. You don't even get a chance to see any, nothing really got a chance to happen. You didn't even get off the starting block. Correct. So maybe they play and they get to a critical game and they make a critical mistake or throws a critical interception or something. Then you get the full Schadenfreude experience. Even if you don't like the guy and you want the Schadenfreude experience, this is very unsatisfying. You got an appetizer and you missed out on the whole meal. No good.
It's not good for football. It's not good for the league. It's not good, for the publicity of the league, for this to have one of their superstars go down 4 plays in. For any sports franchise to be successful, I guess any league to be successful, New York has to have a successful team, has to be a story, it has to have a spotlight on it. They can suck. I mean, the Yankees suck this year. Well, that's the storyline. The Yankees suck. And people are sitting around in bars and swearing and complaining that the Yankees suck.
And the people that don't like the Yankees get to enjoy it.
Right. So there has to be something going on in New York.
It's the Schrodinger's cat thing.
Yeah, right? There you go. So it would have been better for the NFL for him to be there. Whether he sucked, whether he played well, it would have been better for football all around, if he was there. Also, when New York traveled, now they're going to fill up all the away stadiums because people want to see him play.
Yeah, and I think that, like I said, if you like the guy, you're missing out. If you didn't like the guy, you're missing out. And if you just wanted some compelling storylines, you're missing out. So, like I said, there is no real winner in this because you're missing out on a whole bunch of interesting storylines that you're being deprived of. Because it could have been interesting to see what happens with it. Again, it could have been disastrous. And also, given the fact that he's 39 going on 40, it's a long rehab process. Yeah. We'll see. For now, we'll have to see. Early indications are maybe he tried give it a go. But rehab is hard. And if you're already towards the end of your career, do you want to go through the process? Because it's going to take him the better part of a year to try to get back. So, do you fight through this to try to give it one more go so your career doesn't end that way? Or are you content with all the money you've made and everything else you've already accomplished and just, you know what? This is bad luck. It was a sign from the heavens. It's time to hang it up and be done with it.
I don't see how he comes back. That's just my opinion.
It'd be tough. It'd be tough at best.
I don't see
that's what I mean. So unfortunately we didn't get a satisfying conclusion because if we follow with his predecessor, he was following the Favrean path, the Favrean path. He actually got injured in the Jets as well, but he played badly down the stretch. He got hurt, but then he came back and played for the Vikings and actually had a pretty good season, and it ended disastrously. But you got a chance to see the whole story play out. So it actually played out. They got it to an NFC championship and lost in Minnesota. So they were one game away from the Super Bowl. But you got a chance to see this whole story play out. That whole last portion of Favre's career was fun because you got the chance to see like the highs and the lows and one more shot at redemption, maybe one more shot at glory. Fell short, but at least you got a chance to see it. We got a chance to actually watch it play out.
And he was in the MVP talks
But that year, yeah.
in Minnesota.
Yeah.
I mean, he had one of his best career years in his last year. Or second.
Which made it fun. Which
I
made it
don't
fun.
know which one. He played
His last year wasn't that great, but the point is he had one last hurrah. He had one more year where he was kind of the guy that he had been. So, but that was fun. It was a fun ride to follow, is the point that I'm making. So regardless of whether you wanted to root against him, it was fun that you got a chance to watch him in a playoff game and root against him. You got that opportunity. So, and we were kind of robbed that opportunity. So if you wanted to cheer for him, you were robbed the opportunity. You wanted to cheer against him, you were robbed the opportunity. We didn't get a chance to do either. Very
the guys who
unsatisfying.
are 40 now, it's like they're at their top peak performance enhancing drug. Top peak condition, you know. So 40 isn't so bad as a regular 40-year-old who's been sitting back and watching TV and whatever.
Well, it also helps that the quarterbacks do get very protected now. It
Yes,
is a
they do.
very different sport for the quarterback. Like if somebody breathes on them a little bit hard, a flag comes out.
The Manko Gretzky, yes.
Yeah, so there is more protection, so they feel a little safer being back there, and like because in the old days, like they were getting killed. So if you wanted to complete that pass, you're about to get eviscerated. If you stand there and wait for the guy to get open and complete this pass, right after that ball leaves your hand, someone's about to kill you.
If you don't get along with your front lineman, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They'll just do the
followed
olay.
Yeah.
I followed the 1924 Stanley Cup card auction a few years ago when it hit 1,000 halfway through. I missed the boat years earlier. True.
Yeah, they don't come up too often. So I did say in there, dare I say, a short print. It's kind of interesting. I got two people who got back to me and they laughed and they said, dare I say? And I went, okay, yeah, good enough. Because, I don't use that term too loosely. So I don't really like putting short print or salesman sample into things. But sometimes I said, dare I say? So I didn't really say it, but did I say it? I don't know.
Paul says,
everything, right?
True. I feel it comes back because the darkness told him to. You get it, Paul.
Well, until he believes in a thing called love, he'll never find success.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Oh, you gotta start your own show on that one.
That's all I'm saying. Tom says, so check out at Bobby Burrell. Those are just the last page of ComC when you search Stanley Cup real quick. I'm sure you'll be able to tell which version and know more which you're looking at. Oh, so he's saying directing at you for ComC. Gotcha. Okay. Zach here says, if Roger retires, no one's going to question Green Bay again when they give him a QB. They just have done it earlier. I as a Packer owner, I was ready to vote him off the island and take him away. By the way, I wanted to do it after he'd won an MVP. The value was higher. You would have gotten even more. Never mind. Kamikaze says, and I feel that, and I want to say this was an intentional typo. Kamikaze says, eerily similar to Vinny Testicle-Verdi.
He finished his career in the Patriots, I think.
Yeah, I remember something like that. But he was good. I want to say he was good for the Jets for a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where there are certain franchises though that have been snake bit when it comes to quarterbacks. They just have some bad luck. That's why the Justin Fields thing didn't surprise me. The Bears are really bad at getting quarterbacks. They're like, think about this. Oh, but the Bears won the Super Bowl in '85. Yeah, who was the quarterback? I think it was Jim McMahon.
Yes. They beat
He's not a great quarterback. To be clear, like he was not a great quarterback at all.
Yeah.
And like, okay,
Sometimes.
and go look at the history outside of that. Like, who's the next best quarterback after that?
Sometimes you just have great teams that play well together, and you have a strong defense. Your
Correct.
offense doesn't have to be as good.
But that was the '85 Bears in a nutshell. It was like, don't ruin this for us. Don't screw it up. It was like the 2000 Baltimore Ravens. 2000 Baltimore Ravens was Trent Dilfer. Now, Trent Dilfer wasn't an awful quarterback earlier in his career. He had moments, like he demonstrated some talent, but he also played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who were perennially awful. And by the time he got to Baltimore, he wasn't the key piece. His job was like, drive, drive the car. Just don't drive us off the road. Just keep it in the lane. That's all you got to do. Keep it in the lane. We'll take care of the rest. And he got a Super Bowl ring out of it, so everybody wins.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing I have that I don't like about the other two sports, baseball and football, is that, you know, at least in hockey we have playoffs and we have series, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals, and then Stanley Cup. So we have, you know, a lot of play going on, a lot of games going on, where you're really seeing who's performing the best at that peak performance. Whereas, you know, the Super Bowl, you get there and you play the next East wins, West wins, done, one game, done, over. Baseball, you know, at least they do have some series, but it's basically the two finishing when teams go against each other. So I think we have a little bit better breakdown and more excitement in our playoffs than in the other sports.
Yeah,
basketball
it gives you an opportunity to have one bad game and it not defining everything.
Yeah,
it gives you a chance to come back. Yeah,
exactly.
You know, a guy that strikes me for this, Eric. A guy that I think about for this, Cam Newton. That one Super Bowl.
I don't like to think of Cam Newton.
No, but he that one Super Bowl that he got to was a complete disaster. Like it could right down to the fact that he didn't chase after that fumble and like it was just. But once things started to go south, it went south fast. And this is a guy who was an MVP in the league at one point, and like it never recovered. He never recovered reputationally. It never recovered anything. He's
still thinking about that right now.
Mm-hmm. And it was, but think about it. It's one bad day that then kind of defines you and holds you back. Again, you know, we can make fun of and tease, but you know, as much irritation the Patriots have, like Matt Ryan has to still have reoccurring nightmares about 28-3, and the Atlanta Falcons have never lived that down. The jokes and the memes will never die.
But Ryan shouldn't feel bad about that game. He put 28 points up. But
that's the point, Eric. That's the point. He goes. I did what I was in the back of his mind. He's got to be thinking, I did what I was supposed to do.
Yeah.
What the hell happened? And he probably has to sit there and he goes like, we did everything we were supposed to do.
Here's the thing: if hockey was like the other sports, so let's say we did even have the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals. So if you only won one game, played one game against each team, the Stanley Cup would be so random at the end. The Leafs would probably won it 15 times already. You know, if it was just played one game, move on, played one game, move on. You know, that's where the series help really break it down and see who's who, really.
But all I'll say is, think about how many of the players on that Atlanta Falcons team would offer their souls right now for a do-over.
One time.
Literally, just give me back that fourth quarter and let me try it again.
I'll eat the jar of mayonnaise. Give me a chance.
Whatever we got to do. Give me one more crack at that fourth quarter. Let me try it again, and it will not happen again. Because you could rerun that back 1,000 times, and I don't think we would get that outcome again. You could run it 1,000 more times. It wouldn't happen.
It can ruin the rest of your life in a sense of, you know, so for some people with, you know, low self-esteem, so to speak.
Yeah, but it's one of those guys, and Matt Ryan is hung with that. Even though, like, again, to your point, is it really his fault? No. Did he have a couple of plays he probably would like back from the fourth quarter, especially?
Yeah, his job.
But he wasn't the only one. Like it wasn't his. But you know what the problem? You know what the thing is, Eric? Speaking of snake bit, he was with the Colts when they blew, I want to say, a 33-point lead. It was something like that. Like it was the greatest regular season comeback. Yeah. And Matt Ryan's got to be sitting there like, what did I do? Yeah. Who did I anger? Why?
What did I do in a former life to deserve this?
It's gonna be like, look, I apologize. Whatever it is, Indian burial ground. I don't know. Like, what are we doing here? I apologize to everyone, everything, anyone.
Matt Ryan is a really good quarterback. I don't think I'd be surprised if he makes the Hall of Fame, but he would make the Hall of really, really good.
Well, he had an MVP season too. Like he was an MVP in the league that year.
I mean, he's in his prime. There wasn't many better.
It's just interesting, though. To Bobby's point, though, it is interesting how one game defined you.
Yep.
He was an MVP that season. In theory, had it played out the way you would expect it to play out, then afterwards, what happens with it is, if it had played out, you won the MVP, You win the Super Bowl, you probably win the Super Bowl MVP, and it's a
Oh,
Cinderella
oh,
ending to like a beautiful season where everything went the way like, and Atlanta wins its first
Whatever you
Super
do the rest
Bowl.
of your career doesn't matter.
Yeah, and they build you a statue in Atlanta.
Pretty
Like
much.
all the pieces were in place.
and
Everything
you
was
beat the
on track.
Patriots,
Yeah.
and you beat Tom Brady, and there's an extra, shine on your ring if you're able to do that. And I
Yeah,
think
but that's what I
maybe
mean. Like it was all there. Like it was there for the taking. And like I said, in a quiet moment when he's thinking about it, he's got to be thinking like how
Matt
close he
Ryan
was.
that Super Bowl, he might make the Hall of Fame.
I think so.
It's sort of like McDavid right now. It's like if he sticks with Edmonton, he's not going to go anywhere. I don't see Edmonton coming back doing anything. They've had the powerhouse players. They just can't do it. They have no goaltending and defense anyway.
goalie.
Sort of like the Leafs, but anyway.
If they get a
If
legitimate
they had 5
goalie.
first-round draft picks and they still can't do it, something's wrong.
you have the most offensive team in the league. Get a freaking goalie.
I'd
That's
say that's
all.
the Leafs.
Just get a freaking goalie.
The Leafs are almost the same.
Good evening, Stuke. So here, Paul's just saying, speaking of Marino, well, we're talking about Marino, but conceptually same concept. He's still defined by what if, true. What if he beats the San Francisco in that? He would have beaten the actual GOAT. But yeah, if he had beaten them in that Super Bowl, it would have been a different thing for him in 1984. Because in 1984, he had a historic season that redefined the position. And that could have been the exclamation point on it had things played out the way he wanted them to play out.
Just thing about Marino is it took Brady and Manning are the ones that beat all his records.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, Dan Marino back then when quarterbacks could actually get hit and weren't protected as much from the league and all that. Marino played in a different era and put those numbers up.
Well, I think
when
one of the key things,
wide
though, and I
receivers getting their bells rung, and you could smack them the entire way down. And now it's like 5-yard rule. You're only allowed to touch them. The game was much harder back then, and Marino was still able to put those numbers up. Can you imagine what Marino would do now when he's completely?
Well, that's the thing, yeah. But here's the funny thing, though: the way the game has changed, Marino's. So let's use passing yards. We got the touchdown record as well, but passing yards wise, Marino is now 8th. When he retired, he was 1st. Now he's been passed by 7 players. So you got Brady, you got Breeze, you got Manning. 3 logical choices. Makes sense. There's your 1, 2, 3. But then 4 is my homie. Obviously. He retired with the record when he retired. So obviously then the guys passed him. But here's 3 names you may not expect that are also ahead of Marino. Ben Roethlisberger, 1.
That's shocking.
Phillip Rivers, and Matt Ryan.
Not those last 2 aren't as shocking, but shocking anyway.
Yeah, but technically Marino is now 8th all time. Now here's an interesting one. A quick side note from our earlier conversation tonight. Number 9 all time in passing yards, and if he cannot escape the darkness, he will not pass. Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers has 59,000 passing yards. And if he had a normal season this year,
Right.
he would have passed Dan Marino.
Yeah.
Dang.
Well, that steps us into hockey and Ovechkin. What's going to do this year?
It'll be interesting. Yeah. He's still a couple of years away, though. Even if things go really well, he's still a
Well,
couple
I
of years
think
away.
how this year turns out means either he's 2 or 3 years away, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
So
if he has a great year, mid next year, he's breaking the record.
Yeah, I think right now the watch is already on, but I
So
think
when do you sell?
Ooh.
When do you buy?
I think you should have already bought. If you were going to do the buying,
You
should have already
sell
done it.
when he's like 3 goals away.
No,
I think even before that. I think
you got to
maybe
sell
when you're
before that because the
maybe when you're
onslaught
about-
is there.
Yeah, I think when you feel like the media coverage is now counting each individual goal, like when you're right at the end, even if you're like 10, 15 goals away, but they're counting like every night, they're like cutting to him getting closer and closer.
Oh, like when Maguire was cheating and doing his thing, and they would break into your TV show.
Completely legitimately with vitamins.
Put
With
Maguire
vitamins.
down in the corner, or just shut your whatever you were watching off, and you had to watch baseball.
Eric, I am offended that you would question the integrity of Mark McGuire and his vitamins. He said his prayers. He ate his vitamins, brother. All
Yeah, I know.
legit.
I
legit.
apologize. We're not here to talk about the past.
Correct.
Or
Bob
Hulk.
Jackson says we still talk about how Brady's overrated. Always.
But I think you're right, Carlos. I think the key number for probably the height of the marketplace will be the 15 countdown.
Give or take, yeah.
You know, it depends on when it is in the season, but I'm just saying, if it's like halfway through the season, he needs 15, that's going to be very interesting. And that's when the height of that card will probably reach in between the 15 to 5. At that point, everyone's flooding.
Yeah. Especially if it feels like he is scoring. Like if he's in a protracted slump or something, that's going to hurt. But if it feels like if he's marching towards it, and you're following it, and everybody's watching every night to see if tonight he scored, but he is like scoring goals here and there, creeping towards it. If you feel like it's coming and it's actually happening, then I think that'll give people that they'll try to time it. There'll be somebody who's been sitting there going like, all right, I'm going to sell it when he's like 2 goals away, and by that point you should already be out. By that point you should already be out, and you sell it to that guy. Let him give it a try.
No, and then when he scores that goal, don't buy. It's the worst.
Exactly.
It'll be the lowest because they'll come up from everywhere.
After, exactly. By that point, it's already baked in. You're done.
Do either one of you have any Ovechkin cards at all?
I already sold them.
I have none. I don't even have a base card.
I had two rookies at one point, and I sold them for comfortably more than what I bought them for, many multiples. But I bought them. I bought them before he scored 600. So like you had plenty of room and time at that time. If you had bought even when he was 500 plus, he was still so far away that nobody was even really thinking about it yet. You still had plenty of time and plenty of room there for a nice little window of time.
The answer is no for me, of course.
I do not own anything Ovechkin. There's nothing in this house that has.
You would have made a lot of money actually at this point in time if you would have went in when Ovechkin was coming close.
Yeah.
To maybe even coming to obtain that record in that he would play long enough. That would be a great time to buy because now, what's his card worth now? Just the generic ones. I can't even remember how much it is. It's just ridiculous.
I'll see if I can find the Young Gun because the Young Gun is the
Yeah,
one
the Young
everybody
Gun,
always looks at.
Yeah, that's
so that I'll see if I can pull that one up here.
Yeah, because there was a time there everyone's going, yeah, well, he's going to get close to the record. Well, if he plays that long, la la la. And actually, now it's like 4 or 5 years now. It's like, yeah. I think ever since pandemic, really.
The fact is he's at 822, so it's about as good an opportunity as anybody. Yep. He's at least within. Look, nobody even thought he would get this far. The fact he's even this close is
played
impressive.
This long, yeah.
It's,
let alone.
And again, remember, we also have to bear in mind he did not play in the 80s. He did not play in the 90s. He did not get to take advantage of any of that stuff. So that entire era was like a cheat code for offense, and he didn't get the benefit of any of it. Sidney Crosby is his contemporary, and he's not even close. The gap between the two, and he was a great player, and the gap between the two guys goal wise is ridiculous. Like if you really think about it, and it's not like Sidney Crosby was bad at scoring goals. No, so right now the Young Gun is hovering right around $4,500, give or take.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was about $3,000, but yeah. Okay, now it's went up.
Solid. Yeah,
is that sold or is that currently asked price?
That's sold. That's sold.
Okay,
and that's in the last 3 month period. I don't have the extended one to look past back, but it's definitely done well.
Well, let's
you were
use
able
that
to
as
get
a
that
marker.
card much cheaper way back in the day.
Let's use that as a marker going forward, and we'll see what happens.
That is fair. So Victor here. Good evening. Good evening, gents. Looks like Bobby's made a comeback. I see. Love it. Good stuff, Victor. If I just have a goalie to trade, I'll open that up for the chat. Sounds like Marino was about the dollar bills. He stayed with the franchise. He probably should have gone somewhere else. He would have had an opportunity, I think. It's a better game with open passing, though. I wouldn't disagree with that. I get it. Obviously, some folks like 3 yards in a cloud of dust. I like offense, so I'm never going to argue about offense. What about era adjusted yards? Is that a thing? I'm sure somebody could put it together. Stuke says, will they ever count WHA records and NHL records? No, it's a different league. But I think you respect the fact, though. There are certain players that I don't think it hurts them. I think it enhances the overall presentation. I think if you look at Bobby Hall scored over 900 goals when you add up the 2 leagues. But he was already a great in the NHL. Like, he had proved himself. He was a great. Gordie Howe was a great in the NHL and also in his 40s, well into his 40s, he was playing well in the WHA. He was just a great player. But that league had a lot of offense. But there's certain guys that are kind of an interesting case where obviously the fact that WHA is not regarded in the same level are interesting. I think Mark Tardif.
Mark
He was
Tardif.
a player who did extremely well in the WHA. Like if you go look at the WHA stats,
Robbie Fatorik.
that's
He
another
was
one.
great.
He was great in the WHA.
Phoenix Roadrunners, yeah.
Yeah, but if you go look at the offense that these guys put up in the WHA, like it's crazy. But then obviously because we're not counting them as NHL numbers, we're not treating them anywhere the same. It's like
You can't.
you're
though.
almost throwing away this entire thing, even though some NHL players were playing in that league.
You have some great NHL players that are in the league, but the other guys were like 2 tiers down.
Yeah,
They
and that's
couldn't
the point.
make the NHL. So you're talking, you're playing here, and then you got all these other guys down here. So, Cheevers went there, 1970. What was it?
3.
3. So he's like 10 years in, right?
Yeah. Well, a bunch of the other legends were already at the tail end. That's why I use Bobby Hall as an example. Bobby Hall had already done most of his damage in the NHL. I think he
They
came
were
back
looking for
1 year for
status
Hartford.
more than anything else.
Yeah, he came 1 more year for Hartford, and he obviously had the $1 million contract. So for him, it was financial.
And what team did he officially retire with?
Hartford.
Jets?
Nope.
Oh, wasn't it was it Vancouver?
Nope. New York Rangers. He was in their training camp.
Oh,
Was he? Oh,
Yep.
okay. Wait, are you counting training camp really? Okay.
He signed he had
we
to sign
counted the WHA, so why not?
I
right?
guess so.
You had to sign
Right.
something to be in the training camp, right?
All right. Let me get caught up in a couple of
He's like,
comments,
yeah,
and
this
then we'll
isn't-
bring somebody on. Hang tight. Football guys wouldn't allow Rogers to pass the goat. I assume you're thinking Marino, because otherwise he wasn't close to passing the overall passing yards. No worries. If he had been far removed from his peers in 2006, he was in 84. He led the league in pass attempts that season. 2016 produced the 673. Marino 673 passing attempts, and with those rates, he puts up 6,144 yards. Somebody paraded it. I like it. TLDR, Marino is a top tier QB. Absolutely, 100%. Gretzky played against plumbers and others with Eric's talents. Dang. Name says, what's the bottom of Eric's cap say? All I care about is mountain biking and like maybe donuts, mayo, question mark.
And you're
Three
not
people.
one of them, you son of a bitch.
When you're good, Brad, just give me a thumbs up.
And neither's Brad.
Good evening, Mr. Harland. How are you?
Great. What a great shirt.
2 people that I hate the most, Name and Brad, at the same time. This day
Hey,
sucks.
be careful, Eric. He's a director now. He's going to direct some people to
He's
go take care of you.
He's the official director of Jackassery for PSA.
Nice.
I love it.
So-
I can't wait till I convince Eric to do his first submission.
I know it's going to be crazy. So, Brad, we did chat a little bit about the announcement a little earlier in the night. So we did touch on it briefly. I also directed some people to go check out the channel, the video we did. So some people have already started picking up on it. So I want to quickly read. Did you get a chance to listen to any of the show prior?
No, like the last 10 minutes. I just got
That's fine,
back
that's fine.
from the
I want to quickly recap a couple of quick points. So, and actually, I'll add one more thing. So, AMG Collectibles just relaunched tonight. So that's a quick point I want to make, a little highlight point.
Congratulations.
And
buddy.
we can touch on that a little bit.
Yeah,
Obviously, if you check out the
I've been through a lot with the flood and all that. And so congratulations. You must be exhausted.
I am. I admit it. I don't like to admit it, but yes, I am.
Well, congratulations anyways.
you were running on fumes yesterday when we were talking. That's why it was hilarious. It's like I didn't say like I just wasn't. I was going to leave it open to you if you wanted to hop on for a little bit.
Yeah,
That's why I
yeah.
want to hit a couple of quick points just so we can touch on them right off the top, and then hang out as much or as little as you like. So real quick off the top, number one, I want to acknowledge AMG Collectibles reopening after everything. So awesome, fantastic. They're going to be doing their monthly card show coming up here shortly, so that'll be coming up and it'll be something to discuss down the road. AMG Collectibles has got a new YouTube channel. We did talk about that on the video I did with Brad. We also congratulated Brad on the new position, officially under collectors and all that. The PSA Canada is under collectors officially, so that's going to be separation of church and state. I'm out of that, so I'm going to be working with the AMG folks on other things. So that'll be its own deal. And then Brad is going to be focusing a lot of his attention on that portion of the business and building that up. And then for folks that like Luke and Kevin and those guys, they're authorized dealers, so they'll still be around. I may invite them into some things down the road because we've got unfinished business. There's a cheese string of mine out there with my name on it. And Luke, he's been making Jason Robertson predictions, and we're going to hold him accountable. We're going to hold that man accountable. And the other point I made is that Brad would still be here again as evidence tonight.
Absolutely. 100%. It wouldn't change anything.
So I wanted to make sure we hit on those high levels. So high level points. So Brad, just off the top, I'm going to get a quick refill, but say as much or as little as you'd like to say, just anything you'd like to add. We already covered a lot of it. And I won't even talk about Alec Manoa. I'll spare you that because I'm a good person.
I seen Paul. I seen that little comment down there. Don't worry,
Brad. I literally saw a YouTube video where somebody look. It's not looking good for our buddy Alec. It's not looking good.
No, and now from what I'm hearing, I don't like him right now. If this is true,
he quit. He quit.
Exactly.
He has a AAA assignment and he didn't show up to work.
I agree.
He's like Eric. Now, at least Eric is trapped in a prison, but he's not going. He didn't go to work. No bueno, Brad. Not looking good, buddy. Not looking good.
Brad likes everybody.
There you go. You know, I will start too by starting off. Bobby, great articles.
Thanks.
Yeah, awesome. Great job. I definitely got to throw compliments to you. I have nothing to say about Eric, obviously. I try, I think, but yeah, I got nothing. Yeah, so we'll start out. Then we'll go back to the beginning.
Okay.
Yeah, so I kind of covered everything last night. It's finally official. It's only been a year. Me, Bobby, Eric, we've talked about it many times, and my lips were kind of sealed, but I hinted around we knew what was coming. It just was a matter of time. So I'm very excited for the new role, and I'm hoping that I can, I'm not going to go into this thinking I can change the world or do different things, but one thing that I can do is take all the feedback that I get from being a collector for 30 plus years and having 40. Change that. Almost 40 years now. But take stuff that
I was gonna say, Brad, I'm sorry. If I'm 30 plus, you gotta bump it up a little bit.
I had to change that. I thought about
And
it
I'm 50 plus
I
years, so watch out, right?
Right. But take the feedback from all the great, I was going to say all the great guests on this show, all our great friends on this show, in the comments, etc. And Bobby, I know you are a wealth of knowledge, and you've suggested lots of things in the past, and I think you're an asset to the hobby. And I think there's many things that we can, when I get feedback from you on things, I think I can help make PSA better. And I truly believe that. And it's not just by me, but it's with my network of people and a wealth of knowledge, and knowledge is power. And I'm very excited. And I think I have a seat at the table. I've got some great guys. I talked many times about Ryan Miller, who's head of strategy at PSA, who, he's a brilliant guy. He's smart. He gets it. They've got some very talented people, and I'm excited to work with them. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
Let me touch on a couple of quick points because I did off the top. So a lot of the bullet points I gave earlier tonight were based off the conversation we had in the channel. I'll include a link in the description for folks to check out on the replay. That's Brad and me literally talking through this exact thing. So based off of the announcement as well. So a couple of quick points. Again, the network of dealers, of which I mentioned already, Kevin, Luke, and others will be part of that. So more information in the coming days. The social medias are all under Collectors Power and Control. So I want to make that emphasis as well. So that's going to be part of it. And the other piece of the puzzle is going to be that on-site grading will be coming to the expo. Brad and I talked about that. I didn't reveal too much, Brad, but I did say that I think it'll be a very competitive offering, and I think people will be pleased, especially if you compare it to other offerings for on-site grading in other places. So that's kind of the way that I phrased it, just to leave it open-ended, and we'll leave the announcement and everything to you guys when the time is right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's the thing I'm most excited about is the on-site grading in November.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, and I put myself out there to make this happen, and we discussed numbers. At the end of the day, it's never happened before. So you base it off not the national numbers, and other times they did on site, and what are we going to have be in the first, and what's the market like? What's the market going to the demand? Who really knows? Like, who knows for sure though? Like when you're putting out numbers, I've heard rumors forever. Oh, this company did this company did that. But I'm quite confident we will hit the numbers and the targets. I mean, it's a huge expense. There's I don't know if there's 50 people coming up. Like when you start to put that to scale, like it's a big operation. Let's just say it that way. And
I did want to ask a question that Bobby presented that I thought was a good question.
Team of people.
It is.
Yeah.
Now, I did want to pose a question to you that Bobby actually brought up that I think was a fair one, and we can touch on it more in coming days.
Yeah.
Is it going to, obviously you're going to have the graders and folks from PSA who have to be part of that operation. In order to do on-site grading, you need the graders, you need the machines, you need all that stuff. Is it going to be a little bit of a mix and match of your new team that you're building out with some of the folks that work in PSA Canada and obviously the folks that need to come up in order to make this operation happen? A little bit of an all-star team, a combo of these people. How is that going to look like at high level?
Yeah. So for now, the PSA Canada team is myself. I am the only employee of PSA in Canada. We have a contract in place with who's going to be Lloyd here in Halifax, who's going to help with submissions coming into the office, who's been helping me at PSA Canada, and Sherry's going to assist on the accounting end as contract workers. But that's the team for now. So the team before, that's always how it was. I had Kevin and Luke, who are both now authorized dealers with PSA. And also we've added in all kinds of other great dealers across the country. They're not there yet. Right now I don't want to make sure I mess this up, but I think it's 7. There's 7 authorized dealers in Canada right now. So we want to build that network up. Maybe there's going to be 25. 30 authorized dealers right across the country to make it easy for people to submit cards. So, if you're in Winnipeg, maybe we have someone in Winnipeg that you can drop off a store, go to your local hobby shop, and they can submit the cards. And we're going to train them how to ship across the border if they want to submit direct. If they want to submit to us in Halifax, they can do that. But I want to make it easy for people to submit direct themselves right to California and back. So
you're no longer going to be the main hub, so to speak.
Correct. Yeah. So it's to give people the option. There's still the people that, will happily take the submissions here.
And there is a submission center that's going to be based out of Nova Scotia. That's going to be part of the deal.
So we go, we have it. And I know that's a lot of the questions that we've seen. People are like, well, why would it be in Ontario? Why would it be central? Logistics, the way things work now, it really doesn't make a difference. And I'm a firm believer of that. Like I ship a package that we talked about it many times. It leaves here at 4 p.m. on the East Coast, and at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning in Santa Ana, that package is at the doorstep of PSA. So also the other thing is we subleased a space from AMG Collectibles we have a full vault. We have offices. We have all that stuff already completely done and ready to roll. So we were going to go, before I joined the team at Collectors, we were going to roll out and have a vault as PSA Canada, as a group sub. We were going to have the best vault in the business, the best offices. That's what we were expanding for. So now to have Collectors part of it, it's awesome. It's great. And I really want to emphasize being a group submitter, and Baubles being a group submitter in the US. And some people don't understand the advantages of using a group submitter, but there's all kinds out there. So I want to make
sure. Just so we're clear, Baubles a group submitter for SGC.
And
there's a little bit. I wanted to make clear because Baubles
There's a difference.
I want to make sure. Baubles is a good friend. I want to make sure we're clear. Again, we're still going to have the same people on here as before, because I never tied myself directly to PSA itself. I worked with PSA Canada and Brad and the team and everything. So that's why I want to make sure we clarify these things. But yeah, Baubles is a group submitter for SGC who's trying to figure out his relationship with them and everything. He'll announce that on his own time. He's already discussed that he's got some things to think about. But he'll let people know when and if the time is right. But yeah, he's been a bulk submitter, so he understands the business from that perspective of it. You from the PSA side.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'm going to promote the dealer network as it goes across the country. That's my number one job, is to make it easier for people in Canada to submit their cards to PSA. And I know one of the easiest things to do is to have great group subbers across this country. Like if you look in the US, there's a few states that are lacking of some group submitters right now, but I mean, there's literally hundreds of dealers that accept cards and submit them to PSA. They don't have all these intricacies that we have to deal with, cross-border shipments. So all the things that I've learned and all the things that I do, I'm going to pass on to these people. And we're going to, like I said, number one goal, make it as easy as possible for Canadians to submit their cards to PSA.
It's all about the vibes.
Ooh,
Double
Bob,
blood. There you go.
look at you, Bobby. Look at you. Look
I had
at
to do
you.
it. I had to do it.
Yep. No, that's
But I
fair.
got a question.
No,
for you guys.
Can I ask? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bobby.
Go ahead. You first.
Thank you. Brad, I honestly don't know the answer to this. Are they grading cards yet in New Jersey?
Yes.
PSA?
Yes.
Why are you going to ship them from Halifax to California when shipping them from Halifax to New Jersey, they could get there in 2 days?
They get to Santa Ana in 1 day.
One day.
Okay, well, what my point
the
is,
half a
why
day
not
doesn't make a
go to
difference.
So
the
Eric,
coast?
I can quickly add one thing based on the
Why aren't
information
you
that
going
PSA.
closer?
I can quickly add a thing based on what PSA has already themselves said.
Okay.
Right now, there's certain things that New Jersey is specializing in. So it's not that both places are grading everything. There is a
Okay.
little bit of a divide depending on what it is. I think New Jersey is touching on some TCG. I think that's a big thing they're doing. So if you're TCG, New Jersey already might make a lot of sense to go pretty direct because don't forget, when you open up the new office, you have to train these graders. The graders in Santa Ana are already in place. If anything, they've expanded. But in New Jersey, yeah, there may be some people that want to transplant, but how many people are like, oh yeah, but so wait, you want me to transfer from California to New Jersey?
I hear that, but during the pandemic, they, with their backlog, they hired 100 new graders. That was
yeah.
And they did that pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with all due respect, I mean, we're not talking rocket science here, that they have to go to college for 20 years to figure out how to do this. They did it.
No, but all I'm saying is that the New Jersey ones per capita are going to be less experienced, if for no other reason that there's new hiring to fill that office specifically. So you're still going to get some information carryover, but right now Santa Ana is still the heavier of the two operations. So New Jersey, they built a whole campus and done all this. And again, this information I've gotten from the PSA podcast and the information they've already provided. This is I didn't need to ask Brad for inside info on this.
I didn't know. I thought they had a full. I was kind of asking if they had a full setup in New Jersey, because if they have a full setup in New Jersey,
your point makes total sense. But the answer is no. There is a little bit of a divide between the two still, because right now they're establishing it. As they get more experience, I would expect that New Jersey, as they get even more ramped up, I would expect hire more graders or controlling this information. Then it'll become like, there'll be a New Jersey office that can do everything, and Santa Ana will be able to do everything, and then it's just dependent on where it's easier.
Lower if Brad sends things to New Jersey, it's going to lower shipping costs, and a lower risk if it's going to get lost.
So you might think that, Eric. Again,
I do. That's why I said it, Brad.
I know, but it's not necessarily the case. If
New Jersey is where they sleep with the fishes, Eric.
So if I ship a package to the U.S., it goes to Memphis. Memphis is with FedEx. Memphis is the central hub. So technically, I would ship from Halifax. It would do its route along the way. It would go to Memphis. Then it would go back to New Jersey.
That's ridiculous.
That's courier. That's courier, Eric.
But it's amazing. It's honestly, it blows my mind away, the shipping. How they move these packages. And I mean, I don't want to go back to Tom Hanks at the very beginning of when you see these FedEx and the times and the clock and everything else and away, right? You know,
you guys didn't even want to see what happened before we went live. Eric was having his own Wilson moment. It's very complicated. It's very awkward what it takes to get this thing going.
But it's crazy.
CC here has a good comment and point.
Yeah.
So good evening, gents. Congrats to you, Brad.
Yep.
The Burrell vanished and came back. Congrats to you, Brad. I have submitted to PSA Canada in the past. Going forward, I will be submitting to AMG, who's an authorized PSA agent. So there is a submission office. So let me reiterate. You're leasing space from AMG, but it is a PSA submission office. If you're talking the Nova Scotia one, that is a PSA submission office now.
Correct. So yeah, AMG will not be taking any PSA submissions. Yeah. So AMG does not take anything to do. Collectors, PSA has a submission center in Halifax that we will be accepting via mail. If you mail them and we receive them, it's the same as if you ship them to Santa Ana or New Jersey or any other office. It's a collector's. It's owned by collectors. So as soon as we receive the cards, the billing will be coming from collectors. we're still operating the exact same way as we have as PSA Canada. The invoices are going to get mailed out. We're still using the paper forms. We're doing everything identical for now. We're going to, as time goes, we are going to streamline things and make it a little bit easier on that end. But a lot of people don't. A lot of people like the way it is. So we thought the best thing was to do is change nothing on that end. So if you submit, it's exactly the same. Everything's going to be there. The new pricing is up at psacanada.ca. Yeah, it's identical. So AMG is completely a collectibles store. It's not, we're not taking submissions from AMG. Inside of AMG, Collectors has 2 offices, a shipping receiving office, and a full vault. So that's what we have.
All right. I was getting a little confused.
Yeah. And I might have, and I didn't deliver that quite good.
So you walk into AMG Collectibles. There's a section in AMG Collectibles that's being rented out by PSA.
Correct.
And it's a separate entity, but it's in the same spot.
Absolutely. 100%.
Okay.
So this is again, it's the first time, it's trial, and I love how it's going to work, and it might be able to be duplicated in a lot of different places around the world by having this, right? Yeah. Does PSA really want to go into new markets and open up and buy a building and build a new building, build a submission center, do all this stuff? It's like, no, you got to look at it, right? There's a lot of moving parts to that. By having this aligned with a partner, and it just so happened to be that I was there,
established
the trial. Yeah, we're going to give it a rock. We're going to rock and roll and see how it goes. We already have established clientele in there, and we're going to build up the authorized dealer network. Like I said, we have great new partners. We have our traditional partners like that I align myself with as PSA Canada, but you have Canada Grading, you have Mint Inc. now, who's just been on fire with submissions. So I'm getting to know all these guys. There's guys in Quebec now. There's 3 new group submitters that have applied. We've got Bosa Productions has applied on the West Coast to be group submitters. We really want to look at that. And if anyone, like if you guys know people that want to be a group submitter and that have, especially if they have a brick and mortar store and have been established for a long period of time, let them go through the process. The process is not an easy process. There's quite a bit to it, but we're happy to do it.
Eric, talk to Phil. Anyways,
I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
It was good. It was good to make that distinction, though. The reason why I like the question is because, and Brad and I have had the conversation about this. It's funny because, obviously, when PSA Canada was a separate entity bulk submitter, it was very difficult to explain. And now it's nice to know it's under collector, but it's still going to be difficult to explain because people are going to walk into AMG and they're like, wait, so it's an official, so now PSA Canada is PSA, right? Yes, it is. It is actually PSA, but it's inside the AMG store, right? And it's like, but there are contracted people from AMG that work for, yes, that is also correct.
Right. So when you go in now as well, like when you do a submission, we have like, me and Carlos, we talked about it last night, but it's just like a bank. It actually is like a bank. We have more security that's been installed. I spent 2 days working with a security company, and there's cameras at every angle. So when you come in and submit cards now, you come into the collector's office, you'd be on camera, the cards are on camera, we look at the cards together, we do the submission, we wrap up the submission. It's on camera right until the point FedEx comes into the vault, picks up the package, takes the package to Santa Ana, then it's the exact same thing on that end. So it's fortunately we never had a problem, up to this point, but we've taken it to a whole other level when it comes to security.
That's right.
So my question to you, Brad, was, the unfortunate part about the flood and what have you, was we were all sad to hear about that, but is there sort of a sense of serendipity that happened with that and the new business that you're having now?
No, well, we got lucky that we weren't finished everything. In the new space.
The new space was already in progress prior.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, but you hadn't signed the deal at that point or anything like that, but you were in the process of it, or was this kind of, hey, this is working out, now we can give it separate, now we can build this?
So when we talked Sherry, Steve at AMG, myself, we were going full bore. We wanted to have the best possible submission center as PSA Canada group submitter as possible. As soon as I presented the plan, what we were going to do with Ryan Miller, we talked about it, and then we said, yeah, we could probably put this all under one umbrella. So my role, my official title, my official role was in place prior to us doing this submission center. This is after
Sure.
I accepted this role. The submission center just was like, hey, this is what we might as well do. And it was an easy way for us to avoid any conflict whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because obviously if there was the other way, there could be conflict. I never ran into conflict from any of our group submitters with AMG accepting cards and us as PSA Canada, but could it be? Absolutely. It's the same thing now. It's like, I want to make sure that obviously I have a business relationship with all the people that submitted to PSA Canada, but people that are group submitters out there now that we're submitting direct, they're all in the equal playing field. Yeah, hopefully I can get the same relationships with them that I have with Kevin and Luke. That's part as it go. Is there going to be favorites? No, everything's going to be on an even playing field. But I already have a friendship and a business relationship with these guys, so I'm hoping I can have that with the group that's there as well. So.
Right. Sounds good. Let me read a couple of quick points here. So CC had a follow-up question here. At the expo, will collectors be accepting cards directly? Yes. And it will be actually PSA and on-site grading.
Correct. And there will be, so there's lots of different intricacies that are going to be through this. PSA, like our booth at PSA Canada, it will all be under PSA. So we'll have on-site grading, PSA DNA, and you'll be able to drop off submissions right there at the expo. Mm-hmm. If you want to submit direct to PSA, your order to go, we will be accepting those submissions as well. So if you are a direct submitter and you just simply want to drop your order off and you want it on your own account,
nice.
We'll make sure we get it to Santa Ana. The whole goal is to make it easier for everybody. So regardless what route you choose, also at the show, there's going to be dealers set up taking PSA submissions. And there's lots of reasons. We can go back to why I always preach why it was an advantage to use PSA Canada before. You can use these dealers. So you can pick your cards up in person from them. So you don't have to pay to get them shipped back quite the same rate that you're going to have to pay. You can combine submissions. You can have values and value duels and regulars and everything and put it all in one shipment. There's lots of advantages to using local group submitters. So
makes sense. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I like Bob Jackson's question from earlier. Is Eric over there doing arts and crafts? Always.
I'm going to show you guys what I've been doing in a little bit.
All right.
God.
Justin says, Brad, we love you. So Victor actually has a good question here. So Victor says here, PSA's website says applicant must provide 3 professional hobby trade references. Does it have to be references that are part of PSA or can be anyone? I filled out the contact sales info, but no one has gotten back to me to initiate the application process. So this is just a question about being involved with PSA from that perspective.
Yeah, so I know what I did when I applied first. All my references were contacted. And I know over the years in different businesses, when you put down references, I always used to say, who's really going to call these people? Like, what are they? Anyway, yeah, 100%. They're very thorough with that, and they contact everyone. So
They
Kevin
called me, and I told them the truth, and they still hired you. I don't.
It happened.
I love it.
They
Yeah,
remembered
so
who you were, and they were like, well, that's a plus on his side.
Mm-hmm.
That's a plus on the ledger. You heard what Eric said about him? Put him through.
Yeah. So again, I'm not going to step into the U.S. market, but knowing Victor and especially, the special place that you have in the hobby. And Victor, if you want to reach out to me directly, I'd be happy to try to steer you to the right person. Again, I'm learning this as I go. But I'd be happy to do that for you. So my details are on PSA Canada. You can reach out to me anytime and maybe I can help you out.
Good stuff. Good stuff. 540 Flips is trying to stir the pot, but what does he know about this SGC? I want to know what 540 Flips connection to SGC is. I got suspicions. I got questions. So if you guys have any other questions, so now I wanted to open it up. We can ask more questions. We can talk about it. No doubt. No problem. But if there's anything else that we want to chat about or anything, and Brad, like I said, you're more than welcome. We appreciate you as always hanging in there and popping in. And Well, like I mentioned also in the same vein, the same conversation. Don't worry, Eric especially. He literally begs. He begs me. When's Brad coming on? When's Brad coming on? He's my favorite. But the thing I'm going to say is that, yeah, part of that conversation in that video, as I also wanted to point out, that's why I wanted to make sure we tried our best to explain. Look, we might need a diagram to explain the whole AMG, PSA Canada thing, history. Look, we're going to need an infographic. There's going to be a lot of things that we're going to need to do. We'll figure it out. But the point is that one of the things we talked about is that we had a lot of fun with what we did do with the PSA Canada YouTube channel, a lot of those elements of it. We didn't want to lose that. And AMG Collectibles is still going to operate. Now there's going to be a little bit of a firewall between the two, so there has to be an understanding that they're two separate entities. Now they operate completely separate from each other, but they're still good friends. They're still within striking distance of each other. Like there's obviously back and forth communication. But one of the key pieces is that, yeah, AMG has its own aspirations and things it wants to do, and there's a lot coming up down the pipeline. And I'm going to be excited because I'm going to get to tell you more about that. And as soon as next week, I will get to say a lot more things about it in very short order. Hashtag foreshadowing.
I'm really excited about all of that stuff too, guys.
So
And I can't
Eric
believe
is always
now,
excited.
hey, now that I've left AMG and I am under the collector's umbrella, Eric, you can officially put your application in now, and I have no influence to reject it. So feel free to put your application to be a part-time immigrant employee to AMG Collectibles.
All right. Well, I get along with the boss of AMG Collectibles a lot better than I get along with you. So I think I have a shot.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Eric, I get along with the boss of AMG as well. And it's like, don't worry, I'll put in a word for you. By the time you're done, you'll be paying for more than the like button. You don't even know yet what I have in mind for you, sir.
I like the boss of AMG now. I didn't like the old boss. I like the new boss.
Yeah, that's right. Good stuff. So in that vein, folks, the like button, as always, is being sponsored by Eric. That might change next week. Again, hashtag foreshadowing. Just letting y'all know. See, Brad, this is so much fun. Hashtag foreshadowing is a great hashtag. It's a wonderful thing. So if you guys have any questions about, again, it's now that it's been announced, it's open. Now it's much easier to have a conversation and be able to talk about it. So it's a lot easier. So if there is questions, yeah, Brad's here and he can answer to those. And as things change, that's going to be the next phase of the plan. But yeah, but part of the fun of having this conversation this way, though, is that we wanted to make clear it's like, and we did that in the video last night. It's like, no, Brad's still going to be here. we chat outside of this. So it's like, no, he's going to be here and he'll be in his capacity as Brad Harlan. But no, if you got questions related to it, like, but now he is literally PSA. Mm-hmm. That was the thing. Before it wasn't the case, but now that guy over there in that corner, he is PSA. I'm not. So, but here we'll still talk about all of them. You know, even the coaster maker, even our favorite. So like, so we're still open to having that conversation and talking about all those things. That was one very important thing. We had that before, but now one important piece of the puzzle, like logically, if you guys want to be logical about it, if PSA owns all the social medias of PSA Canada, I don't think there would be a lot of room for conversation about competing graders. Logically, right? So that obviously would have had to change no matter what. So if we're being logical about it. So it makes sense then for us to be able to move to a different venue where, we can still talk about whatever. And we're still open to talk about products. We're open to talk about graders. We're open to talk about anything hobby related. And that excites me because that opens it up. It leaves me completely open to go in a bunch of different directions. And I have stuff that I've got planned out. And we've got a lot of enthusiastic people that I think are going to have a lot of fun with it. It won't just be me. There's going to be some new voices you're going to get a chance to hear. And I'm excited about that too.
That's awesome. You know what I'm doing? I had this lined up anyways. We're going to have a great video I'll be able to share next week on the Friday night show if Carlos wants it. Sure. I'm doing a Funko signing with the Trailer Park Boys in character.
Okay.
It'll be very interesting anyway. So we're going to do a little skit. This is going to happen Monday at around lunchtime. Mm-hmm. They're signing, I think we're going to do 70. Well, actually it's 69 Funkos. And the first 10 will be inscribed by each of them. And then the next 59 will just be signed. So the sets of 3, then we're going to send them all into PSA to get them encapsulated and have them all come back, and they'll be available on the Trailer Park Boys website. So
nice.
Yeah.
So we got a couple of quick questions here for you, Brad. A couple of questions.
I still haven't gotten through season 1. I have to get buckled down and
you got to get on it, man. You got to get on it.
Yeah.
All right, a couple of questions for you here. Quick question. At the expo, will collectors be accepting graded cards for deposit to the vault?
Absolutely. That's a great question. And yes.
Nice.
100%.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. So follow-up question here. The second one for you. Brad, does that mean that I can submit any signed item like the index card? So this is PSA DNA. I think you did answer that, but do you want to elaborate again?
Yeah. So currently, right now, we're not accepting PSA DNA at the Halifax office.
Okay.
You can ship direct to New Jersey is the easiest route to do that. But
Okay.
PSA DNA will be set up at the Toronto show, accepting take-home submissions and also doing on-site authentication.
Okay, very good. Now, this is something maybe we can, like, I don't know if you already have the answer, great, but if not, we can figure it out. I think my infamous Frank Mahovlich index card, I think, is a worthy candidate for this. So, you know what, maybe we'll follow up because I want to get the details on what that would entail because I might get a chance to try it out and report back my findings. So that might actually be a good case and a good example for that. So I think that's a good question. But thank you for the question.
Sure.
So here we go. Do you think Fanatics will do a Cy Young card buyback program in 2024 and try to bump up the chase for pitchers in the hobby? I don't know if they'd specifically target pitchers, but it's a good idea. I think they'd be targeting anything. The MVP buyback program has been well received. A Cy Young buyback program, why not? I just don't know if they would target specifically pitchers, but I think that's a good idea. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. I think that the MVP program is brilliant, especially when they're right there. There's no clear cut. I mean, it's starting to get more defined now, but like if you want people to chase base cards, like it's exciting. You know what I mean? It gives them something.
But it's good for the store. It's good for the stores too, though. Like it's a win-win.
Yeah.
So basically you're incentivizing the hobby shops to participate because obviously the customers are going to be happy about it, and the hobby shop is being compensated. So of course they're going to be enthusiastic about it. Anything that leads to enthusiasm and getting people to be interested in anything. That's why even the taco fractor, as silly as it is. Now, I think they should probably tell what the hell is the deal with the taco fractor deal. Because there's like a wild card taco fractor and people are spending a lot of money on this and we don't know what the payoff is. You know, do we just give Eric a taco? Do we give him a lifetime set of tacos? Like, what are we doing? I don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
And that mystery is interesting in a way, but bad in a way. So,
I like tacos.
but I think it's cool that they're trying stuff. This would be like my open-ended thing. I'm good that they're trying stuff. Whether it works or not is a different conversation. But if it doesn't work, fine, then don't do it again. But if it's a good idea and it works, then yeah, maybe it's something to do. MVP is a cool idea. If they can do a Cy Young buyback program, I don't think that's a bad idea at all. I think it's a good, solid. Why not? Yeah, give it to them. Lots of pros with collectors being in Canada. Brad, collectors are lucky to have you running the show in Canada. There you go.
Thank you,
Good
CT.
stuff.
I appreciate that.
All right, I'm going to get a refill, guys. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to throw. Again, it can be for that. It can be for something else, whatever you like.
Have you picked anything up lately, Bobby?
Yeah, actually, I have picked up quite a bit of stuff of late. Some pretty rare stuff. I can't really describe it. I wish I had it with me, but unfortunately, I did pick up I buy the silliest stuff at some shows, but this is from '84. It was a Cheerios box with Supergirl.
I love
And
it.
you can send away for the cards. Do you grade those cards? Anyways, just saying. So, anytime that you find a box from the 80s, usually pretty tough to find. I know the 78 Superman's a really tough box too. So just been picking up some stuff. Yeah. Nothing key really. A nice York peanut butter jar with the label on the front and the back, which was very interesting. Because they're usually missing. Anytime you wash that, the labels come right off. So, the survival rate is very, very slim. So it has Beliveau and Frank Mahovlich on the front of the jar label, so which is kind of neat. So, and a few things like that. Nothing special or crazy, but nice stuff. I've just been working on the app so hard, just trying to get the write-ups done, and and then I'm writing for the other pick. I'm just trying to get my name out there a little bit more so that, giving information to the people, getting them hyped about what's coming. And like the 30s and 20s and 10s, the write-ups are phenomenal. There's lots of great new information. So I think everyone's going to really look forward to that. I had to fortify it a lot because there isn't much, pre-war. So I gave them the kitchen sink on everything. And so I'm dumping everything that I know into the app. So, but it's coming along. We won't have everything done, but it'll be to a great degree anyways. And I'm looking forward to setting up in the show and doing that.
Awesome.
Can I set up next to you and be your assistant?
Oh, my assistant. There's no app. Come on, man.
I think the running joke would be to consistently. It could be like the Pokeroo thing.
Oh.
Every time they're like, oh my god, I'm gonna get to see the app. It's like boom, gone. Just boom, suddenly distraction. He looks away and suddenly there's no iPad. What?
The way it goes.
Ah!
I'll just sit there and look frustrated. We'll just keep this going on as you're over there talking to customers and stuff. I'll just be sitting there like,
That doesn't help me.
Well, it works. It works at the booth for Marcel when he has to deal with Eric. He's just sitting there like,
Yeah. Yeah, it should be an interesting show. There's a lot gonna be going on at the show,
I agree.
from what I
agree.
know.
And I don't want to overplay my hand, but I already booked my hotel for the expo, and I got one with a big living room area. I'm like, fuck you. I was like, screw you all. I'm getting the bigger space over there. But what made me laugh though is it's like, oh my goodness, didn't you book the Hotel International? Yeah, I did. But, it's the expo. It's in my backyard, so that one I'll go to. That one I just want a more comfortable space.
I would say booking is going to get really tough if you haven't started already.
I would agree with that. I think those are going to start filling up, especially some of
PSA
the
is going to take a
spots.
whole hotel by themselves.
I was going to say, it's true.
yeah, my hotel's all set, but I had to get a suite because I got some news. I got some news.
Mm.
Whoa, what's this?
I am
Mama's coming.
not coming up with Timmy Two Hats this year. He moved to Tennessee and he's going to take a direct flight. So I will not be driving up with Timmy Two Hats, nor will I be sharing a room with Timmy Two Hats. However, I will be bringing a very special guest.
Oh,
Namely my wife.
yay!
So, my wife is going to come, and we're going to spend one night in Niagara Falls.
Nice.
Fair.
And hang out around there and walk around at night and all that. And
It is nice there.
yeah, yep. She's never been. I've
The
been.
Canadian side. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Canadian side's incredible. So I'm looking forward to doing that, and then we'll drive up north early Thursday morning.
It's an hour and a half drive, so. Oh, actually, it'd be less because it's in the West End. So yeah, it's about a little over an hour.
Yeah, I remember it being about an hour. So
And you can drive 120 here.
I know it's crazy.
And that.
Yeah. So she'll stay at the hotel all day. She has no interest in coming to the show, but she will be joining me when after the show, when hopefully we're all going to get together and be out and about. So
Dinners.
Stuff like that. So yep, she's gonna be my arm candy.
Book
When,
your.
I love it. That's awesome. I think that's so great.
Book
Yeah,
your
no,
restaurants
it's gonna be
too,
good.
if you can, because it's going to be crazy. This show for just all the people.
I have a feeling.
coming in
Yeah, I
from
have a
the
feeling
US.
it's going to be. I think it's going to be well attended. I think it's going to be
Yes.
a strong show. I was kind of joking with Brad that maybe my angle this time around. I might have to talk to Menzie. I might have to be media.
Oh,
Yeah.
One way or the other, I'm getting my damn pass. One way or the other, ahead of time. Either way, like it doesn't matter. I kind of like though, Bobby. Look, I got two angles for this. And we got obviously the dealers and things that we can make an arrangement that way. That's obviously an easy way, straightforward way to do it.
well, you have your
I kind of
friends.
like though the media badge thing would be kind of fun. I kind of would get a kick out of it. Same result. The end result is the same. So it's look, I'm just not paying for it. I'm out on that. We're done. We're done with that business.
You got to
Bobby,
that level finally.
You gonna rent a place for dinner? You gonna get reservations for dinner again? Or because last year we didn't do that. 2 years ago we did.
I did, but I did it at the last minute.
Yes, that's right.
But I'm going to go to Chop again because it's every place out. Well, you can't make reservations at the Keg. I think we might one night go to Ruth Chris.
Okay.
But you need reservations there too. Ruth Chris is expensive, but it's nice.
Yeah, I think what we got to do, the only one I got to do is now that he's heir director, it's like I'll have to basically force Brad so we can go have dinner. So I got to figure it out. I got to work it out one of these days. I might just crash. I might just boot somebody from your party. Just let somebody in your party know that I'm booting them out in advance. Just let them know now I'm booting them out.
So Carlos, you got a media pass. Bobby, you have You have.
No, I said I'm
I'll have
pitch.
a
I'm gonna
booth.
pitch Menzie for a media pass. That's my plan.
Aye, aye,
I'll give it a
absolutely. Yeah,
shot.
there you
I'll give
go.
it a shot. I
Eric,
would
do you
look
need
at the end of the day. I don't care. I'll try, but we'll see what happens.
I would like to just talk to you privately and have some discussions.
Oh, no,
First,
I
he
just
needs you to
want-
break
I
him
was-
out of his prison. He needs you to break him out. That's step one, and then we'll go
Yeah.
from there.
I was just going to give you the link so you can just go there and you can.
Hit the order button.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea.
He was gonna get you a Starbucks gift card, like $5, and then this will help subsidize you.
$5 Starbucks doesn't work. Anyways,
But I would be happy to give your wife 2 passes. So
there you go,
But,
Brad.
no, she still won't bring me.
No,
Look, that's not an us problem, Eric. That's a you problem.
Canadian walking down the street.
you know
That's
who
a
she's
you
gonna
problem
bring.
again. Again, that's a you problem.
Bobby, who do you think if she was there, who would she bring?
Yannick.
Yeah.
Number 16.
Maybe.
Oh, there you go. That would actually be wonderfully ironic. That would be wonderful. The irony would be glorious. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Or Timmy Two Hats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be.
See,
a big
Brad,
one.
we need to bring it full circle, though. It'd be great if Eric's wife brought Josie. Even though, as far as we know, he's not there, it's like, bring Josie. Why not? And at that point, Eric is like, I can't even argue with this.
That's awesome.
Fair. It all comes together. Fair.
So I guess, Brad, the question back to you. What have you picked up of late? I guess you've been so busy. It's really hard to do business and business.
Yeah, I haven't I've been slacking on my eBay purchases, that's for sure. But I had a card here. I had another. They bought at AMG a little Medano lot that I'm going to send up to Carlos. But a customer pulled this gorgeous stature Medano card, and he sold it in a lot to us. So we're into it, anyways. I won't say his name.
Eric.
Yeah, I won't say his name, anyways. But I thought I had it here. I was all excited. I don't know where I put it. I had it in my hand earlier.
That's what you've been doing, looking around back there.
I've been trying to find it, and I'm like, where did I put that? Damn! I'll tell you, this year's stature, like
so from this year's.
this year's
Okay,
stature is
gotcha.
unbelievable. Like the on-card autographs, and I love it. I absolutely think it's incredible. Anyways, there is an awesome Mike Medano from this year's stature on card.
There you go. And listen, whatever you were going to sell it for in the store, Eric has already offered to pay double.
There you go.
You just
There
ship
you
it straight to me. He'll pay double. It'll come straight out of the like button funds.
Speaking of which,
I don't remember agreeing to that at all.
you don't have.
I don't remember asking you.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I
just so
think
we're all on the same page, just so we're clear.
Yep, I understand.
Ernie Banks, eh? Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
I love that card. That came back from PSA today. It's a 1.5, but it's just
That looks nice. The front looks good, solid. It's a good looking
yeah.
picture.
yeah. I just love that card. He looks like he's 12 years old. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah,
just
he
it's
look-
so clear in the mind.
He and Hank look super young in their pictures, like
Yeah.
really young in their pictures.
Now, what year is that? Because I can't look
54,
at a
1954
yeah.
tops.
I mean, I can't look at a baseball card and know what year it is. So, like,
Yeah, it's
I do
54
with
tops.
54,
He's one of the
okay.
main rookies, Al Kaline and Hank Aaron. Those are the three biggies in that one.
I'm gonna take
There's a
look.
big the Tommy Lasorda card. I think is actually a pretty popular card for that as well. Obviously,
Yeah,
he
big
is a very
one.
popular manager. Yeah, that was a big card though for a lot of folks. Just want to make sure we included this.
I'm just going to step away. I'm going to find this. I don't know.
He's gonna find it. Hell or high water, he's gonna find it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't even looked at it. Was funny. It was funny that I've gotten to the point with the Medano cards is that I don't even look at the new checklist. I just let things surprise me because I've already got a built-in search. So as new stuff comes up on eBay, I'll check it every day. So if something new comes up, I'll be like, oh, cool, great. And then I'll scan through a little bit. Honestly, I've been focusing on the dentist PC because the new product just came out. So I was like trying to grab those cards. So that's where I've been focusing. But yeah, Upper Deck obviously has Medano and a few other guys in that Legends rotation. And there's a list, obviously, they go through. There's the regular, Gretzky's always there. Waz there. Berdure's there. There's always this guy. But Medano's there consistently. He's semi-regularly on those checklists. And it's just a matter of like, all right, if the checklist is big enough, there'll be other guys that'll get in there. And then they'll rotate some other guys in between.
Well, it's the 500 gold guys, right? They always get the nod.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. So it's one of those things where if you got a checklist that it makes sense, they'll include them in there. So, but yeah, I haven't tried to check anymore. And occasionally Billy will like send me like a preview of something, and I'll be like, "Oh, really? They got one of those? Okay." I didn't really want to know, but all right.
Damn.
I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Like this is something actually, Eric. This might be a conversation that I kind of want to have a little bit as well. Maybe on a Monday recording for Tuesday down the road here.
Mm-hmm.
When you get to a player collecting point where you've kind of plateaued, not because you can't get anything else. It's like, well, yeah, there's lots of stuff on the checklist, but I don't need everything. So it's just a matter of like, yeah. And I was like, all right, I kind of need it to be really cool. Because otherwise it's like, yeah, you just gave me a big old checklist. It's like, yeah, but some of the stuff is like, it's okay. Like our good friend SP Signature Legends, yeah, I'm picking some of them up as a matter of course. Now in Comsy, some of them are like sub $1. I'm like, well, yeah, for like 50 cents, sure, I'll buy it. But I'm not going to go out of my way. I'm not going to like, I'm not going to go hunt this down. Like, oh my God, I got to get the whole checklist. But you show me something really cool. I'm like, all right, yeah, I'm still interested. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that too. But you can also, if you're really into collecting a player, and Bobby does this, of course, is you don't have to stick to just cards. Now, a little while ago, someone made a comment about like me doing arts and crafts, right?
Mm.
Well, I came across something I had never seen before. Obviously, when I show it to you, you're probably going to be like, I got 10 of those sitting on my desk right now because, but I hadn't seen it.
But he can't find it. But anyways, yeah.
So, and it is a stamp. I don't know when this
Canada Post.
Yeah, I don't know
Sticker.
if this was recent or years
It's a
ago.
sticker.
I have no idea. But it's an
Sticker stamp.
absolute like 4K picture. I think it's absolutely just beautiful. And it was on a thick piece of cardboard out of a box, like mailed the box. So I cut the thing in the box out, and I've been sitting here, and you can tell I flattened it all out and cleaned the back up. That's what I was doing. And now I have this. I mean, this thing is gorgeous. And I now add this to the Bobby Orr collection, and it costs
So
me nothing.
Eric, like I haven't been in a long time, but once upon a time in my youth, I moonlighted as a little bit of a stamp collector. It's like you can soak that and get it off, and then purify it in a cleansing fire.
He cut it out of an ad. It was a cardboard ad. It was a stand-up ad, but they also made a stamp, legal tender, not a Cinderella stamp, of his card too. And there was signed ones as well. Those were the rare ones. And that's not too long ago. That's like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe a little longer.
There was they like to do series of them every here and there. Like they've done a couple different ones. So I've shown that Bobby Hull that I got from Canada Post. This is years ago now.
That was a big run.
But that was a series. That was a big series they did because they had the portraits. Bobby Hull was one of them, and I want to say Johnny Bauer was in it because of course he is.
Okay.
they had a small list of like hockey legends, and then they did these nice paintings of them. And then you got a big blown up version. That's what they had at the expo, the big blown up version. Mm-hmm. And they invited some of the players, and they would come and sign it. So my Bobby Hull is that one. It's one of those signed ones.
Nice.
But every couple of years, they'll do a series of like legends, and they'll throw them and create some stamps for them. They're good.
This
about
was
that
the
stuff.
last big one, but you could pull signed ones, and those were the big pulls.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
have the three of you seen this one before?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen it at the post office when they
It's a
released it.
sticker stamp,
But-
anyways.
But when was it available? Is it available right now? You can go to the post
No,
office.
5 years ago, 4 or 5
Yeah,
years.
it's a couple of years back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
you
they
can-
Pre-pandemic.
yeah,
For
I
sure.
mean, you can see that, you got the,
Yeah, it's been canceled. It's called can be
Yeah.
canceled.
but still, I mean, I can't believe how crystal clear the image is. There's
Yours is
I was
cardboard, right? Thick cardboard. That means there was a stand-up display, and they had the picture of all the cards on it. So that you just cut it out of the cardboard.
Well, that
Like-
one, Bobby, was
Well,
actually
this-
mailed to him.
this
That was
was
actually from the mail.
mailed, and it was on a box.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I just cut it off the box.
which was part of the ad.
No, it was they
No,
used
Bobby, that's
this
an extra stamp. That stamp was
actual
used.
stamp.
Like that thing was actually canceled. So the post office actually stamped that.
Yeah.
You can see- you can
so
see
it's
on it.
on a box.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
So I cut it.
So it's just
all
a stamp. You can buy the
Yeah,
stamp.
if you look over on the side, that one was
got it.
actually canceled from Canada Post.
Well, they had those cards individually on the advertising.
That's right.
Too. It was
Yes,
long,
I agree.
elongated.
Yeah.
But no, this one was a stamp that was actually used for its purpose, and then Eric cut it out.
Or
Yeah.
you could have just bought the stamp.
Yeah, so we can get you the book. We can get you the book stamps.
Then fine. Then send me some stamps then. All right.
I'm
have a
trying
whole
to,
bunch
but they can't penetrate your prison.
I mean,
Somebody's
you're
probably
telling
trying
me
to
it's a
chuck it
couple
at the
of
Joey's
years
trying to chuck
ago.
it at the door, and it's not coming through.
You're telling me if it's a couple of years ago, that means you can't go just down the post office and
You
buy
can go
one.
on
from
eBay
me.
and find them all day. Don't worry.
Yeah, you probably totally they make a ton of them. They make it's Canada Post. They make plenty. They make plenty of.
There's no short prints, you know.
Like,
We've entered the
Bro.
we've entered the era of like the post offices doing like commemorative stamps for everything, and you can literally you get the catalog. You can get the catalog if you want.
I was
in order
excited
books
about
and stamps.
something, and you three assholes ruined it. Thanks
Yes,
a lot.
yes.
I didn't say anything.
But Brad, you smiled with great joy and glee as we crushed his dreams.
I know.
That's all I'm
Yours
saying.
very unique though, Eric, in the sense that nobody else has anything like yours.
No,
It's a 1-of-1 stamp. I bet
Yes.
you that is a 1-of-1 stamp on that.
I think even PSA would grade it.
Absolutely.
and now we have the prominence of him like doing arts and crafts time. While on the live stream.
It's on a box. I think I got a couple packages put away still for that stuff unopened. So you basically
You should offer it to Eric when you give him the app.
So whatever the stamps were valued at, you would just pay that amount, and that's what you would get in a pack. And
Yeah,
you'd
totally.
get Bobby Orr and
That was
I think there was
$2.50.
5 or 6 others.
Yep,
Yeah.
It's worth $2.50 before it was
Something,
canceled.
yeah.
it is. Yes, that's right.
No one
By the way,
asked
chat, just so you
Shut up.
guys know, we can talk about some other. Look, we're going to chat amongst ourselves and make fun of Eric. That's all I'm saying. But if y'all want to ask any questions or want to touch on any other topics, by all means, have at it.
Mhm.
So those big stamps or came in steel packs. Yep. And as Bobby said, they were SP autos inserted in the packs. Yes. Very nice. Very nice.
You know what? When I was looking for Medano, I just seen this card, and I don't even know where it.
Oh, it's one of those Leafs like quads or one of those deals.
A Leaf. It's a super. Oh man, here goes my terrible pronunciation. Superlative.
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 Oh, there you go. I knew I would butcher that. Why did I even attempt
You're
it?
tired.
Anyways, I'm just that's normal. I'm absolutely terrible pronunciation. On the back, it's the Mets. There's 16 of them.
Oh, 16. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, piece of game used swatch from 8 New York
Oh,
Mets on
wow.
the back,
Okay.
and 8 Yankees on the front. And when I read the players on the back, it's got Tom Seaver, Gary Carter, Dwight Gooden, Darryl Strawberry, Gil Hodges, Keith Hernandez, Mike Piazza, and Jerry Kuzman. And on the front, it's got game used memorabilia from Ruth DiMaggio, Yogi Berra, Derek Jeter, Mickey Mantle, Thurman Munson, Reggie Jackson, and Don Mattingly.
Wow,
Like,
what a hodgepodge.
So they
Yeah,
were so they were able to get like some heavy hitters on the Yankee side.
Yeah.
But on
Hard to
the New York Mets side, well actually no, to be fair, it would have been difficult because Nolan Ryan only played with the Mets for a couple of years.
Right.
Because they got in Jerry Kuzman, which I understand. Jerry Kuzman was actually not a bad pitcher, by the way, for a little bit there with the Mets. But obviously he's the infamous other side of the Nolan Ryan rookie.
But you know what? When I read that, I was like, why have they got Jerry Kuzman on there? He's just the other guy. Like, who's.
He was an okay pitcher. He was actually a decent pitcher. Like, again, you're comparing him to a guy who went to the Hall of Fame, 7 no-hitters and all that. It's not a fair comparison, but like he was a decent pitcher in his day as well. But yeah, not everybody's going to be like a Hall of Famer, but he held his own as a pitcher. But
And
in the New York Mets one, it's tough.
was on Seinfeld.
That is
Yeah.
true.
There you go.
That is a fact. That is a fact.
Yeah.
But the Yankee side is like heavy loaded. You got Ruth in there and Mantle. That's strong.
Like, that is going in the collection. That's just a super cool piece.
Yeah, that's very strong. Very strong. Yeah,
Still want to
Stu
see the Medano.
You know what? Honestly, I'm like, this is how my mind, I can't shut it off right now. I'm like, okay, I took the garbage down there. I know I'm going to end up going through the garbage. I know I would never go to the garbage, but I had it at some point because I wanted to show it to them.
There you
Anyway,
go.
it's somewhere. I'll find it.
So Stu's saying Kuzma was a bigger deal than Ryan the first 5 years of that card. That's true. Because when Nolan Ryan was finishing up, so I actually watched the documentary on Nolan Ryan. And when I was watching it, I think it's Being Nolan or something like that. It's not from long ago. It was a good documentary. I enjoyed it. But yeah, Kuzman was at least a legitimate starting pitcher for a bit. Nolan Ryan, they saw potential, but the problem is control. The issue with him was control. But then he went over to California. They did some work with him to adjust, and then they were able to figure it out.
Bam.
And then when they figured it out, because the talent, the raw talent was there. So, and obviously, lucky for Nolan Ryan, he did have the cup of coffee with the Mets because he was able to win a World Series on that.
Mm.
But it would have been interesting, obviously, alternate reality, if they had been able to figure it out when he was still with the Mets, because the Mets went to the World Series in '73. And that's just as Nolan Ryan was starting to hit his stride. So by the time he got to the Angels, he hit his stride and started pitching the no-hitters and doing all that stuff. Now imagine you've got a 73 Mets team with, I want to say, still Tom Seaver, who is still at the peak of his powers. You get Willie Mays right at the tail end, his last hurrah. Willie Mays' last hurrah. But imagine if Nolan Ryan was on that team and actually in his stride. Because in the 70s, Nolan Ryan hit his stride. And then he became like a star. And then obviously by the 80s, he was an old man, but he was still pitching no-hitters and still doing stuff.
So was that a change of leagues for him? American League to National League?
Yes. Yeah, he went to the American
So
League.
there's a big difference there in the pitching, obviously, right? The batters.
There is.
Sorry.
Yeah, but he basically jumped around because he started with the Mets, went over to the California Angels at the time. So went to the American League for the California Angels, started to become a dominant pitcher, and then signed with Houston. In the 80s, he started playing with Houston. Houston was in the National League at the time.
Yeah.
So he went back to the National League, had success in Houston. You know, that's when he started chasing the big milestones. He and I want to say Steve Carlton were the first two guys to get over 4,000 strikeouts, but they were chasing each other for the strikeout record. They were going back and forth. And then you get to Texas, tail end of his career, gets the last couple of no-hitters, finishes 5,000 strikeouts, and puts the record where nobody's going to get it. See, Brad, off the cuff, easy.
I know, that's damn good. You know what? I did watch the documentary on Nolan Ryan as well, and I thought it was very well done.
Yeah, I thought it was good stories, and I liked that Nolan was involved. I liked that his wife gave a couple of stories too. I thought it was good. I liked that they participated.
Yeah.
And he gave some background on it, kind of explained what he was doing and why he was doing it and all that. And I was like, no, good. I'm glad. It's good to hear from you what you were doing.
Was he a plumber or electrician in the off season? Plumber, I think, wasn't it?
It was a regular job, yeah.
Yeah,
he eventually became a rancher. And then he eventually became a rancher.
Yeah, but he won the World Series, and then they partied for a week or whatever it was. Then he went home and he went right back to work as a plumber. Like, it's so.
It's 1969. It's 1969. The money's not like. And Nolan Ryan was a young guy in '69. He had barely just started. Yeah. But lucky for him, he was able to have that World Series. Like, he was on that team. And he was a critical piece of what they did, you know, not as a starter, not as the main guy, but he had a role. He actually participated in that World Series, got a ring, and then that's 1969. He retires in 1993. So this entire rest of his run of his career over 25 seasons, he never gets the World Series again. Gets a couple of close calls. Should have probably gotten the World Series one more time, but never happened.
I seen Eric was showing his domestication skills there.
I'm dying to know what he was just up to.
Well, see, he does his regular job, and then he comes home and jumps right into that. What a man.
I like it. I like it.
I made a very large mess trying to clean up that stamp. It was a big mess.
CC says, are you prepping and cleaning your cards with the Dyson before shipping to PSA for grading? Factual questions. Valid questions.
That is how you do it.
You don't need Kurt's card care. You just need a Dyson.
I went to Card Care, and that's what they suggested.
Use the Dyson.
Yep.
Nice. Can I ask you something? So, Brad, obviously, we'll have more chat. Can I ask you an open-ended question? I think this would be kind of a fun question to ask a little bit.
Yeah.
Now that you're entering into your role now that you are entering your role with PSA, this expo is going to be completely different than any other expo we've ever attended. There's going to be a lot of differences. There's going to be a lot of changes. Look, we make jokes about them. But Bobby, hopefully, fingers crossed, hopefully everything goes right. There's going to be the app. Eric is going to be pining over the app and harassing Marcel Dion. That's going to be normal. That's the same as before. I obviously will make my big. Yeah, that's normal. That's not going to change. Obviously my plan is to pitch Steve Menzie hard and get my big media pass. So that's a big change. Big change. Let me tell you. But the thing is, it's a completely different game. Being PSA Canada, a bulk submitter, you get the booth and do all this. On-site grading, all this stuff happening, all this thing. Obviously, AMG is going to have a presence, like a big presence. There's a lot going on there. But that's, again, shouting distance, but they got to organize and do their own thing. There's a lot of things going on at this expo. That's the reason why I joke with you. Say I'm gonna boot out somebody, and we're gonna have dinner one of those nights, Brad. I don't care. I'm forcing it on you.
Absolutely.
I'm forcing it on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got to make sure we got to make sure we arrange it. We got to fit it somewhere on the schedule. One of those nights we got to at least share a pint. But it's going to be busy, man. That's going to be crazy times.
He's going to big time us. He's not going to hang out with us.
By us, you mean you.
Exactly.
Like Eric, I'm big timing you. Bobby's big timing you. Marcel's big timing you. Everybody's big timing you.
All right, good point. Never mind.
Name is big timing you, and he won't even be there.
That's it.
Oh, Name with his mobile card.
Exactly. He won't even be at the expo, and he's big timing.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
I 100% will be there for a night.
Yeah, but here's the question I'm asking you.
Yeah.
How are you planning on balancing that one out? Because it's a completely different dynamic. Obviously, there's just so many people. So I think this is kind of the discussion I want to open up. Us who have been to the expo multiple times, Bobby, myself, a number of times, Brad a bunch of times. Eric's gotten a chance to taste it now. He's going to get a chance to be there and participate in it again. But those of us who have been there a lot of times, like, look, it's one thing when you're operating as a collector. It's one thing, and that's one experience. It's another experience if you're a dealer or whatever. Again, that's a different experience. It's another thing where, once the network starts building to a certain point, like, you got all these people that you're going to talk to, and all of a sudden it becomes this weird scheduling thing. Now take it, if you got all that going on, plus business, but now take the business to another thing. And it's like, these are not business meetings, but at the same time, everything kind of is, because there's so many players in the space. It
won't be business as usual. It'll be business.
It's a completely weird and different thing. So the reason I'm asking this question, Brad, is like, but this is going to be different.
Oh yeah.
You're still going to have PSA Canada on there, but it's not the same. It's not the same context as it was before. What do you think? What do you think is going to be the difference for you on that one?
I honestly don't think it's going to be as difficult because there's a full team there. So having that as well, it's going to make my life a lot easier. Sure. It's pretty impressive to see the amount of people in the organization. Like, there's a whole events team that puts together everything, and we're looking at floor maps and flight schedules, and I'm going over. They're trying to cover every possible detail. Sure, there's going to be some mistakes. Like the one thing that worries me, the logistics of it, the operations and dealing and meeting everybody and doing all that, and I know that's going to be success. My one fear is just simply based on the capacity.
Right.
I'm very confident. You can only do so many cards. So on day one, what if we hit capacity for the weekend? Like that, because that can happen. It's not like you can push it any further. Like, it's like, this is where you're at. This is what we're planning on. This is what our goal is. And if it's a percentage based upon the national in the US, that's what I'm a little worried about that, which is a good thing, because, hey, once we hit capacity from an operations and from my role, that's a huge success.
It's hard to predict inertia.
But from the collector standpoint, that's why I want to make sure it's like, submit your cards prior to an authorized dealer who will be taking subs prior to the show, and they'll be able to bring the cards there on Wednesday, and you'll get your cards done.
Yes.
Get there on Thursday. I'm not worried about the person that's going to bring in a Mickey Mantle rookie or a premium one, because those are same day services. That's going to happen. But for the regular, all of a sudden, if we are offering regular submissions, and that it might just get cut off, because obviously it's like, hey, if we can only do X amount of cards, that's all we can do. So that's when I think about it, I think about that every day constantly. Sure. And it's stuck in my mind. But as long as I put the message out there and we spread that guys, if you don't get them in early, you might not get it done.
You don't want to stand in the line too long either. So
no, and you can you can do your subs online, because everything will be online submissions that you'll have to do. There's more details to come, but we're making everything friendly for Canadians. There's a lot of changes based from because people that go to the nationals, like they're used to this. They know how to submit online. There's many people that just submitted through us. So this is all new. It's all new. So we're going to make sure that we cover all those bases. So
I think the reason why I posed the question is, as I said, it is going to be a different context in, obviously, with the scale, with the amount of moving parts, with the operation. To your point, yeah, the team is going to be different. It's not going to be quite the same. And you already alluded to it. When you went to the PSA Canada booth, so I'll quickly share a couple of points here. And I also want to acknowledge Scott's comment here. Hi, everybody. No, Eric is here. Facts. Lapper here says,
Thanks,
good evening.
Scott. Appreciate it. Jerk.
Good evening, Lapper. Name says, easy to big time Eric, even from a distance. Facts, sir. Scott says, why does Eric look like he just left the darkness? He's always in the darkness. We'll come to this question here in a minute. Hang tight, because we did kind of touch on it a little bit, but let's talk about it here again in a second. But I want to finish this thought. But thank you for the question. What I was going to say, though, is that I've had the pleasure and the fun of hanging out with the PSA Canada folks and the PSA Canada booth and everything. Look, the part that I'm most concerned about, Brad, I'll be honest with you, the part that I'm most deeply concerned about is what is the fate of the snack section? I mean, allegedly. That's important. These are important things that I'm very concerned about right now. Like,
the snack section,
if you know, you know.
It's not going away.
No. Good. Because Brad, we're gonna have words. If the snack section, Eric, if the snack section isn't there,
agree.
We're gonna have words.
And I actually may want to send up kind of a list of things I'd like to see there. Actually,
Brad, this will be great, and let him send it to you so you can ignore every single one of them.
I appreciated some of the snacks, but I have
more mayonnaise. He wants more mayonnaise.
He's gonna send a 45-gallon drum of fluff.
Packets of mayonnaise.
You know what?
so
It's funny. At Atlantic City National 2 years ago.
Okay.
I remember standing waiting for an order outside the PSA booth, and I seen Nat Turner walk out from behind, and he walked by, and he said something to someone. It's like, man, I just got to go get a snack. He goes like, we got no food around here. And instantly in my head, I was like, oh boy, the PSA Canada snack section is always up to par when it comes to that.
I will co-sign on this. Look, I'll still grab, as Bobby can testify, when we're holding court, in the food court section a little bit. Yeah, we'll grab a $47,000 beer, approximately. But at the same time, it's like, no, for the most part, it's a rookie move to pay for the food, though. It's a total rookie move. Like, there is literally eating establishments within walking distance across a parking lot. You go outside, go get some food out there. Like, it's normally priced. Just go get it out there. But no, the PSA Canada snack section, allegedly, which may or may not exist. I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. It's just, wow. If you know, you know.
It is for the VIPs.
Just saying.
I'd like to see Rice Krispie squares, though.
There you go.
All right, we'll make that happen. We'll make that happen.
There you go. But no, that's why it's extremely important. I was very concerned. I was deeply worried, Brad. Like these are the things I worry about. Look, Brad. All I'm saying is when I pre-did my hotel reservation, look, Brad, I got a suite. Like I got to be bougie like Eric. Like I can't be like the peasants anymore.
No,
like,
hold on. You need to be bougie like Eric's wife. I wanted to sleep in the janitor's closet.
Yeah, but you suck. No one likes you. It's fine. Don't worry about it. The point is like, no, sweet, Brad, sweet, like sweet, like
Brad,
we're not.
Brad, bring in crumble cookies.
That'd be amazing.
That was going to be one of my suggestions.
That was going to be next level.
Scratch the squares. Crumble cookies.
Crumble cookies. There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, now we got them in Ontario, so now we don't have the excuse anymore. That'd be sweet.
Skip the dishes. Get them delivered.
Okay, so let me quickly read.
M&Ms.
So we got a couple of legit questions. Let's quickly go through it. I know. All right. So Lapper said, what is the reason for PSA to officially formalize this relationship? You want to just go high level on this, Brad? Or what changes for us PSA users here in Canada who send directly to PSA? So let me answer the second one. Technically nothing. You can still send directly to PSA if you want. Like there's nothing stopping you. You're more than welcome to do that. But for folks that maybe don't already have a PSA account, want some maybe customs advantages. There are some customs advantages potentially. But no, if you're comfortable with your already format, yeah, just do it the way you're doing before.
Absolutely. 100%. Submit direct and keep doing it and send lots of cards.
If you're good. But for the rank and file folks that are sending a couple of cards at a time maybe, and that's kind of or maybe you're consolidating a couple of different levels, there might be some advantages to it that can be helpful. And it's also a simplified process. That's kind of nice. But no, if you're good, you already got the thing down to a science. Do what you're doing before.
Yep. No, absolutely. And it makes it easier. And there's lots of guys that want to pay certain ways that don't want to pay by credit card, etc. You can still pay by EMT through us. You can do wire transfer, so you can pay the exact amount. So you don't pay when you do pay on your credit card with the foreign exchange. When you're doing a big volume, it's not that big of a difference on small volume. But when you add 4% to a high volume transaction with the transaction fees that will be in place due to the exchange rates, that's a big thing. But if you want to combine orders, at the end of the day, if you have a 100 card order and it's all one service level, it's so easy to pack it up and send it direct. Especially if you have no one around, you can just do that easily. As long as you fill out all the paperwork properly, so you don't have to worry about customs coming back, etc. But if you have 5 or 6 different service levels, you're going to pay 5 or 6 different shipping fees. So you might as well send it to the office in Halifax. We'll combine it all together when it comes back as one, and you'll pay one shipping fee just to make it easier. So again, the whole purpose of everything that we did is to make it easier for Canadians to submit their cards. So I'm going to be listening to as many people's ideas, suggestions, comments, and say, what do we want to see? How can we make it easier? So that's the goal.
Move to the United States. That's how you make it easier.
There you go. Korean Cardboard says, good evening, everyone. Sorry, Miss Brad and several others at the Expo. Sorry, at the National. Yep. If I can't get an $18 slice of pizza, I'll be choked. I'll be all right. I think it'll be managed. All right. So, quick, our good friend, Hockey 99. Almost as mysterious as card porn. And there's a question about that coming up, so we'll cover that. Brad, you no longer at AMG? Question mark.
No, I have a new role.
There's a new sheriff in town.
Oh, you no longer own AMG. So for the last 7 years, Sherry has been the sole owner of AMG, and I have been an employee there.
I knew she was the brains. I knew.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
And now Brad, and she was like, Brad, you're fired.
I know. I know.
Done. It's over. It's over. So Brad, what are your thoughts on the? Go ahead, Bobby.
I did want to show one thing I did pick
Sure,
up.
go ahead. Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
Go ahead.
Here we go. What's this? Oh, look at that.
It's a cork board.
Yeah, okay.
That's great.
Gotcha.
That's got some great color to it.
Yeah, they did all the teams. You could order them on the wrappers from 1973 tops, 74 tops, 75.
Who's
And
the player supposed to be?
yeah, they're very difficult to find. This is only the second Leafs. The Leafs would be very difficult to find.
Is there a specific player they're shooting for there, Bobby, or is it just a general player?
Well, it says number 7. So if you look at 73, who number 7 was, 74, you got Lanny McDonald. But so it's generic, I think, at that point. There was 2 different scenes. There's the same guy in just a different uniform. But then there's another different scene. But the one thing, the Leafs, this is the only second one I've ever seen, is because in the 70s in the U.S., how many Leaf fans was there in the United States?
Sure.
Very few. So a lot of things are hard to find. A lot of Canadians fans, actually. But and I have never even seen a Canadians one yet. I've only seen 7 different teams on those corkboards. Yep. And 2 Leafs, go figure.
Sounds good. Quickly, I'll touch on this one here, just so we can touch on it. And I'll come back to some of the other comments and questions here. Lapper says, the pricing for PSA Canada includes return shipping. The pricing is on
there's the shipping component and covers insured shipping to PSA back to us and shipping back to you. So it's all listed. All the new pricing has been updated. There's a pricing specialist. Or sorry, no, that's not the proper term. Pricing specialists are the guys that do upgrades. There's what's his proper title? Anyways, there's an individual that was hired at PSA that looks after all pricing, and I worked with him over the last 2 weeks to adjust to make sure we had everything right. Again, adapting to the Canadian market. All our declared values now are in Canadian dollars for cards to make it easier. All the pricing's in Canadian. All the pricing at the Expo is going to be in Canadian. Yeah, we're really trying to make sure whatever market it is, wherever PSA goes, they want to make sure they enter that market and adapt and appeal to the people that are there. You know,
just call him the pricing guy.
The pricing guy, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, Mark's his name. Anyways, he's
Mark's the pricing guy.
Mark the pricing guy, like charts and graphs and spreadsheets and analysts. Smart guy and very likable. So
Nice. Well, so I'll add to this as well, because as I said, one of the key pieces of this puzzle is that, again, I very much enjoyed working with Brad and the team and talking about, because when they're a bulk submitter, it's easy. I knew it was going to be complicated to explain. So we had a lot of fun with this entire conversation. What it really comes down to is consolidation, the fact that you can bring the pieces together, the fact that the custom side of it is already kind of figured out for you. And it on paper, if you want, at the outset, if you already know what level it is, what the real value is and everything, you already are going to know exactly pretty much what you're going to pay. You already can, like right at the start, it's not going to be a guessing game.
Unless it's an upgrade.
Exactly. Unless there's an upcharge of some kind. But if you know the card
you
falls
hope for.
well within, but if you know the card falls well within the limit, if you already know the card falls within the limit and that's not an issue, then you're pretty much going to know, you're going to be able to calculate in advance, this is how much it's going to cost me. And then you just wait for the invoice and pay it, and then boom, you get your card. You're done.
Well, what used to happen years ago is that if you used PSA directly, and you know, because they're performing a service there, so you have to pay tax on the service coming over. A lot of times, what happened years ago was you'd have to pay for the whole shipment because they insured it at, you know, whatever amount you put on it. And so people are getting these unbelievable bills, and it was like, oh my god. So you know, the PSA being in Canada and everybody's submitting coin, you just eliminate that step completely, and there's no problems and no issues, because it's hard for you to talk to the people at the border. It's almost impossible. Explaining things to them is just unreal.
Yeah. When it comes to cross-border shipping, customs is the bane of our existence. Anything that we can do to streamline the customs side of things, again, going back to what we talked about earlier, if you already have a PSA account, you've already been doing it for a while, you're super comfortable with the process, you know more or less what you're doing with it, there's no reason to change what you're doing. By all means, if you're very comfortable and you're doing it, keep doing what you're doing. Yep. But for the majority of us who are submitting a couple of cards at a time here and there, like, it's a pain in the ass. Let's make this easy. It's a pain in the ass. I don't like doing it. But it's a heck of a lot easier for me to then have it streamlined in such a way that I can do it. Now, it also helps that I kind of know the people that I'm submitting it to. It helps.
I can even say this too. When people ask me questions, there's some guys that just, where's my cards? And from the Toronto Expo, we went over on a few orders a couple weeks. And those 90% of the people that the estimated turnaround time was 120 days, door to door. We got back 95% of the cards prior to the estimated 120 days. Some came back in 45 days. Some came back in 50. But 5% went over 120 days, and it's always. And I look at those people like Carlos's order just came back. It was one of the first ones we spent. One of the last ones we got back. My Uncle Charles, he had a 20-card order.
And I'm not saying anything. If anyone in Santa Ana is found in the river floating, it was Eric.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with me. I just want to make clear.
Yeah.
But some heads had to roll is all I'm saying.
Yeah. But there's no biases, no favoritism, nothing. It's just, hey, one card could mess up an order and it goes down that. But hopefully that does, and I know they're working on it. First in, first out would make life a lot easier for everybody. There's always ways to improve things.
I think what it really comes down to, though, I think Brad makes a fair point, though, is whenever I've submitted the cards, I kind of forget about it. I don't really worry about it. Now, if I need it to be quicker, then obviously I do expedited service. And I've used, by the way, I've done CGC grading through ComC, what they're doing. They've done a pretty good job meeting their timetables. But in most of the previous, honestly, this is actually the first one since I've ever used PSA Canada, going back to the Len Potty days, years ago. The first time they missed the mark on the dates. It's actually been, and every submission I've done, I don't send millions of cards, but I've sent a decent amount of orders over the years, and it's been pretty good. So for the most part, they've actually been pretty close to bang on or better. Scott here says, waiting on order from October 22. Yes, Scott. I do have enough pull to prevent your order from ever coming. So just let you know, you're going to be getting the order the same time Eric gets the app.
Ooh.
So I'm sorry.
So
I'm
never
sorry.
is the answer.
I'm sorry. Maybe you should find the guy who's floating in the river, allegedly.
I'm just waiting. So is that, I don't know if Big Scott's joking.
He did it through a different bulk submitter, so not through your thing.
Like,
But
honestly,
I always tease Scott that he's had a couple of orders that unfortunately have had some issues, and I just said, well, Scott, that's because I've gone out of my way. I made very explicit my instructions. They should never deliver your cards ever, and if they do, then heads are going to roll again, forever.
yeah, like
I know.
through a bulk submitter, but
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Something's not right.
There's an issue for sure. 100%.
Yeah, in my
There's an
opinion.
issue. There's an issue
Just
for
the
sure.
vibes aren't right on that one.
The vibes are not right, unfortunately.
Do you know what I
real
just
quick.
got back? That was
Go
kind
ahead.
of cool for a customer. It was the oldest order on our system. It started with 1127. It was he went to like Empire Theaters to a movie, and it's just the actual paper that you get. Like, you know how you don't get a stub anymore at the movies? Like,
Oh, so you're talking about an actual paper ticket?
a paper ticket printout that said the movie Air.
Yeah.
Okay.
Premiere screening of Air, and it was just like that little receipt paper, cash register paper,
Oh,
and it was
okay.
graded and encapsulated. It was awesome. I don't know how I have no idea, but
Really?
yeah,
But if it's the cash register one, that's the heat one, right? Those are the heat ones. That's gonna fade. Like, there's nothing you can do. Like it'll disintegrate on like that paper. It's not designed to last.
yeah.
I don't know what you could do, like, outside of keep it in the darkness with Aaron Rodgers. Outside of that, like, I don't know what you could do to keep it from fading.
Wrap Pokemon cards with it? I don't know.
I guess so, yeah. Let me touch on a couple of questions here that are directed. So first, there is Brad. What are your thoughts on the card porn situation? High level, super high level. Are they banned from the submission center? Only if they submit through Eric. If they can submit through Eric, it's fine. They're in Australia. Versus in Australia. Like, I don't know what the. But hey, Brad, do you have any high level thoughts on card porn?
No, and I kind of couldn't. I don't want to say I couldn't care less. I just don't even want to talk about it. It's been talked about.
Sure.
It is what it is. You know what? There's not saying I don't know the whole story, but
Yeah.
there's dirt bags everywhere in the hobby and in life in general. And you know what? These people. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. It drives me
They're
nuts.
individuals of ill repute in all manners.
Yeah. The only thing that I will say, you know what? I will add one thing about that. I was told by many people, I said, who is this card porn? Who is this? And they're like, it's a multiple of people. And I was told card porn was actually 10 to 15 different people. Do you know this, Carlos?
So I know there's more than
heard
one.
that too.
I'm comfortable with there's more than one. Juan Garcia is the one who's been named as like the principal. Let's just say principal. But there's more. Now it could just be as simple as more people have access to the account under the auspices of Juan Garcia. That could very well be I don't know the infrastructure of the card porn organization. Let's just put it that way. However, I believe there is more than one individual behind the account. I think Juan Garcia is probably the front-facing person, so to speak, if you will. That is the way that is what I believe based on what I've seen.
Down with these secret societies, man.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
I know.
So CC says, so regular on-site grading at the expo might not be a first come first serve line. So I'll quickly touch on this. The answer is yes, but let's pull the curtain behind and let's be truthful here. But rather, people need to register online for an on-site grade. It's not about registering online. What Brad was referring to, and Brad, you can elaborate if you as much as you like. If you already deal with an authorized dealer who's going to go to the expo, and you literally hand them their cards in advance. So let's, again, pull behind the curtain. We talked about this before, but I'll repeat it. People are at the expo before the doors open. I made the joke about the media pass thing, whatever. But look, there's different levels. There's different passes, right? There's the passes you buy. There's the VIP passes. Then there's the media pass, which Lord knows what the criteria is technically for that. But I'm going to ask just for the hell of it.
And the passes you don't pay for.
True, exactly. But also, like, I've got a couple of angles here. In the past, and we can speak to this. In the past, I've gotten Brad has been nice enough to supply me a pass through the PSA Canada. That's been awesome. I can do that. I can do it through AMG Collectibles. I can talk to Steve Menzie, who we've had on the channel before. I can ask him nicely, hey, would you be willing to let me have a media pass? Because I'm going to be doing content about the expo. Like I always do content about the expo, so that's going to be a thing.
You had him on the show.
Exactly. We're going to 100% do that. We'll promote the expo when the time comes. So it'll be like, hey, would you be willing to provide me a media pass? And if the answer is yes, then I get a pass and we're done. But here's the thing. If you're a dealer or a media pass person, Eric, when can you go in the doors?
The Thursday morning.
Is that open to the public at that time?
It is not.
Could you still do deals at that time when things are technically not open?
I emptied my entire wallet before the show even started.
Exactly. So long
That's
story
why
short,
he's bringing the wife.
there you go. But long story short, though, what I'm getting at here is, look, all I'm trying to say here is that first come, first serve is technically true, but first come, first serve could mean that already the cards have been handed off before the door even opened. So you could be standing there right in the front line, ready to go with your pass and everything ready to go if you're the general public, or even a VIP member on the preview night or whatever. Before the preview night even started, cards could already be handed over. And they will be. Spoiler, they will be.
I bought cards before one guy in particular I can remember. I bought cards from a guy who wasn't even done setting up his booth.
Of course. Yeah. But as I say, like, look, I don't want to bullshit you. There's no reason for me to do that. Like, but that's been true since time and materials, since the beginning of card shows. If you're a dealer, you already have an edge. Yeah, Bobby has literally made this a thing. All the times he's ever been a dealer, he gets to walk around. You get first pick, first dibs. Some of the cards you are buying at these shows have already been sold 3 times before you ever got it.
That's it. That's the truth. Very much the truth. As much as he's saying it tongue in cheek, it is actually the truth.
But I'm not saying it tongue in cheek. Look, I'm saying it in a kind of a funny way, but it's like, no, I'm literally telling you the straight goods. I'm telling you straight up. A bunch of the cards that you're going to buy at the show have already been sold 3 times before it ever arrived at your hands.
What used to happen is the major dealers used to go around to the smaller deals and they buy out the stuff and then they put it at their booth, mark it up exorbitantly because they knew what it was, and that was the show. Yeah. Everybody wanted the best looking, having the best stuff, I guess, more than anything else.
Yeah. And the reason I want to make sure I emphasize this is because I don't have a feeling you need to bullshit you. Why would I? Like, no, I'll just tell you straight up, this is what it is. But again, it's been true since the beginning of time. But in the same vein, look, full transparency. This hobby has always been about relationships. Who you know, what you know, whatever. Okay, look, if I got a card here that for some bizarre reason, like I'm hell bent, I need to have on-site graded, I could literally just hand it over to Brad or some of the other folks. It will be there at the front of the line and I will get it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But that's because we already have a relationship. I already know a bunch of the folks, and even it's Ryan Miller, right? I want to make sure I get the name right. Ryan Miller? Yeah. I've talked to Ryan Miller too.
Yeah.
I'm not on PSA. Again, spoiler, I don't work for collectors. That guy does.
But you don't know the pricing guy.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Exactly. But to be clear, that guy now officially works for collectors. We're all being 100% transparent.
Yeah.
I don't. But I can still get I can get my card in the front door before anybody else will ever get a chance. But any of these dealers who are also authorized dealers who are working with it, who are going to the show, who are already setting up at the booth, can get their stuff already handed over if their client, you, in this theoretical scenario, said, hey, can you get this stuff, make sure it's put in there for the show so that you can get it back to me? Yeah, no problem. I'll get it already. So there could already be business having been conducted. The register's already cha-chinging, adding up all the grading fees and everything before the doors even open.
Yeah. Yeah. And I can say this with confidence. If you submit to an authorized dealer or to our office in Halifax prior to the show, and you want to get your card graded there and get it back at the end of the show, that will happen. When the show doors open, who knows? We talked about it earlier. It's the grade of it. I hope it's a catch-22 for me. Like I want it to be so many people, and I want it to sell out on the first day. It's like, wow, this was awesome. What a success. And on the other side, I think of all the collectors out there that want to get their cards done. I'll be like, oh,
sorry,
this one sucks. You know what I mean?
That's the weird balance. That's the part I'm curious. Like, so Eric and Bobby were chatting about this before we hit live. We're going to be very curious what that looks like because, there's a possibility. Like the reason why I said I want to make sure we talk about it briefly because we're being transparent. There's a real possibility a good chunk of the allocation could be because again, what if you're a dealer who does business nationally and you got a bunch of cards that are worthwhile? Again, it's got to be the worthwhile piece. This is important because it's going to cost more to do on-site grading. It is going to cost more. than just submitting it normally and doing whatever. So yeah, so the question, so you're not doing it for a $5 card. You're doing it for a card where the value is there, where it makes sense for you, or it's a card that you like. No, I really want it back in my hands before the show is over. I want to get it in my hands so that it's done. So if it meets those criteria, though, it's worthwhile to you for maybe whatever personal reasons, or value-wise, it's totally worth it. Then yeah, but those, it doesn't matter how many graders you bring. There's only so much stuff they can process during that time period. So if you'd like it back before the end of the show, at a certain point, cut off.
Yeah. Yeah. And if you want it back end of show, then you pay that higher service level and you get it done. That's like, if you want to get every ride, you can go to Disneyland and you can go on every ride in every park in half a day. If you want to buy the VIP super package and spend $2,000 a person and have a personal escort roll around with you, you can. That's just the way the world.
Do they have that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the reason why I wanted to make sure we at least touched on it, because it's like, but the point though is that we're not. Look, I'd rather not pretend it's not there when it totally is. I'd rather not pretend that dealers aren't going to do deals before the doors ever open. Cards are going to change hands. There might be some amazing cards that you want for your collection that are going to be sold before you ever even get a shot.
Yeah.
It's already done. Deal's done. And you never even got a chance to walk in. Before you even walked in on Thursday. It's already over. Sorry, the card was already sold.
Wednesday.
Thursday.
Yeah, fair enough.
I haven't been on a Wednesday because, I mean, people are setting up Thursday, right? I mean, how many people are actually setting up Wednesday? Just like
Quite a few.
Tons of people Wednesday.
Yeah.
Well, most of the regular guys who sell wax and stuff, they're always in there because they have this large booth.
I know the corporate guys are in there
corporate,
because they have so much, I mean, massive setups and things are hanging from the ceiling and there's scaffolding. And so, but, you know, regular guys setting up their tables are in there on Wednesday also.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then I need to get
Look,
there.
The key point though is that even during that time period when supposedly the show's not on, money spends. Like if the guy's literally got the card on the table, you're telling me he's not going to, you waltz over and be like, hey, would you be willing to sell that for XYZ? And you come to a number that he's happy with, and you literally have the cash in your, can you wait until Thursday? Like, if you were willing to take it on Wednesday, why wouldn't you take it on Wednesday? You already made some money.
A rule about this by any chance? Is there a written rule?
No.
No, I was just curious.
Yeah,
it would be bullshit.
Yeah, no.
And nobody would listen. But
business is business.
Is there a actual written rule that deals are not supposed to be done until the show starts?
My God, no.
Now
who would monitor that?
I'll tell you, honestly, this is true. So I was at the Burbank show and I had my PSA corporate pass on because I was there to watch the setup, to learn everything that was going to happen for the Toronto Expo, the ins and outs. And I was walking upstairs and in the top level, and I was walking by booths, some of the guys I knew I had conversation with, and it was announced, you are not allowed to make transactions while dealers are setting up. Mm-hmm. And I was like,
which is nonsense.
It was very bizarre. So one of the dealers from New York that I bought different things from different times, and he goes, I will sell you anything right now. And I just started laughing with the red belt. But it was announced over and over.
You can put the rule if you want, but like, what are we even talking about? Hey, Brad, will you want to get lunch? Sure. How much for lunch? How about $250? Yeah, sounds good. Just slide the money to the end of the table.
Wednesday's a different kind of day, though. I think they open the doors around, I think it's, 2 o'clock? 3 o'clock? So you only have them 3 till 8 or 2 till 8 to really, it's basically drop your stuff off. But enough guys are in early enough, and they just start setting up their booth and put their stuff out, cover it over, and then just come back the next day, ready to go.
And then the crowd's allowed in Thursday afternoon, right?
Oh, yeah.
For the VIP night, yeah. VIP night is now the Thursday evening. Yeah.
We have the VVIP.
All right, real quick. I'll get caught up on the comments. Thank you all for the comments, everybody. Appreciate it as always. Okay, real quick. Agag99. Can we pick up a returning order from your location, meaning the submission center?
Yes, if you submit through us, yes, you can. If you submit direct, your order will be shipped back normally.
Right. Perfect.
Yep.
Takes longer to authenticate Mets. That was Carlisle's comment for Scott. I appreciated that. There are many issues getting dual citizenship, so I can go through. You might have to just cross the border, Scott. Just cross the border and get her done. Send it over. Maybe we'll take care of you. All right, real quick. Josh, good evening, gentlemen and Eric. Thank you, Josh.
All right, hold on.
Go ahead. It's
Shut
your
up,
moment.
Josh.
It's your moment. By the way, Josh, in the comments section of the podcast, felt awkward about the fact that he wasn't told to shut up because it was pre-recorded.
Oh,
We're not.
people are denied so much.
He didn't know what to do with his hands. It was very awkward.
I understand that, but Monday is not a shut up or I hate you type of day.
Well, it's 5% less.
Mondays, I'm in a better mood and I'm smarter.
Mm.
I am more miserable and dumber on a Friday. So shut up, Josh.
There you go.
We don't want to talk about Saturdays.
This one's good. Brad, do you feel left out of the recent news item didn't make Neo or Dustin's channel? I know. How dare they? How dare they?
Yeah, completely irrelevant on their channels, but I love their channels. So I listen to them. I listen to them every day.
I feel considering Dustin is willing to take clips from my channel, I feel like I should force him to cover it.
Yeah.
For no other reason than because I can. I should just be like, you're covering it. But it doesn't even, I don't care if it's relevant or not. Half the shit you talk about isn't relevant. You talk about New Orleans Saints. That's not relevant to football. What are you even talking about? Get out of here. Has the pricing for on-site been released?
No, not yet. It will be. It's been determined, worked on, and it will be released very soon. And I'm very happy with it.
Okay, listen. He told me it's and I'll break it. $7 a card. Doesn't matter. And there's no PSA tax. Everything is $7 a card. If you use the because I'm Carlos promo code.
Oh, that'd be amazing. It'll work just as well as the crumble code. It'll work just as well as the crumble code. All right, so there you go.
666.
Yeah.
Because I'm Carlos. Thank you.
So not yet, but it will be forthcoming. That's why I said, like I said, all I gave earlier is that I have a pretty good idea what it is, and if it comes to pass, I think you guys will be happy. But at the same time, it's one of those things where I think it's going to be very competitive relative to other on-site grading prices. But we'll see. Your miles may vary. But again, I'm just going to remind you, on-site grading price is higher than normal submission price. Just be aware of that. That's always going to be the case.
So, Brad, if we play like Price is Right, we do that high low. If I say will it be $10? Can you say higher or lower?
There you go.
Well, I can tell you for sure that express service and above will be the same listed price that you see.
There you
As
go.
if you were sending it. Like there's no increase in price on the higher service levels, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Fair. Big Sauce says, don't forget, Bobby has an app coming up.
Yeah.
Sure, yes.
Brad, any thoughts on the cardboard saga? We did answer that already. On the PSA Canada webpage, it has the steps in the order status. They include grades ready before the QA checks out as PSA USA does, or do customers have to wait until they are in their hands?
You know what? Honestly, that one threw me for a whole loop when that just came out. That was all of a sudden I couldn't put in submission numbers, and they were updating with the pictures. For me as a dealer, that was a bit of a nightmare, and it still is. I'm trying to go in and update you can't put in. Sorry, I can do it now, but there was about a 10-day period where you couldn't put submission numbers in, only order numbers, and all I have is submission numbers.
Right.
I can go in to get this order number and try to find the submission number afterwards, but it was a nightmare. Anyway,
Wow.
Yeah, because there's all new steps, and again, it's always I'm a little bit old school when it comes to I don't like change on those things that you get so used to that you do constantly every day. But all the changes, I always tell myself, they're doing this to make it better. They're not doing it, hey, you know what? Let's screw with this guy up in Canada and make his life difficult. It's as much
as long as I'm not in charge, because I would totally do it just to screw with people.
You know what I mean? Like whenever there's changes with anything, a new cell phone, or you do an update on your cell phone, and you're like, why did this just happen? And then you realize, when they took away the buttons on your phone,
I liked my BlackBerry.
Great movie too, by the way.
There you go.
Yeah, it was interesting for sure.
I thought it was. Did you guys talk about that at all in the shows? Anything?
I haven't seen it yet.
Well, there's the NHL component of it, which is I can't get over how much Jim Balsillie is evil. Like he is terrible portrayed in the movie. Like
Sure.
I don't know how accurate it is, but like over the top, what an arrogant guy this guy is, right? I really, really enjoyed watching it. Like it's not a big budget movie by any means, but Jay Baruchel, I think it was made in Canada. It's good.
So this sounds familiar, but what streaming thing is it on? Is it Netflix or something
I
else?
watched it on the plane on Air Canada, so maybe it's on. It might be on Netflix.
It's on the Air Canada plane network.
Ooh.
It's really a little
My
bit.
network.
I've seen it on something. It could be on. Maybe it's on Crave. I feel like it might be on Crave.
Okay, what's the
Maybe.
name of what's the title of it? Is it just Blackberry or something else?
Yeah,
No, it's something else.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's something else.
Well, I know it was RIM. Research in Motion was the company,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I don't know what they would call it. Did Eric obtain a Dick Black card? We're still waiting. Our long national number continues.
I had the corporate account for coffee for
recently,
them.
and the price got ridiculous.
Oh, it's called Blackberry. Yeah.
Just called Blackberry. Okay.
Yep, it's called Blackberry. But honestly, like the storyline, like it's pretty cool. And Carlos, I'm sure you're going to be like, you will really enjoy Jim Balso.
I love it. I love it. I also like my old BlackBerry. I'm gonna be honest. I like having a full keyboard. I thought that was
I
fun.
liked it. I loved my BlackBerry. I thought it was great.
I still have
agree.
mine. I kept all my phones that I've ever had.
Oh really?
You know they don't work anymore.
Bobby, what was the first phone? Okay, now I'm curious. What's the first phone?
My first phone was
Yeah.
a flip phone by I can't even remember.
Motorola.
Actually, it was a green little. It was almost like one of those 70s one, but it was in the 80s. Panasonic. I can't remember the name.
I'm
of
just
it.
trying to think though, because my dad had the car phone first. The car phone was the
those
first one.
ones in the.
So it was the
in
suitcase.
handheld.
It was the suitcase thing,
Oh,
which I thought was like, I thought it was the coolest thing because I was like, because he literally would just put it between in the middle of the seats, and you could boom. He had the little car phone with the gigantic. It was a suitcase with the antenna and everything.
Yep.
Then he got the brick
Sounds
phone. Then he got the brick phone. So he had the brick phone, and I actually did a. I actually did in a class in high school. I did a thing where we had an '80s throwback thing. Oh no, sorry, no. It was actually a party. No, after high school, it was actually a party in college where we did like a theme night, for retro theme night. And as part of my costume, I got to use the brick phone because my dad still had it. So he still had the brick phone, so I could use it as part of the costume. It worked out really well, actually.
I think that's what I had too. It was kind of big and it had a little antenna kind of thing on the top.
Yeah. The next one after that, the flip phone he had, the first one was, I think it's called StarTech. I think it was StarTech was the company that had the flip phone. So that was the first one for that. It was early days for that stuff. And then obviously as we went along, more technology came down the pipeline.
BlackBerry was my.
We kept going forward. We had different things, and then the smartphone eventually came in, but
My
we had
first
a lot
one
of
was
those.
so expensive to use that it was literally like emergencies only.
Well, that
because
was the carry-on phone. That was
You
expensive.
couldn't afford to make a freaking call on it anyway because you're paying by the minute, and it was ludicrous.
Yeah.
But didn't you like what you got to pay by the text?
Oh,
Pay by the text, pay by the minute, pay as you go the whole way.
Oh my
You use
Lord.
this, you're paying for it. We're
Who's
billing
got
you for
their
every
first
distance.
beeper?
Oh yeah.
I had one of those for a little bit.
I never had a beeper. I was
Just
never
a
a
second.
doctor or a lawyer
Okay.
or a drug dealer.
Yep. So Zach here says, I go to Dallas and walk in as VIP starts, and dealers tell me about all the cars on their table as they picked up at the show. Yep.
Mhm.
Josh says, SMRT. Facts. $7. Nobody's paying that. Come on. True.
Hey, we gotta
Competitive.
make
So we're
some
looking
money.
at 160-ish. Just smile if I'm close, Brad.
I always smile.
Yeah, that's the thing. How could you tell?
Yeah, exactly. Motorola Razr. I remember my Razr. That was a good phone. I enjoyed
Oh
it.
yeah.
I thought it was fun.
I
Last week I watched.
had phones for like 10 years before that came out because I'm old.
But yeah, no, we all agree you're old. So Green Carpet says, like, we was The Void, a cosmic horror film filmed in Sault Ste. Marie.
Nice.
There you go. Nice.
I'll try to
Boy.
dig out my phones and bring them next time onto the show.
I got to take off. I'm hitting the wall, but I wanted to leave with one thing. I got some good investment advice.
Ooh.
If anyone's looking.
You want to sell people your Alex Manoa now while you still can?
No.
Oh, when Manoa went down, sometimes you just have to adapt. So, fresh back from PSA,
Uh-oh.
Jose Barros Rookie.
Brad,
Oh,
pitchers. No.
3-0. Wait, hold it. Shutout tonight against the Red Sox. 3-0.
Red Sox suck.
Go Barrows. Go Barrows.
Brad, we might have to close the deal on the Manoa. I might have to buy one of those literally for you. Like I'll just pass you some pocket change or something. Like it's getting worse.
I gotta have hope, man. I gotta have hope.
Yeah.
Stop investing in. Do not hashtag invest in pitchers, Brad. No.
No.
Stop it. Get some help. Get some
We
help.
just fired. We just
Get the
fired
hitters.
the general manager. All
Brad,
right,
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking at this point. I want to buy one of your friggin' Manoas for like a bargain basement price as a testament to your folly. Like I want to hang on to it as a testament to your folly.
Well, like, excuse me. I was thinking about selling because we got 4 of the 5 red Manoas. I was like, maybe I'll just put one up just to see what it goes for. And then I was like, no, if it goes for like $50 now, like
You don't
I'll
want
be
to
devastated. So, oh.
wait it out.
It's getting dark, Brad. It's getting
I
dark.
know. I just want to leave that.
It's getting dark, like the Aaron Rodgers darkness. It's descending upon us. It's getting worse. Oh
It's
no,
dark before the dawn.
Brad, a pleasure chatting with you as always. We'll definitely like I said, everybody. Brad will still be around when he gets a chance, when the opportunity presents itself. He's a busy man these days. He's got a lot of business he's got to do.
Oh, yeah.
I know. Eric is pretty much like doing cartwheels back there.
I know.
But,
I know he missed me.
Of course. But no, we'll definitely be doing some of that. He'll still be around, and we'll get a chance. And we'll get a chance to chat with some of the other folks as well. Some good times.
Yeah.
We'll have some fun.
As far as that goes, yeah, there's zero change when it comes to Brad the collector, and with my friendship group, that's lifelong. Nothing changes. So,
Don't you threaten me, you son of a bitch.
Hey, easy.
sorry, what's your name again?
That's correct. Like Eric's angling to be replaced by Josie. You still have to pay for the light bulb, by the way. I still would charge you no matter what happens, whether you're here or not. I'd charge you. Just
I
so we're
love
clear.
it. All right,
Brad,
boys.
have yourself a good night. We got work to do. Have yourself a good one.
Thanks
Okay,
so much.
write down crumble.
Don't invest in Jay's pitchers. Facts.
Dave
Not a good
Steve.
scene, my man.
What?
Oh, Dave Steve had gotten his proper due, he would have been fine. Dave Steve, I watched that documentary that was done by it was originally the channel name was different. I want to say, what is it, Home Base? No, shoot, the name's
EBS.
No, there's a YouTube channel that does a lot of documentaries, and they're actually very good. I had recommended it in the past. They did a Dave Steve one, and it was really good. I actually thought it was really well done. And it covered his career very nicely and explained a lot of what it was. Like, he got screwed over in the 80s big time.
Yeah.
Big time. Because he probably should have had a couple of Cy Youngs. And if he had gotten his proper due at that time, it probably...
His
probably
card
would
might
be
be
in the Hall
worth
of Fame.
something today.
I don't even
Well,
know
I
who
think
he is.
Dave Steve rookie is 1980 tops. I don't think it has a little bit of value, but it's not like look if magically people reviewed his career and realized that, like, in the 80s he was one of the preeminent pitchers. The problem is the Jays weren't ready. Like, as a team, they weren't ready, but he was still pitching at a top level.
Yeah.
If they give him that credit, look, it's the Burt Blyleven thing all over again. If he gets the credit and then goes to the Hall of Fame, all of a sudden that rookie will suddenly shoot up, and it'll be like, what changed? His career didn't change. It was what it was.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
All about the story.
But that's what it is. It's the narrative and how it's presented. So yeah, I would have no issue. I'd love to see Dave Steve get another fresh look by, like, a veterans committee or something and get a little respect, because they made a very compelling case. I thought they did a very good job explaining it. And he got unlucky in a lot of things. He probably could have had a couple of no-hitters. The whole chase of the no-hitter thing was part of the Dave Steve mystique.
Yeah.
And when he finally got it, it was such a big thing. But he got close so many times. It was
Still
crazy.
don't know who he is.
Pitcher for the Jays in the 80s. That's all
Yeah,
it is.
That's
all
it.
it is.
Really, that's the truth.
Yeah, he was the guy for them at that time period, and he was the dude. I
The
want to make sure I got
dude.
this here. He was
Don't
the
know
dude.
anything about him.
And that's kind of the problem. It's Secret Base. Secret Base is the name of the YouTube channel. That's what I wanted to go.
okay.
And they had a multi-part series in Dave Steve. If any of you do enjoy baseball and stuff like that, they did an excellent job with that documentary. They did multiple parts. And the narrative and the way they do it is actually very well done. So I would highly recommend it. Secret Base, very good channel with some interesting stuff. multiple sports too. It's not just baseball. You can see some football stuff on there. It's very well done. Very well done. All right, so we got that. Sounds good. Actually, I wanted to quickly mention something. Kind of quick aside. So now that we're in the third hour here, I think it's time for a little tinfoil hat time. A little conspiracy. The aliens are among us, possibly.
Oh, really?
So in the course of my 4-hour
The Mexican
extravaganza,
piñatas.
yeah, in terms of my 4-hour extravaganza of grocery shopping, that never ended.
Yes.
At the tail end, when I finally dropped off all the groceries at the family house, Carlos Sr. and I went to go do one more errand to finish it off. I had something drop off in the mail. I left it till the end. I said, let's take care of all your business first, and then I'll drop it off in the mailbox. I did quickly. Carlos Sr. was hungry. He wanted to quickly grab a bite to eat before, and I said, okay, fine. I need to grab one more thing myself, but then, let's go. So we went to the McDonald's drive-thru, and we each got a 6-piece of chicken McNuggets. Now, that's not the important part of the story. The important part of the story is that I go to the Weather Network because I check it regularly. And literally the first thing that comes up, the ad on the side is earn points with McDelivery on the McDonald's app. I'm like, okay, it's one thing if I look it up on a browser search. It has been months since I went to drive-thru. How the hell is the one ad you're showing me a McDonald's app?
You got it, brother. They're tracking everything.
They're reading your minds. I didn't look it up on my phone. I didn't look it up on my computer. I've done nothing. I literally just ate at drive-thru for the first time in months.
Did you pay with debit?
I am.
They're always
I didn't even pay for it.
Oh,
It was my dad.
really? So they go through your dad through you. Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying.
They're tracking and listening. Everyone knows that we all love these Alexa things in our houses. We can play music. They're constantly listening, and that's why all of a sudden, you put Pandora on, and the ads, it's like stop popping up, and you're like, I was just talking about that. Yeah, how about that? Isn't that a coincidence?
There was a question someone asked. It was on this radio station Q107 actually, and I was listening to it, and they said that it was Siri's. And they said, Siri's, what about this question? And Siri's went, ha ha, you're so funny. That's so funny. I'm gonna go tell my friend Alexis. Alexa, it got into this real funny run, and it was like, hey, that was good. Thanks. But you can ask them anything, and they're just like, whatever. They'll just tell you what the internet says.
They're always listening because they're listening for the cue words, right? So they're on and they're listening, and they're picking up lots more than just the cue words that turn them on. They're
they're
listening.
on. Everything, your TV, everything.
Yep.
So Zach is right. Your location is enabled on your phone. Now, I personally turned off location services. But
no, you can never turn it off. It's
I understand. But what I'm saying is, from the settings, I can turn it off. Now, that doesn't mean the phone isn't pinging the satellite at all times. But I just found it very funny that literally as I parked out, the first ad that pops up is McDonald's. I'm like, I haven't been to a McDonald's in months. I go, how convenient. First ad that pops up after I have some McNuggets earlier today. I'm like, all right. I see what you're doing. I haven't
had McNuggets in like ever.
Ever. That seems a specific one.
Mechanically deboned chicken just doesn't do it for me. I don't know. They're not even chicken. It's like real chicken strips. Yeah, but not that. I just can't.
No, it's gross.
Really, because you don't know what you're really eating. Really,
it's like the sausage thing, Bobby. You don't want to know.
Hey, a good hot dog is okay every once in a while. We'll give into that. Those nuggets.
Look, how do you know your hot dog isn't made of crushed chicken McNuggets?
I've given it. I've sold my soul to the devil on that one, so that's okay.
We have to start going back to the Nathan hot dogs that was sold at the show 2 years ago because I'm still sick over that.
Nate's hot dogs? Nate Turner's?
Oh, God, that was so gross.
So, Carlos says here, my personalized ads think I'm a toothless, broke, impotent, and only man with bad breath. But that's bullshit. I have teeth.
Congratulations.
You got it, buddy. Lapper says this chicken burger may contain chicken, allegedly.
No proof in that.
Well, I haven't tried Chick-fil-A yet. Have you?
I never had one.
I don't.
Eric, I think the running joke is that you haven't tried like 3/4 of the things, and the other quarter you hate.
3/4 of nothing, and
my mother has been on the chat saying that's all true. I'm not making it up. I have not been to a lot of the famous fast food places that everyone goes to, and I don't like a lot of food. So,
but comes to Canada, he needs Nate's hot dogs. And
No, I ate a Nate hot dog at the show. I was hungry. I paid $4,000 for it, and it was the worst tasting thing I ever had, and I was sick for 2 days.
If only there was a plaza literally across a parking lot that had
Yeah.
multiple eating establishments in it at
Well,
a normal price.
Last year, I thought the pizza was good and fairly priced
It
for a
was.
show, and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
pretty much lived off pizza.
Yeah, you can do that. You can have the Hawaiian and still get your fruit.
I think though the key part of our discussion with Brad, and it was the very most important thing, is that the snack bar is still open. That's really important.
But
His
I
snack bar.
am gonna give some suggestions for this year.
Yeah.
Because I
Unfortunately,
really don't want to go and get a Nature Valley granola bar. Okay,
No,
I want some
he's gotta
freaking
get rid of those.
M&Ms.
I think you need
I
some
want
granola
some
in your life.
licorice. All right.
Licorice.
Yeah.
Black licorice, Eric?
No,
Black
that's
licorice?
gross. Nobody likes black licorice. That's disgusting.
The red Twizzlers.
Yeah.
It's like Bobby. Now I want nothing but black licorice, Eric.
No.
Nothing
I
but
hate black licorice.
I want some ice cold Pepsis back there.
Yeah.
I have a list.
You have a
demanding.
list. I'm sure you do. Yeah, you have a whole retainer going on
Yeah,
over
those
there.
Nature Valley bars, that's very pedestrian. We need to, get up to Vector or something a little better. Brad, well, we can talk like that when Brad's not.
Yeah,
here.
yeah. I want Snickers bars. I want full size king
Snickers
size
bars.
Snickers bars.
Well, it has nuts in them, right?
I was gonna
Yeah.
say.
Nuts for nuts. Yeah, Rice Krispie squares. Those are good.
I
Good
agree
sugar
with
high.
that. I
To
agree with
wake you
that.
up a bit.
Well, it was funny because when we were over, because again, it became a 4-hour ordeal. I was like, so I was in the middle of waiting, during one portion of it. I was like, all right, let me at least get a coffee. And I went over and got my cold brew coffee. And I'm like, all right, let me grab something with this thing. And the thing is, Starbucks is not allowed to actually call it a Rice Krispie Square. They call it it's like a marshmallow dream bar or something. I'm
Yeah.
like, guys, it's a Rice Krispie Square. It's a Rice Krispie Square.
whatever.
That's what it is. Like, it's literally Rice Krispies with melted marshmallow in the middle. It's a Rice Krispie Square, guys. But it's a dream bar. It's a marshmallow dream bar.
Mm.
I know.
And it wasn't cheap.
No, it wasn't. But I was like, all right, let's screw it up. I'm gonna eat the damn thing. Fine, just give me that. Give me that. Let's go. I was like, okay, whatever. But I don't know. I think it's gonna be fun when we get into the. But I thought
It'll
it
be
actually
busy.
ended up
That show's gonna be
it's
very busy.
100%. But look, that's the reason why I joke about the snack section and everything. Like for us, it's great because then we don't have to run into. It was a good spot to get some water, to get a drink, and to get a quick
Yeah.
bite. Again, it's not a meal.
And
You want
just
to go
to
to a meal?
step
Like go
out.
across the parking lot. Go across the parking lot. Get some food. But
And a little
if you just go
quiet
quick
time
snack, it
too,
was good.
right?
Well, the only thing across the parking lot is a Timmy's and a Slub Shop.
Oh,
Right?
and there's the breakfast place, and then there's A&W, and
Yeah,
one
There's a
other
couple
place.
there's literally a couple in the plaza now.
What's
Yeah, the Timmy's is further.
A&W?
A&W is a burger joint. A&W is a burger joint.
I have no idea.
He knows A&W.
No, I know
A&W
A&W
root beer.
I didn't know it was a burger joint.
Yeah, that's a burger. Yeah,
I have no idea.
you can get a freaking goddamn
You never
old
heard of
man burger.
A&W in the U.S.?
A&W root beer are sold.
Yeah, well, in
in
addition to it's not
I've
just
never
it's not
thought-
just a
it
fast food
started
joint just
out
for
as
root
a-
beer.
It started out as a food establishment
there's
that
none
had
around.
great root beer.
There's none around in New England that I've
So
ever
you
seen.
get so like their burgers, for example, are all like the grandpa burger, the whatever burger, this,
They're
that,
not
and the
the
other.
best, really.
You can get the goddamn old, just about to disintegrate old man burger.
Well, we used to pull into the A&W where you'd pull in and they serve it on the window. They put the tray, it had the hooks, and put it on your window, and you just hand it back. Yeah, I was a kid back then in the 70s. Yeah.
Now, I want to this
That's
year.
fun.
I am going to go outside and see the sausage guy.
Yes, good hot dogs. I'm not a big sausage guy for him, but good hot dogs.
Now, this year, sausage guy, putting it on the plan.
I like that out of context. He goes, "This year at the expo," Eric's like, "This year at the expo, sausage guy," and he's like, "And I'll get a hot dog too."
He doesn't have pepper. Bring your own.
Okay.
And every restaurant isn't all over the U.S. I think there's some of the DQ selling ice cream burgers. I don't know. I don't. I think they got milkshakes and stuff. I don't know if they have ice cream. They definitely have burgers. Like A&W's definitely got burgers in it. The
Ice
A&W
cream?
breakfast
I'm
is
not
actually
sure.
not half bad. The A&W breakfast is not half bad.
You know what I made? We had barbecue here, but my sister and brother-in-law and stuff.
I'll be right
And
back.
what I made was Pop-Tart ice cream sandwiches. They were good.
Pop-Tart ice cream sandwiches. Okay.
Yeah, so those. Just make. I cut
Yeah.
the ice cream. I open the thing and I cut it in pieces.
Oh, so you
and
put
then-
it between two Pop-Tarts?
Yeah, you don't heat them up or anything, obviously.
No. Makes sense. Yeah.
Well, you have the hot waffles at the C&E, right, where you have the waffles and ice cream. It's usually a
Yep.
warm waffle, and yeah.
Yep.
So I didn't heat the Pop-Tarts, of course not. So I cut them, put them back in the freezer, and brought them out. And everyone goes, "The hell are those?" So I did a chocolate, and I guess a strawberry and a vanilla. And man,
That sounds decent. That sounds pretty solid.
they were amazing.
Just on paper and concept, I think that sounds pretty good. Sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah. If you're close with diabetes or something, don't eat them. But I mean, it's worth the risk.
So my mom's out, but I'm still in.
No, it's worth the risk.
FYI, there's an A&W
They're
in
that
Rhode
good.
Island. Perfect. Thank you, David.
Because I had them,
Appreciate
and
it.
my sister, like I created them like 8-10 years ago or something like that, and I hadn't done them since. And I'm like, man, I'm gonna do that for the barbecue. It's not easy to do, it's kind of like a process. Anyways, everyone's trying them, going, holy, where the heck, So they're looking on TikTok, they can't find it, and it's like, I said, yeah, I created it so many years ago. You can use anything really, but
I think
that
I agree.
goes
I agree
really
with that.
well.
Have any of you tried a varsity dog in Atlanta? So I haven't been down by Atlanta, so I'd say no.
No.
But I'll open up the chat if anybody else has been down that way. So,
Varsity dog.
yep. Brownie varsity dog in Atlanta. There you go. Thank you,
It's
Carl.
not-
Appreciate you. Gig Grill, that place is 4.5 stars out of 5. Highly recommend. Nice.
Wow.
Paul. Nice. Paul, actually, question for you. Are you going to be down by in the Fall Expo? You going to be joining us for that one? Because I know it's obviously you got to head out of your way a little bit, so I'm just kind of curious if you're going to head down for this one. I think this fall is going to be interesting. So part of the reason I wanted to broach it with Brad is obviously he's announcement, new job, all that. But this show is going to be completely different
Yeah,
for him,
well,
especially. Like it's going to be a completely different deal. Bobby's going to be doing thing with Zap. We're going to be so everything we're doing, like for most of us, it's going to be very similar to what we've done in the past, not dissimilar. But I think my main point is that it's going to require a little bit of planning. Like there's always a little bit of logistics, but we're going to have to kind of because there's a lot of folks. It's like, yeah, I want to hang out with these folks and chat. When
It's
we have
gonna
the days
happen.
after, it's gonna, yeah.
like I got Andy with me, so he's the CFL guy, so he'll be, we'll be I'll be sort of hosting him in a way, and Eric will always be hanging on my coattail. I'm just saying,
Not
but
wrong.
then PSA guys, they said they wanted to, meet me and maybe we can go out and have lunch or something. And so, this was not with Brad or anything. It's just away from PSA because they've been asking me a lot of questions at the grading office. So, and I've been providing them with a lot of new information for them on some hockey issues and baseball. So,
I think it comes down to, though, very similar to what a lot of folks talk about in the national. It's an opportunity for a lot of folks to talk shop, but it's a bit of a mix and match, right? It's folks talking shop, but it's also folks that know each other socially from being in the space and everything. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I said I haven't had the chance the last couple of expos to go and hang out with Brad for one of the dinners or something. But it's with the amount of stuff going on, it's like in advance you have to be like you have to specifically plan this out. So there's a couple of my buddies that I know I'm always gonna make sure I make time for, and then Bobby, myself, Eric, and a couple of us. Bobby usually arranges one of those, so that's one that I try to make sure we do. So it's like, all right, we got that night. Then I try to meet up with one of my buddies specifically to do it that night. And sometimes, we can combine the two. Because my buddy Steve, we were able to go to Chopped. He was able to join us as with him and his friend as part of that as well. And then everybody was able to be part of that, which was great. It was a good table, a good company, and we had a lot of fun with that.
that was an interesting conversation. The other gentleman there, forget his name. He was the mortician.
Yes, that's right. But I think that's fun because it brings an interesting little dynamic to the table and all that. So it's a different thing. But those are fun. But that is where the people actually get to chat a little bit. Because on the show floor, it's tricky. Like if we're holding court and whatever, you can do a little bit, but it's very because sometimes people have to run around and they're trying to find stuff, and so it's a little bit of a mix and match. But then, yeah, when you get to sit down and just have dinner, just sit down and have a dinner, then you're able to actually chat a little bit, because all of a sudden things can slow down for a little. Everybody's sitting down, you're having your drink, you're waiting for food, or you're eating or whatever, and then you can actually have a nice conversation, which is fun.
Yeah, and everyone lays down a few anecdotes here and there, and we have some fun.
That's right. Up in the air at the moment, got a bunch of things going on at the same time. Fair enough, Paul. Fair enough.
Does that
Sounds
mean
good.
is that whether or not he's going to Toronto?
Yeah, I was just asking for the fall, because obviously the fall is if you're only going to attend one, the fall is the big one. For us, the fall is always the big one.
Yeah.
Okay, Paul, as much as I dislike you, and I really, really do.
And you just like multiple Pauls, so that's a big saying.
Yeah.
Really?
You are my hound,
Sounds-
my hound dog. You sniff the stuff out that I need. The story goes that I searched for quite a while to find this. I drove all the way to Toronto to get this, and I couldn't find it. I'm looking around, going, "There's got to be one around here." Paul's at the show for like 20 minutes. I go, "I'm looking for this." He's like, "Okay." I mean, the guy's gone for like hardly any time at all. He's like, "All right, I found it." He's like a hound dog. So he needs to come so I can give him another list of things so he can go find for me in like record time.
You got 4 days.
Yeah.
Should give you enough time.
No, I just got to tell Paul.
Oh, well,
I just got to walk in, go, "Paul, this is what I'm looking for." Paul goes off, comes back. Here you go. Done.
Done. Speaking of done, I'm done, guys. I'm getting tired now.
Sounds good,
And
Bobby.
it was a good night tonight. Good talk.
Yeah, no, we had a lot of fun, and we'll definitely be chatting more, obviously, as we head into it. This was a good one because, like I said, it was nice that Brad was able to come on and fill us in a little bit of that. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be some changes coming with that, but I think it's going to be some exciting stuff. There'll be more. There'll be more to talk about as we get into it, especially we start heading to the fall period. Now
Oh, I'm running hard already, so yeah.
Yeah, like we're in September, and before you know it, blank October, boom, November.
Dang.
We'll be there before you know it.
It's too fast. It's one time that I don't want it to come so fast.
Yep.
Go figure, right?
So I say let's take it a week at a time. Let's take it a week at a time, and then we'll go from there.
Yep.
All right, sir. Have
All
yourself
right,
a good
guys. Have a good night.
Later, Bobby.
Ciao.
All right, so real quick here, what is the topic? Right now, it's kind of open-ended. We're just talking a little expo, a little bit, a couple of things.
We were talking
had a
earlier
chance to
about
mull
how
it.
much we hate you, Bob.
There you
but
go.
You weren't here to hear that, so.
I find cars for other people, card shows, never for myself. That's true. You are a picky man. Paul says, dislike you too, Aaron. Facts.
Yeah, like I've never heard that one before. Shut up, jerk.
That was another Paul.
I understand. I know my Pauls. I don't like any of them.
Wire, can you give me a repack? Yeah. Yeah. Could you just recap the last 3.5 hours? Could you get on that?
Let me see. In the last 3.5 hours, I've made it clear that I hate Brad. I hate Name. I hate Paul. I hate Paul. I forgot earlier when Michael Ham was on to acknowledge that my hatred for him. So we'll hit that now. I hate Michael Ham.
Good.
Okay. And I want Bob Jackson to go screw. So that's about sums it up.
That's fair. I think I like it. I like it. Sounds about right.
Yeah,
and we did also,
and my mother checked in. So yeah, that's about sums it up.
yep. And we did also establish the pecking order of grading submissions.
Yes.
You know, get the stuff in early. And if you
And
know
it
a guy,
really
just
doesn't matter how early you get it in, and the general public, because we've already been there for a day and a half.
Well, yeah.
And we took up all the spots. So
what you're saying is maybe the high level takeaway here is don't be peasants.
yeah. And at all costs, try not to be a peasant.
Bob Jackson says, "What is your obsession with me going to screw?" It's a valid question.
You know, it is. But that doesn't take away that the fact that I still want him to go screw.
Wow. All right. Any NHL predictions? Pain.
I'm not getting into that.
I want to enjoy a couple weeks of the NFL before we get into that. But we'll see. Like I'm looking forward to. I've got the streaming package for the NFL for us. It's DAZN, DAZN, DAZN. It was really bad the first couple of years. It was really bad. Now it's okay. It's pretty good, and it comes with Red Zone, which is pretty sweet. It's a good little combo to the package. Go wrench. I like it.
I don't know why. I don't know. That's just funny.
Slowly losing his mind. It's true. Terrible.
It's getting late. I'm tired, and I just that's funny. I don't know why.
There you go. You need to switch. You need to switch to my low percentage beer, the old strong beer. It's good, but it works pretty good, I will say, and it lets me basically still have access to all the games, which is awesome. And then it does have red zone, so when my teams are not on, I can put it on and then just you flip between the games. You just show me whatever's going on, and then I can keep track of things that way. It's pretty fun for me. As it is a terrible name. I agree with that. It's only because originally, like, I was like, DAZN? Dazin? And it's supposed to be for the zone, so I was like, all right, well, it's still a stupid name, but all right, whatever you say. Fair enough. Interesting shop or bicycle stories from this past week. So he's opened it up for you. Shop or bicycle? Did you shop a bicycle?
I did not shop a bicycle this week. I just before the show started, I was able to get home from a 25-mile ride, shower, wolf down some French toast, and start the show. So my hair was still wet from the shower when the show started. But I had a great surprise today for anyone who may follow me on Instagram. You may already know this. A friend of the shop and somebody that I've become very friendly with, and look forward to seeing. Came into the shop today. Some of you may know who this is. It was Normand Levaye, played for the Bruins in the early 80s. Unfortunately, in between periods of Boston Bruins Vancouver Canucks game, he had a cerebral hemorrhage and was in a coma for 3 weeks and has been partially paralyzed for the rest of his life. But that has not stopped him from being just a great guy and just happy all the time and funny, and he's great. So he was in town for the annual Boston Bruins golf tournament, and he always stops by the shop with his wife and his friends and his family that accompanying him everywhere he goes, because he does need assistance at times. So all of a sudden the door opened up, and it just the nonsense started right away, because just because Normand has the disabilities that he has doesn't stop the people who care about him from busting his balls and giving him a hard time. So if anything, we probably pick on him more than than we should, but it's always great when he comes in. So he signed some beer cans. I think I've talked about those in the past when he's come. He sells. Yeah, I actually have one. I think it's an important thing. So give me a second. This is Levaye beer, okay, and 100% of the proceeds. You can see his autograph. He signed this one for me some time ago. 100% of the proceeds go to his charity that helps support children with disabilities and their families. So we sell.
But the more important question is, how does the beer taste?
It's yellow, and I don't particularly enjoy yellow beer, but I didn't find it to be disgusting.
So what is it, a lager or pilsner, or what is it?
It's a microbrew.
Yeah.
LeBrock Ale.
So it's an ale. All right.
Yeah, I guess. But you can see here, this is the important part. All right. So the Foundation Santerre, Normand Levaye. This is, again, supports children and their families with disabilities. And we have, we bought a bunch of it and had him sign it, and we sell it and send him the money, and and for the charity and all that. So we had a whole like case of this stuff that was unsigned. So he took some time out. It's the only thing we had him sign. We didn't, try to take advantage of him and sign, 100 8x10s and stuff that we could sell and make money off them. We just had him sign a handful of beer cans so we could continue to support his charity and support him. So anyways, that was a great day. It's always great when he comes in. He's awesome.
There you go. And next
So
time, may I
that's the
suggest
story
stronger
of
than
the
4%? May I suggest stronger than 4%? For goodness sake.
Yeah. So yeah,
I read it
so
off the can. It says 4%.
so it is a lager, and it's 4% alcohol per volume.
Strong water. All right, fine. Be that way. Name says, do you guys show any pickups earlier? We have not shown any pickups tonight. I do have some stuff that has arrived at Ship My Cards, so I can probably.
I could spend another hour. I have been inundated as of late.
Have you?
Yes.
All right. I will show a handful. I can show a couple. Let me see. Have I shown some of these? I feel like I've shown before. I want to make sure I don't just repeat the same old ground. Okay, so I'll show a handful, like 2 or 3. So these are at Ship My Cards right now. I'm waiting for 1 or 2 more cards to come in, and then I'll do an order. But what I do, so first we got a
Ooh, nice.
So it's a nice, clean looking auto. Looks solid. So
that
that's
from
Sports Kings. Yeah, that's Sports Kings. Yep.
I think it was one of the 2.
Yeah. So this one is the black autograph variant numbered at 50. Not a big deal, but whatever. The red parallel or whatever.
Sticker or on card?
I think it's on card from everything I've seen image wise.
Okay.
I think for Sports Kings they do. I'll confirm when I get it in hand, but I'm like 90% sure it's on card. So good solid, nice good solid autograph there. This one I've talked about before, but now I've got it in hand. So I'll show this one here. And I had shown the image prior to, but there's a Joe Montana autograph. So this is a Leaf one. So that's a good one. So it's from Metal. So when I get it in hand, I'll show it off a little bit better, but it's like a pigskin parallel, which is very appropriate, thematically appropriate for the sport and everything. So I think that's cool. Again, Joe Montana autograph. That's one I got for the whopping princely sum of $40 US. To me, it's a good deal for like
a Montana auto for $40. I would have bought that.
$40.
I would have bought that. Yep.
So to me that's legit. That's a good pickup, however you want to slice it. Mainly picked up a lot of wrestling cards, a bunch of those. But here's another nice little and this is a good one if you like your 90s. If you're familiar with these ones. Hot Hands. Kind of cool with the nice die cut and the flame and everything. That's pretty neat. So I thought that was pretty cool. Flair Showcase Hot Hands.
Okay.
That's a fun card. I like those die cuts, especially we're talking late 90s. So those are fun.
Yep.
So there's a lot of those ones there like that. And let's do a Dennis PC one kind of to finish this off. This one's kind of a cool one. So I do actually have a couple PMGs, but I won't share those yet. I'll save those for the video. But I do have those coming. But this one's kind of cool. This one Billy I think would be pretty proud of. Intimidation Nation, but autographed. Intimidation Nation.
Okay, Dr. Britt.
That's right. And this one is numbered to 25. So the regular version is I think 1 in 75 packs. I have that as well here on the Ship My Cards. So I'm going to have the regular. So when I get the mail day, I'll be able to show the regular version, and this is the autoed version out of 25. So it's actually pretty cool parallel of it, basically. Those are the only 2 parallels. So it's the regular version, the autoed version, and I got both. So those will be coming in on the next mail day. Including if you look off in the distance in the background, you can kind of see what looks like a PMG, a red PMG. Might be one over here as well.
Yeah, might be one over there. Mm-hmm.
And I might have 2 other PMGs somewhere on that screen.
Oh, boy, goodness.
Just saying.
I have a bunch of PMGs around here.
Indeed.
I just got a load of them.
Yep. Bob says, I follow you on Instagram. It's fun. Facts. What's your favorite air card in your collection? Every Boston Bruin card.
That's not funny.
It is to me. Off the wall questions to start off. Who should the Jets go with? Legit question. Zach Wilson, I don't think is the answer. Uh, I don't know, man. It's the Jets are in a weird position. The fact that we're still because so real quick, kind of a side point of that Jets game. The fact that Rodgers went down in the first series, literally at the beginning of the game, like they barely got out of the blocks, and they were able to scrape together the win against the Bills, who have been a legit team,
Oh God, yeah.
speaks well of them.
Yep.
Obviously, Josh Allen made a lot of mistakes to hurt his own cause, but the fact they were able to scrape together and find a way to win in overtime, it tells you almost like, oh my God, what if we didn't have Zach Wilson as a quarterback? What could we do with the rest of the talent in the room? And they're sitting there. You almost got to look at some of the veteran quarterbacks and ask yourself the question. I've heard some names pitched around. I heard one, I think on the Bill Simmons podcast. I think he was, he threw out the name, Kirk Cousins, if they could strike a deal. Because in Minnesota, it might just be the end of. The thing with Kirk Cousins, he's not a bad quarterback, but I wouldn't feel thrilled with it. But is he better than Zach Wilson? I would think so. You almost got to look at some other teams back. You got to look for somebody who's competent. Honestly, all you need for the Jets maybe to be, again, they had all these aspirations with Aaron Rodgers there and everything else and the talent. They were hoping for the moon. Maybe at the moment to try to salvage something. Like, I feel like there's enough talent where you can make the playoffs if you just find somebody competent. Somebody who just won't be a disaster. But the question is, who's available?
They go 2-0 this weekend. You stick with the kid, right?
I just don't think he's good. Like, I think he's legitimately bad.
If he goes, but if you're 2-0 after this weekend, you got to stick with the kid.
We'll have to see. So name has a internal running joke that I had. So I'll quickly read through a couple here. My favorite is the 89 Upper Deck Dale Murphy reverse negative. That's fair. Honorable mention 57 Tops Hank Aaron uncorrected reverse negative. There was also a I want to say it was 1990 Donruss. I might have the brand wrong, but there was a Juan Gonzalez reverse negative, I think, as well. So that was one. Oh, there was a good one. I want to say 87, the rookies. I'm trying to remember the exact year and date. There is one where there is a Barry Bonds card where it's not Barry Bonds. Yeah. It was a different player. The name escapes me, but there is one where there's a different player, but it's a Barry Bonds card. It's kind of a neat little error, an interesting quirk. So name says, how's the Josh Rosen collection coming along? It was pretty solid. It's pretty good. Right now, I'm not going out of my way to pick up too many more because I've already picked up I built a pretty sizable cross section for my entertainment purposes. I just didn't want to run through and try to find more cards right now, unless something falls in my lap that's crazy cheap. But I'm trying to get the Dennis PC cards and picking up some other good stuff. So we'll have to see. It's crazy. There's no good answer in that team is potential. Yeah, the team is actually not bad. Like the fact they won that game when Rodgers went down immediately says to me, like, oh my God, what if you had competent quarterback play? That could be interesting. He says, I got it. Josh Rosen is the Jets answer. Obviously. That'd be great for me. Hobby Champ says Doug Flutie. Good evening, Hobby Champs. Yeah. I like Doug Flutie call.
Yeah, he's like
Kirk Cousins is mediocre as hell. You're right. But right now, Zach Wilson, as far as I'm concerned, sucks. So Kirk Cousins might be mediocre, but that's a step up from sucks. So I don't know. We'll have to see, I guess. Zach says, if you look at the Jets schedule, it's brutal. Yeah. I think they're gonna be in for a tough road. Okay, here we go. We got some answers. Johnny Ray. Yes, that sounds right to me. Was it the 87 Donruss opening day card? Maybe that's the one. Johnny Ray. Okay, so we're getting 2 Johnny Rays. I think that's right. I knew there was one I was trying to figure out. But yeah, that sounds right to me. So it was a different player where it was a Bonds card. Pac-Man opened a huge Rosen card. Is there such a thing as a huge Rosen card? I assume you're talking about in 2018. I don't think there's such a thing as a huge Rosen card at this stage. They're all basically glorified kindling, unless he gets the Jets starting job.
Oh.
I'm willing to pitch it. Look, I got some good shit that I'm happy to move if he gets the Jets starting job.
Yeah, you do.
Yep. I'm for it. Well, Eric, one of the ones that I picked up in one of those makeup mail videos, yep. Look, I joked about it. There is no such thing. There's no such reason that I ever expect anything. But look, if for some reason Josh Rosen gets bonked in the head, gets a starting job from somebody, and all of a sudden there's a resurgence, Eric, I have the National Treasures RPA.
Right.
In addition to a bunch of other like premium high end cards that for a guy, if the guy was good, that the collection that I had would be sick, like ridiculous.
Right.
And that was the point. The point is that for relatively pocket change, relatively speaking, I was able to build a collection where if the guy was any good, it would be like absurd. Bob Jackson, a huge Rosen card. What is it? 5x7, 8x10. Well played, Bob Jackson. Well played.
This. All right. All right. So I found my favorite error card.
Error card. All right.
Yeah, that's what I've been searching for.
All right.
Took me forever to remember where it was. So here is a I can't even pronounce this Rick Borbonus card of the Blues.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
1977. The thing is, that is not Rick Bonus. That is
all right. Look, break it up, Eric. Break it up. Bourbon, like if you look, it's bourbon.
Yeah.
It's Bourbonnaise.
Bourbonnaise.
Look, I'm just guessing, but like if you
No,
look, it's the word bourbon. Like if you look at the way it's spelled, it's like bourbon.
All right.
And then you're finishing with A's. So I'm like, no, I'm gonna say Bourbonnaise.
Okay.
Bourbonnaise.
Well, it is that is not him. Okay. That is actually a pre-rookie card picture of Hall of Famer Bernie Federko.
Nice.
So that is like a pre-rookie kind of.
Fancy.
So that's my favorite.
Fair.
So, I know it took me a while to dig it out, but that's it.
So Jeff here says, Jeff McMahon, good evening. Philip Rivers was mentioned as a possibility. Well, he'd be a much better choice than a lot of the other options that have been thrown out there. And he's certainly available. If he can play, like honestly, why not? You may as well. Like if you're the Jets, you gotta feel like that's what I said earlier. Like I'm being serious. If you're the Jets, you gotta be thinking, oh my God, we were hoping because we had this, Hall of Fame quarterback. But honestly, at this point, if you could just give me a competent quarterback who cannot ruin us, we could still be decent. We could still salvage something out of this.
But you can't bring somebody out of retirement that's been out of, that hasn't touched a football in 2 years.
But he's got 46 kids.
Did Philip? I don't think Phil. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Now, did Philip Rivers even play last year? Didn't he retire the year before?
Let me see.
I don't think he played last year.
Philip Rivers. Let's see.
So you can't go get somebody who's been sitting on his couch for a year.
Psh, not with that attitude. All right.
Plus, he's old.
2020 with the Colts.
2020. So it's worse than I thought.
Yep, 2020 in Indianapolis was last year. Oh, no.
So how in the world does he get mentioned as a possibility by professional mentioners?
Desperation is the answer to your question. Desperation is the answer to your question.
I mean, the Tom Brady stuff. Oh, we got to try. No, Tom Brady's not going to come out of retirement to go play for the freaking Jets.
Bob Jackson says, "Can someone Photoshop Eric onto the Billy Ripken?" That's a good call up. Carlos, did you see Bartolo Colon finally officially retiring this Sunday? This saddens me. The only other time I was more sad was when Julio Franco finally retired after 457 years.
Yeah, I'm about to say, I think Bartolo Colon's been playing baseball my entire life. I'm pretty sure.
He's been playing baseball since Abraham Lincoln was president.
Yeah. Baseball's been very, very good to me.
But the important thing is that Bartolo Colon gave us a lot of great highlights, including the one time he hit a home run after flailing helplessly so many times. But one time, Eric, he got into it. Yeah. Look, all I got to say is the same channel I told you about, I think it was Secret Base, the same channel, did a blow-by-blow breakdown of the night he hit the home run. That's how historic a Major League moment it was. It deserves a breakdown, Eric. A breakdown. I love it. So no to the mayonnaise, but yes on the bourbonnaise. I know. Crazy.
Gross.
Will S. Good evening, Will. Matt Ryan or bring back Flacco? My God, it's getting
No.
worse.
Ryan, maybe. Flacco, no. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, Matt Ryan, I think, is at least close enough.
I
Close
think
enough.
I think I'm pretty. Again, my memory's not super great when it comes to this stuff, but I think Matt Ryan played last year. Didn't he play for the Colts last year?
There's a joke. The running joke is the procession of Colts old quarterbacks trying to fill in the gap. It's like they had Philip Rivers, and then I want to say it was Matt Ryan directly after Philip Rivers, or maybe there was somebody in between. Hold on, Matt Ryan. I will find out. Let's see.
I say just stick with the kid. See what happens.
Yeah, so Matt Ryan was Indy last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
So at least it was last year. So there you go. Who had the uglier release, Rivers or Marino? Are you talking about throwing release? Marino, I thought was pretty. Rivers' thing looked like a shot put. Marino was fast with his release. I don't care aesthetically what you think it is. But I think Dan Marino was very effective with his release. Yeah, Rivers was like throwing a shot put, literally a shot put. It was weird. It worked well enough for him, obviously, but it was just a very strange technique. Best option I heard is Rams might move up Matt Stafford. At least Matt Stafford is an NFL quarterback, so
Absolutely.
I'll grant you that. So like that would be probably the best of various bad options. Where's Dan Marino?
Well,
Trying to find Ray Finkel.
see what's funny about that to me, Bob, is have you seen the new? And I don't remember what the commercials for, but the new commercial where they have Dan Marino and Emmett Smith and a few other Jerry Rice and a few other like superstars from the past all making comebacks, and they get back on the field in their uniforms, and Emmett Smith gets absolutely leveled and flipped around, and Marino is out on the field and he's trying to read the plays on his wrist, and he's got to put on like old grandpa glasses so he can, and he's trying to read the things. It was it's a funny commercial. And then it ends with Brady and Edelman talking about making a comeback. But
Makes sense.
that part's not funny, but to see Emmett Smith, old Emmett Smith trying to run, and Marino with the glasses trying to read the play on his arm, I think that was pretty funny.
There you go. Will says Hula Franco school stories from the last Ice Age. Facts. Maybe they can get Jeff George. Good Lord. Andrew Luck. Good God. Matt Ryan last year. Yep. Don't forget his PM. They had nothing to talk about the morning shows. The fall story would be, is Joe Flacco elite? True. Marino absolutely fast as hell. Also ugly. Hey, man. It worked. It worked. Eric can relate on the old grandpa glasses. Man, terrible.
What's wrong with these? What's wrong with these? They're Oakleys. There's nothing wrong with these. They're not old grandpa glasses.
Where's Marino working on more illegitimate children? Wow. Will's coming out with the hot fire.
I don't know anything about Dan Marino's personal life, so
I don't keep tabs on him. I think last I heard Dan Marino was hanging out with Carporn. I think that's legit.
Oh, okay.
I miss the old school Miller Lite commercials. Who remembers the Real Men of Genius radio commercials? I do, actually.
I remember those. Yeah.
That's a good call out. Yeah, that's solid. I like it. All of a sudden, you guys are finding your stride. The best part, Eric, is now at the tail end, they're finding the stride finally. Exactly. I asked, is there anything else you want to bring up? Now all of a sudden, it's like, hey, do you remember the Real Men of Genius radio commercial? Yes, I do. It's a good call out. And now they've got ideas on how to fix the Jets. The quarterback situation is not looking good. Anybody? I'm waiting for Paul to bring up Otto Graham. Can we exhume Otto Graham? Can we bring him back from retirement? We salute you, Mr. Mayonnaise Troll Folder Center. Nice.
Disgusting.
Terrible. By the way, The Rock apparently did appear to SmackDown this tonight. Now I have to watch the replay and see. Oh my God, it's The Rock. The Rock is literally.
Vinny likes my glasses. Thank you, Vinny.
Where are you seeing that?
On my phone.
Wow. Not even willing to say it publicly. Ha ha ha! Oh,
Hey, Vinny's the smart man. He doesn't want to admit or have any type of proof that he watches this crap.
nice, nice, nice.
I
I like
don't
it.
blame him.
It makes me happy. I like it. I like
I
it.
wouldn't put my name on this either.
The Rock is 51. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't care. I gotta see now what The Rock is doing with WWE. If it's just an appearance or whatever he's gonna do. For God, love of God, don't wrestle, please. It's over, man. Just move on. Jesus. We'll see. Drew Brees. There you go. I just hopped on with the major themes tonight. Please omit any hockey-related stories. There are non-hockey related stories.
I don't understand. Well, I don't understand the question.
If it's not in the chat, it didn't happen. True.
Oh, the biggest culprit of them all, who's blowing my phone up during the show all the time. He's gonna get hit by lightning.
Eric has the Eric Gagne glasses. There's a reference. I like that.
He was a cheater too. They caught him with steroids.
There you go. Scanning through here. He beat up what's his face. Nice, nice. Looking over your phone. Did Vinny say more things to you?
Only just through the DMs on the group chat through Instagram.
There you go. So Vinny appears now in the chat. Oakleys are the choice of Uncle Vinny. So we got two emojis. Second one's a box. I don't know what the first emoji is. I actually don't. I don't know what the first emoji is. Uncle Vinny and his something box. Watching on TV, multitasking the phone. Hashtag I still support BSC. Appreciate you, Vinny.
Because Vinny's the man. But unfortunately, now that you've typed stuff into the chat, people are gonna know.
It's a soapbox. There you go. That makes sense. Thank you, Vinny. Austin Theory, aka Theory. All right, all right. Oh, so I'm guessing this is The Rock. So he beat up Austin Theory? At least that's fun. That's fine. What a Vinny, everyone. Good evening, Stove. Eric's more of a John Rocker than Eric Gagne. Dang.
Oh, no, that's not nice.
That's low. It's a low blow.
That's not nice.
Dang. Let's go borrow soap. You got it, Bob Jackson. You got it. Soapbox. Soapbox extend. There you go. Good stuff. Thank you, Vinny. Appreciate it. All right, guys. So I'll tell you what, we're going to run it the last couple of minutes here just to get it over that 4-hour mark because I like it. I like it. If we're close enough, I like to hit it. So we'll do that. But yeah, any last kind of thoughts or any comments or anything? Long story short, as much as I like to make fun of Will, and I do, Will loves hockey though. Like I don't know what he keeps bitching and moaning about. Like he obsesses about hockey more than you do. Frankly, it's embarrassing. I don't want to talk about hockey. But Will is like, yeah, Carlos, can you talk about hockey? It was like, shut up about fucking hockey. Go talk about Fishboy or something. Like, no one gives a shit, but go do that. But yeah, no, for the most part, news-wise, right now things are a little bit quiet. We're on a little bit of a holding pattern. Panini Fanatics talk is quiet. Cardporn is probably trying to hide some murders or something. Probably bury a body somewhere. That could be the next thing. Nothing new from Dan Roselle about that this week. Chasing Cardboard hasn't sold any more fake autographs that we're aware of, allegedly. So that is the thing, or tried to. So I think we're good there. And then yeah, we got a chance to update everybody a little bit on the PSA Canada thing because we did get a chance to talk about that and get up to date on that. So that was good. And then as we get closer to the expo, though, the plans will start to solidify and we'll get a better sense of what's going to happen with it. So I think it'll be interesting. For those of us on this side of the board, I think it's going to be good because I think there's going to be an opportunity. Now you have a direct connection and you get a lot of the advantages of it. And I'm not going to promise it for you because I'm not in charge of it. But I do think the fact that you have a more direct line with it now versus what PSA Canada was before is I think we'll be able to now have more streamlined pricing. because now you're kind of cut out the middleman. It's not the middleman anymore. Now it's kind of direct line, and then you still get some of the other advantages of it. I could see that being potentially really good. And Brad is a pretty good advocate for us on that, and he understands the price point matters. Price point is a big part of this equation, so at least somebody's fighting for it. So that's a good thing. Doesn't mean that you're going to get everything you want, but it's at least something.
Yeah, I mean, if AMG's not trying to, as a business, as a well-run business, not trying to, inflate the price so they get their cut, plus PSA gets their cut. Now it's just PSA getting it, so the price should go down, I would think, right?
I think it'll be an opportunity for us to streamline it. Of course, there's always going to be the exchange rate thing. You're not going to be able to beat the American pricing with Canadian dollars or whatever. But that doesn't mean we can't get pretty darn close. It doesn't mean we can't be right in line with what a fair exchange would be. And if we can manage that and then eliminate a lot of the headaches with customs and some of those other elements of it, that means it's still a better product than what we had before if you directly submit. So I think there'll be some of those opportunities. Seahawks should run the ball, always. Nathan Rourke could have been the Jets' answer if he hadn't signed with the Jaguars.
Okay.
There you go.
Now, I'm not sure. I'm taking a wild guess. I have no idea who Nathan Rourke is, never heard of him. But something tells me he's probably a duck.
It's a fair bet considering the source.
He's got to be a duck. Oh, he'd be the savior because he's a duck.
So says the drama will come, don't worry. Oh, I never worry. The content gods have never let me down yet. Never let me down. Will says, can you have Ty on the show? I suppose we could. Preferably wearing a Chasing Cardboard hat. If I got a Chasing Cardboard hat, I would have to recreate a famous video from history. And I think the title of the video, and Stove would appreciate this, I think the title of the video would be something like, Chasing Cardboard is on fire.
Oh.
And the rest of the video would write itself.
Mm-hmm.
If you know, you know. Anyway, moving on. He's not a duck. He's just CFL's finest. Oh, man.
So he's worse than a duck.
Well, you know what's funny about this? Eric, and this is like the perfect microcosm of the CFL problem. In Ontario, in Toronto area, no one cares about the CFLA or B, the Toronto Argonauts, the local team. The Toronto Argonauts have lost like one game. Like they're actually good. And I was just sitting there laughing. I was like, wait, are they actually? And I think they won the Grey Cup last year or the year before. But the thing is, no one cares. And the best part about this, Eric, is the Hamilton Tiger Cats are like their rival.
Mm-hmm.
But their rivalry is like the Red Sox and the Yankees. Except if the Yankees fans didn't give a shit about the Yankees and they still won World Series.
Mm-hmm.
That's the analogy. The analogy is, what if the Yankees still won, but the fans didn't give a shit, but you've got this other fan base that loses to them or struggles to win a championship and is their rival, but they not only don't give a shit about them, they don't give a shit about their own team either. But they still win championships. That's how frustrating it is. So for the Hamilton Tiger Cats fans, they're like, who are your rivals? And the Toronto's like, who the hell are you? Why are you here? It's like, did you get lost? Go home. Just amuses me. Nathan Rourke, Jaguars of the National Football League, previously played for the BC Lions of the Canadian Football League. Rourke played college ball for the Ohio Bobcats. The Ohio Bobcats? All right.
I would think a bobcat would eat a duck.
Eric is wrong once again.
Yeah. Listen, again, let me remind people. I live with my wife, my mother, and when my daughter's not at college now, my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot walk from the living room to the kitchen without being wrong. So
Thanks.
I'm very much used to it.
Mm-hmm. Maybe they can get Jeff Garcia. Live the dream. More meme videos. So, jokes aside, the state-sponsored television interview with Retro Hoops and Ty was just bizarre. I understood why they did it, but again, this is simply me speaking just in my side of it. If you're going to interview somebody and talk about a controversial topic, maybe don't wear their merch. while you're doing it.
Mm.
It doesn't feel like you have objectivity. Even if you clearly don't have objectivity, maybe wearing their digs might be sending the message that you really don't have objectivity. Just a thought I would share with y'all. I thought I would throw that out at you.
Would it be like the O.J. Simpson trial where the prosecutors were all wearing Buffalo Bills, O.J. Simpson jerseys while they were trying to?
I was going to say O.J. Simpson jersey specifically, yes.
Yes.
With a hat that says "I love O.J."
With a hat that says "I love O.J." Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you look back at the trial, I think they did love O.J. because they blew that case.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, any first-year law student probably could have done a better job than them. But anyway.
Is the CFL like arena football? I wish. At least arena football is kind of fun.
Arena
I've watched
football,
enough CFL. I can make fun of it as much as I want. What's that?
arena football is way more exciting. I wish.
Well, it's designed for.
I can see it.
The funny thing, so in all seriousness, if I'm doing an analysis of the two, I do enjoy arena football more. But part of it is that you've got a gigantic field, and you've got quarterbacks who have to try to throw across a gigantic field. So like it's a wider field and a longer field. And there's a lot of these quarterbacks where I don't think they have the arm strength to make the throw the way you want it made. So the ball just floats in the air. Sometimes I'll sit there and watch a play and the ball just float and float and float. And I'm like, I think I could catch it from the stands. I think I could just run down and pick it off because it's so much hang time to get it where you're trying to get it to. Like, I'm pretty sure I could run down there and just go pick it off right now. And that isn't like, I feel like the play should be a little crisper than that. It just feels like it takes a little while to develop. That's just me. And what do I know? I've been a season ticket holder for a couple of those teams in that league. I have witnessed dozens and dozens and dozens of regular season games, playoff games, and I was at the 100th Grey Cup. So I can make fun of it as much as I want because I am well versed in the specific thing. Once again, God bless you. Watch Pop Carlos for recording that CC nonsense before the man of the cloth deleted all his self-incriminatory videos. Facts. Whoever's the best QB of the CFL, XFL, USFL, the judge should sign. Why not? Let's do it. It's bigger news when Eric is right. True. Eat it, Doc Eric. Wow. In capitals.
Capitals? Oh, come on.
In capitals, man. He put Duck in capitals.
Oh, man. Capitals.
Please, it's clear Retro was an objective report. Stop with the propaganda. Never! My college roommate played Chris Darden in the OJ story. Sterling Brown. Go wrench, Eric.
Yeah, that's not funny anymore.
Says you. Good stuff. All right, folks. Last comments, and then we'll wind her down for the evening. But yeah, bottom line with it is that, look, if somebody wants to do an interview and do one of those things, yeah, knock yourself out. But like, dude, at least, look, I know they gave you a fucking hat. That's fine. And I'm happy for you. Don't wear the fucking hat while you're doing this. Never mind. Don't. Wear it tomorrow. Wear it tomorrow. You don't need to do it while you're doing the thing. Just wear it tomorrow. Jesus. The best QB in the CFL is either Chad Kelly, one-time Mr. Relevant, or Vernon Williams, who's a former Duck. Exclamation point.
So, no, anybody but him.
So who is the over-under in Bruins wins this year?
Not as many as last year.
There you go.
That's okay with me because that didn't do us a damn bit of good. Oh, by the way, Jeremy Swayman's going to be doing a signing with us. So can he inscribe something Hindenburg like disaster? Say what to who?
So who is this person?
Jeremy Swayman is one of the goalies of the current Boston Bruins.
Oh, and first 3-pointer in the NBA.
No, I don't think that was him.
You sure? What if he inscribes the first 3-pointer in the NBA?
Well, I'm pretty sure.
All right, if you say so.
But
You've been wrong before. You've been wrong before.
He's going to be coming in soon.
As long as he got the first 2-pointer in the NBA, is in the CFL MVP.
October 15th, he will be in doing a signing with us.
So in a month.
Yep.
There you go. Good evening, Zach. Have a good one. Hobby Champs, go Bills. There you go. Whoops. Lapper says, it's Retro Hoops. Would you expect anything else? I'd love to pretend that I would expect more. I don't. Jerry Swayman, future holder of restraining order versus Eric. Aren't we all?
They are piling up. I'm just saying.
It's true.
I work
I
with
vote-
a former Bruin, and he makes fun of me religiously on a daily basis
I think this is valid. It's interesting.
about how I get excited over meeting certain athletes.
There you go.
He really, because he knows all these people, played against all these people, know them from alumni situations. He's like, they put their pants on the same way you do. I said, no, man, they don't. They put them on both feet at the same time. They're
I
different.
just assumed Mission Impossible style is what I thought.
Yeah, they're different.
Name says, final thought of the night. Eric doesn't bleed, he mayos. Good night. Good night,
I
Name.
hate you so much. Oh, I hate you so much.
Bob Jackson says, speaking of restraining orders, how is Marcel? We'll finish on this thought. And everybody, thank you also for the comments this evening, as always. Appreciate you. On your way out, if you could hit the like button, I charge Eric for it.
I'm not paying it.
I like how you pretend that you had a choice.
Well,
I like though. I like your moxie. I like what you're doing. I like what you did there. I like it. It's not true, but I like it. I like it.
stupid show.
So, how is Marcel?
I haven't talked to him in a while, but for those who are hockey fans, Marcel became famous in LA when he was on the Triple Crown line with Charlie Simmer and Dave Taylor, right? Yeah. So I was part of a conversation with Charlie Simmer today, but trying to get him after he signed, because they're doing a Triple Crown thing in Toronto.
Yeah, that's right. I think they
So,
did a theme thing with him.
It's people have just walked up to Marcel at his booth and said, "Will you sign this?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." But he's going to be up there with those guys, the Triple Crown line, doing a thing. So we called Charlie today to see, because he ended his career in Boston, that after the Toronto show, if he wanted to fly down to Boston on his way home and do something for us. And because we're friends with Marcel, we're doing a little ball busting, and Phil said something to Charlie like, he's quite a guy, and Charlie started laughing. He's like, yeah, he is quite a guy. Just because if you ever met Marcel, he's very bombastic. He's got a lot of energy. He's a hoot.
There you go. Marcel and Charlie come on the pod. There you go. That'd be a twist. As soon as Carlos cuts off alive, Eric gets out his checkbook for the likes. Immediate invoicing. Invoicing.
Well, you stole my debit card, so now it's just, you just deduct it right out of the bank account.
We had to be more efficient. We wanted to cut out the middleman, just get it done. It's the best way. All right, folks. So, pleasure chatting with you as always. Thank you to the Burrell, as always, for joining us. Thank you to Brad, giving us a little bit of a breakdown of his newest news. Obviously, there'll be more to come. If you want to keep an eye on it, keep an eye on the PSA Canada social media accounts and everything. They will share. Collectors now owns it and controls it. So now it's going to be part of their overall strategy of marketing and everything. So it'll be all going through them, and anything that comes out of that will be coming directly from the source. And as things go on and more information comes in, we'll definitely keep an eye on it. And if any questions or anything come up, we can definitely pass them along to Brad, and then he can answer them kind of as they come in. And we'll definitely talk about more of this stuff as we get closer to the expo. So we've got, obviously, mid-September. We've got some stuff coming up here. And we're still a couple of weeks away from hockey starting. Football's underway. So we're heading into the cool part of the sports calendar where a lot of stuff's going to be converging all at once, which is fun. I'm a big fan of that time of year. It's a good time, and it'll be a lot of fun, and we'll definitely have stuff to talk about when that comes in. And then, like I said, we got our buddy Fanatics and Panini are going to eventually resolve their thing. We'll get some more news about that. I can pretty much guarantee that. But in the meantime, we'll have some fun. Dog days of summer are starting to come to the end, and now we're heading to fall. So we're heading into that season, and I think it'll be kind of interesting. And of course, as I mentioned, also thanks to the Burrell for joining us from the garage, and a good time as always. And we'll be back with more of Cast of Characters. Also, early next week, we will get another podcast episode. What the topics are, to be determined, TBD. However, if in the course of this, at the tail end, if you got something that you think would be a fun topic, throw it in the comment section. I'll check it out, and if there's something cool, maybe we'll incorporate it into it.
And I'm 5% less grumpy and 5% smarter.
Amazing.
Yeah.
If that's not enough, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
All right, folks, have yourself a good night. Those of you in the West Coast, still got a little time left. Those of you in the East Coast, it is now your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We will catch you in the next one. Have a good night.
Bye, guys.